Chapter 226, Crane Shadow. Interrupting someone in the middle of speaking was a clear display of rudeness. In the eyes of Silver Shadow, Xia Fei was just a puny dried shrimp in a desert, a gentle pinch and he would be as good as dead. He had no interest in being nice to someone like him. Even the best temper could barely withstand being looked down upon and contain the arrogance coming from someone else, so what more of Xia Fei who had never had a good temper. Xia Fei smiled and told Silver Shadow, "If you want to know, you'd best keep quiet and let me finish." It was one thing to curse someone without swearing, it was another to counterattack silently. The meaning of Xia Fei's words was simple: shut your damn mouth. Silver Shadow was immediately angered by Xia Fei's rebuttal, his face turning bright red. He then gently flicked at Xia Fei using his left index finger. A wind blade, invisible to the naked eye, came into form out of nowhere. Turned out that his ability was wind control, which allowed him to attack using gusts of air. It was not even 5 meters away. Xia Fei dodged to one side as he felt a cold gust of wind approaching. At this moment, Phantom's master, Moon Shadow, furrowed his eyebrows. With a gentle wave of his sleeves, the wind blade, which was less than 2 meters away from Xia Fei now, disappeared to who knew where. Silver Shadow glared at Moon Shadow. "Third brother, what are you trying to do?" Moon Shadow laughed and said with a cheeky smile on his face, "Big brother, you must let him finish. The second brother's disciple is already dead, yet he's not even as worried as you are. Plus, the origin on his breath control and crafty thrust is still unclear." Xia Fei could feel that Moon Shadow and Silver Shadow were not on the best of terms as they spoke to each other with undertones of aggression. The second brother, Dark Shadow, was probably sandwiched between them, discouraging the two from breaking the peace like a mediator. "My master is a rare spatial ability user," the eldest sect senior's wind blade was sent into a different dimension. "The two of them have been at odds with each other ever since they were young. Even my Grandmaster couldn't handle them back then, but since the eldest sect senior is the oldest among his generation, there are many things that my master can't compete with him over." Phantom had complex feelings toward the infighting among his sect. No matter what, Xia Fei was an outsider, yet he had witnessed all this unfold, so Phantom could only tell him the truth. The atmosphere was quite awkward. Silver Shadow looked at Moon Shadow full of rage, yet the latter appeared not to care as he slowly shifted his eyes onto Xia Fei. All of a sudden, a casual set of laughter was heard on the other side of the door. Dark Shadow, Moon Shadow, and Silver Shadow quickly stood up to greet the new arrival humbly. "The Grand Master is here, he's the oldest one in the sect. What are you waiting for, Xia Fei? Quickly stand up and greet him," urged Phantom. From Phantom's words, the person was quite an important senior. Xia Fei did not mind greeting his elders, so he stood up from his chair and looked at the far door. He then saw an old man with a childish appearance. He had a flushed face and a tiny figure, no matter how one looked at him, he was just in his teens. Even the wrinkles on his forehead were barely visible. If not for Phantom, Xia Fei would assume that this person was a teenager cosplaying. "I heard that you guys found an outsider who also knows crafty thrust and breath control. Where is this person?" asked the short, old man quickly right after he entered. He was quite light on his feet, totally unlike an old man. "Grandmaster, you're here," quickly greeted the three shadows. The old man waved his hand, gesturing them to skip the formalities. He then took a few huge steps and sat down on the main seat in the living room with quick and swift motions. "This is Crane Shadow, the Grandmaster. He himself has no idea how old he was, while even my master's master refers to him as sect senior. His cultivation is unimaginable. My master can't last 3 rounds against him," Phantom said in a deep voice. The assassin sect was quite strange. Outside of Crane Shadow, Moon Shadow, and the other two were the most senior, yet they were 3 generations apart from Crane Shadow. In order to show their respect, the 13th level was reserved to Crane Shadow alone, while Dark Shadow and the others stayed on the 10th level, skipping over the 11th and 12th levels. For some reason, this matter had shocked this sect master and he had come down to find out more for himself. Xia Fei smiled, approaching him as he greeted, "Elder, my name is Xia Fei. I'm the person you're referring to." Crane Shadow nodded and asked, "You're not one of us, why do you know crafty thrust and breath control as well?" Xia Fei replied, "These 2 techniques are passed down onto me by my ancestors, as for why your sect knows it, too, I really have a clue." Xia Fei insisted that his techniques were passed down onto him by his ancestors. As there was no proof, Xia Fei did not fear being investigated by them. Xia Fei also avoided mentioning thievery, for there was nothing to be gained in angering these people. Crafty thrust and breath control are the ultimate techniques of this assassin sect. When did it become something from your ancestors? Demanded Silver Shadow angrily. Crane Shadow waved his hand. We'll talk more about that later. Could you go through how my grand disciples died? Xia Fei could not continue hiding the fact in front of these many people, so he went through everything he saw and heard in the cave. As for the reason behind him being in these assassin training grounds, Xia Fei claimed that he liked adventuring. He spotted a weird bug and inadvertently ended up following it through the red stardust out of curiosity. By the time he exited the dust cloud, the bug was gone and he had accidentally wandered there. The four of them were incredibly angry. After all, the act of killing people from their sect was incredibly taboo, and was quite possibly the biggest disgrace in the entire history of the assassin sect. There were other people present at the time. I was afraid that, if such nasty things got out, it would affect the image of your sect, so I stopped myself, Xia Fei added. Crane Shadow nodded. This little brother knows how to think on behalf for the sect at such a young age, what a rare occurrence. Are your techniques really passed down onto you by your ancestors? Crane Shadow was the oldest in the assassin sect, after all, quickly changing the topic to his techniques, completely disregarding the shameful events that had happened to his sect. It was really quite cleverly done. Yes, replied Xia Fei sternly. How about you demonstrate? Xia Fei then showed off his techniques in the hall. Xia Fei had trained his crafty thrust and breath control for a long time, so naturally, he was well practiced. Crane Shadow secretly shook his head. Judging from Xia Fei's age, he appeared to have been training these techniques since he was younger, or else he would not be this well practiced. After thinking for a few moments, Crane Shadow asked, what about your ancestors? How did they get these two techniques? Xia Fei sighed and replied with a sad look on his face, I grew up without parents, it was my grandfather who brought me up. However, when I was 7, my grandfather passed away. I was alone, wandering about afterward, so how would I know anything about my ancestors? My grandfather passed these two techniques to me when I was younger. According to him, it's passed down from generation to generation. He even asked me never to stop practicing them. I kept in mind my grandfather's teaching and I have been practicing it till this day, recounted Xia Fei in a sad tone. I see, Crane Shadow was lost for words. Who knew which crappy martial arts book Xia Fei stole this story from? Nonetheless, in combination to his good acting skills, he had actually convinced Crane Shadow. His techniques became something passed down onto Xia Fei by his ancestors in the blink of an eye. Even Crane Shadow, who had lived for hundreds of years, was confused. All of a sudden, Crane Shadow's eyes lit up as though he had thought of something. Chapter 227, Background. This made no sense. Even though Xia Fei was not in the assassin sect, he knew breath control and crafty thrust, two abilities unique to them. Especially crafty thrust, only the top disciples who had trained hard years on end would have the opportunity to learn that technique. There was no reason for Xia Fei to possess it, too. Xia Fei had a deep understanding of crafty thrust and breath control, and he was quite well comfortable in executing both, obviously a result of years of training. The assassin sect had always been strictly controlled, nobody who entered could leave, and they must stay in the discipleship until the end of their lives. This point more or less removed the possibility that Xia Fei's abilities had been acquired from someone in the discipleship, thus, it could only be someone outside of the discipleship who taught breath control and crafty thrust to Xia Fei. This quickly became an extremely serious matter, for this was the first time in the history of the assassin sect that two top skills of theirs got leaked out. Nobody suspected Phantom as everyone knew of his death, and none would think that, despite dying, he had a way to linger on in spirit form and even passed his abilities to Xia Fei. Everyone furrowed eyebrows, and Crane Shadow, who was sitting on the highest seat, kneaded his temple, utterly confused. Someone, bring Xia Fei somewhere to rest, we'll talk about it some other time, Crane Shadow ordered in a deep voice. Soon, the bunch of death guards, who were guarding the door, brought Xia Fei to a secluded area on the 10th level, leaving Crane Shadow and his 3 grand disciples behind. Grand Master, what should we do about this? Asked Silver Shadow. Crane Shadow thought for a few moments. I thought of something, let's talk about this after I get back. Let Xia Fei rest here for now, and don't cause him any trouble. Crane Shadow then walked outside. After sending off their Grand Master, Silver Shadow and the others returned to their residence. Crane Shadow walked up the stairs leading to the top of the mountain. As he neared the peak, the air gradually became bitingly cold, with the stone road covered in piles of white snow. Compared to the warmth at the foot of the mountain, this place was like a harsh winter. In truth, the life on the peak was quite terrible. Setting the cold aside, even the paths were hard to traverse. There was more to the founder of the Assassin's sect assigning the disciples their residence according to their ranking from top to bottom. He reminded those in power not to abuse it and that the more authority they had, the more responsibility they must bear. Although Crane Shadow was quite old, he was still nimble on his feet and was not any worse than a younger person in the discipleship. These snow and ice-covered roads were nothing to him. The 11th and the 12th floors were empty and was used to store ancient books and other precious goods. Crane Shadow did not stop on his feet and kept moving toward the 13th level. If the 11th and 12th floors were restricted because they contained many precious ancient books, the 13th floor where Crane Shadow resided was even more forbidden. The elders had the authority to access them, while the ones under them were also given time every month to enter said places for training, yet even Dark Shadow and the others did not dare enter the 13th floor as it contained the most important secrets of the Assassin's sect. On the platform of the 13th floor, Crane Shadow took a deep breath and looked toward the lush forest and clear rivers beneath him, taking everything in. White snow drifted in the air. It did not snow hard, but it never ceased all year round. Everywhere Crane Shadow breathed out it would freeze and slowly drift downward. It was at least -50-something degrees. There was actually still about 5 kilometers of walking until the peak of the mountain from the 13th floor, it was just that those happened to be the last platform on the mountain. There was still a rocky bend ahead which was covered in snow, and as it was not maintained, those familiar with the area would be unaware of it at all. As for what was on the peak, only the sect master of the discipleship knew, there had been no exception to this in their sect history. Crane Shadow continued walking on the piled-up snow as he took in the view from afar. After walking a kilometer or so, Crane Shadow arrived at a lone courtyard. Walking through the snow-covered stone arch, he came to the year where the ground was noticeably clean. As it snowed all year around, it took constant cleaning to keep the ground so clean. Obviously, this yard was being taken care of. There was a bald old man with an old-fashioned broom in his hand who was constantly sweeping away snow. His movements were quite weird. When he walked, he stuck his right foot out, then he used the broom to support himself before dragging his other feet out. It was hard to imagine that it was someone with a disability who managed to keep this courtyard so clean. There was no snow on the ground, even the doors and windows were clean like brand new. There was not a single piece of ice on the beams, either. With technology as advanced as it was today, there were many ways to remove snow buildup, be it with a hot air blower or an automatic snow sweeper. Either would be much easier to use than something as ancient as a broom, yet this elder still chose such a cumbersome and ineffective tool to do his work patiently. Crane Shadow tiptoed behind the bald elder to greet him with a lowered voice before he said, "Sect Brother Shadowless, there's something in the Pavilion of 10,000 Respect that I would like to inquire about. Is Sect Brother free?" Sect Brother? Crane Shadow was 3 generations apart from Dark Shadow and the others and was the sect master of the discipleship. The disciples thought that he was the highest-ranking person in the Assassin's sect, so who would have thought that, in an inconspicuous courtyard at the peak of the mountain, there lived Crane Shadow's sect brother? Since he was his sect brother, it would mean that he should be the successor of the discipleship. Why did Crane Shadow become the sect master, while Shadowless, who was older, was willing to just maintain this mysterious courtyard clean? The elder, addressed as Shadowless, limped and turned to look at Crane Shadow. He had white and dim eyes. Obviously, this old man was blind. How could a blind cripple manage this courtyard? If he could not see, how could he keep everything so tidy? It was unbelievable to say the least. Despite being this cold, Shadowless only had one article of thin clothes on. There was nothing on top of his bald head either, so snow settled on it. And what information does the sect master seek? Shadowless returned the greeting and said in a raspy voice. "Sect brother, I'd like to check the people who practiced breath control and crafty thrust, then left the discipleship sans authorization with their whereabouts unknown," said Crane Shadow. Shadowless nodded. "Oh, is that so? Follow me." After putting away his broom, Shadowless limped to a red alloy door on the left of the courtyard with Crane Shadow in tow. There was no lock on the door. Shadowless pushed it open. 3 people matched the sect master's description. Their information is at 1605, 4237, and 5112. Shadowless listed off the 3 codes without mistake, effortlessly uttering everything as if all were his ID number. The blind turned out to know this information like the back of his hand. Since the sect's formation, there would have been countless members who entered the discipleship. What kind of memory did it take to remember everyone's information? It would take decades upon decades just to look through all this information, let alone memorize them all. Thank you, sect brother. Crane Shadow walked into the room after giving thanks. Shadowless then quickly closed the door and returned to the courtyard to continue cleaning slowly and awkwardly. As the room was dim, Crane Shadow turned a spotlight, revealing rows of racks made of wood. As there was no heater, it might have been a lot colder in the room than it was outside. This was also a rule dictated by the founder of the discipleship. Not only did anyone with high authority have no right to enjoy heating and air conditioning, even the food they eat must be lighter and more plain. They lived lives similar to ascetic monks in the legends. Crane Shadow had lived hundreds of years with unimaginable cultivation. Coldness was not going to do anything to him. It was probably impossible for a normal human to live in these conditions. The racks had documents that had yellowed over time yet were in pristine condition, displaying the care Shadowless took of these documents every day. Crane Shadow took out 3 documents from the racks just as Shadowless described. Information on anyone in the sect could be found here, be it the sect master or just a chef. They were not sorted by ranking but by the time of death or when one went missing. There was a tiny desk by the door with a small fluorescent lamp used for reading. Nobody could take the documents out of the room and could only peruse them inside. Crane Shadow pulled over a chair and placed the rolled-up documents on the table before opening them one by one. It was not just the information of one person on each document but hundreds of people who had been in the sect, too. It would take quite a bit of time just to find one person. The assassin sect had strict rules, was in the middle of nowhere, and had no neon lights or people hustling and bustling. It was not unheard of for people who could not take the boredom anymore to try and run away when they were on a mission. After all, not everyone could endure such a rough life. However, very few of those who ran away from the sect achieved true freedom. Once discovered, a large army of death guards would descend upon them and be killed without a question. Anyone who planned to abscond from here must weigh the risks they could take and need to have enough courage. In the long history of the sect, only a few managed to escape, and those who did must live in secret in some corner of the universe. Crane Shadow thought that perhaps Xia Fei was a descendant of someone who had escaped from the sect, thus came seeking information immediately. He set his target on the escapees who also knew crafty thrust and breath control. If Xia Fei was a descendant of an ordinary disciple, he definitely would not have gotten hold of such incredible techniques. Soon, Crane Shadow pulled out 3 thin sheets of paper and placed them side by side. The 3 of them were escapees from a long time ago who were fairly well trained and had practiced crafty thrust and breath control. Crane Shadow's eyes lit up and revealed a cheeky smile on his face. He grabbed one of these pieces of paper and looked into it in more detail. Outside of being filled with words, there was a picture of a middle-aged man with brown eyes, black hair, and yellow skin who even slightly resembled Xia Fei. From the documents, this person was known as Blood Shadow and was a disciple who lived on the 11th floor. He was someone who was likely to succeed the sect master in the future. About 3,000 years ago, that person took advantage of being out on a mission to escape. No news had been heard from him ever since then. Just their similar looks alone was not enough to convince Crane Shadow of his guess that Xia Fei was a descendant of Blood Shadow, but he was convinced when he saw that the last known location of Blood Shadow was the Enduro Star region, same as where Xia Fei's home planet Earth was in. Chapter 228, Shadowless. By some weird coincidence, Xia Fei's lie had involved a runaway disciple of the assassin sect from many years ago. After placing down the document, Crane Shadow thought for a long time with his eyebrows knitted. There was no other logical reason that could explain the present conundrum outside of Xia Fei being a descendant of Blood Shadow. Phantom, who was the catalyst of all this, did not even enter Crane Shadow's consideration as everybody in the sect knew that Phantom was dead. It was something out of fairy tales for a soul to remain on the realm of the living even after the body died. After returning the documents to their original spots, Crane Shadow left the room and approached Shadowless. Although he was the sect master of the assassin sect, his measure of esteem toward his sect brother was immense. "Sect brother, there's something I'd like to discuss," Crane Shadow said softly. He would intentionally lower his voice when speaking to Shadowless as if it would be rude to speak loud with him. Shadowless turned around and bowed. "Since you're already the sect master, you can drop the sect brother honorific." Crane Shadow smiled. "Sect brother, if you hadn't made that big mistake years ago, the position of the sect master would have surely been yours. It's been so many years, and the previous sect master had already passed long ago, so why are you still staying in this courtyard, unwilling to leave? Shadowless had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head. A mistake is a mistake, and there's no explaining that. Since I made a mistake, I must be punished. Crane Shadow did not continue trying to talk his elder sect brother out of it. He knew how stubborn Shadowless was and how the latter would stand his ground whenever he decided on something. He briefly went through the matters regarding Xia Fei, as well as his suspicions regarding a connection with Blood Shadow, then asked, "Sect brother, there hasn't been a precedence for this, I don't know how I should deal with it." After getting an idea of the situation, Shadowless nodded. "Sect master, since you asked, I'll speak my thoughts. Please don't take what I say to heart if it may personally offend you. Please go ahead, sect brother." "All right. The strength of our sect has never been the same since the tragedy last time. The harm it did to the sect was not something that could be regained so easily. Currently, outside of sect master, the highest ranking members are the 3 of Dark Shadow and the others." Crane Shadow quickly waved his hand and interrupted Shadowless. "Sect brother, you're still here?" Shadowless said with a stern face, "I'm being disciplined by the former sect master. Although I'm here in person, I can't step an inch outside of this courtyard. I may as well be a shadow in the dark, I'm not even a person." Crane Shadow slightly curled his lips. Indeed, judging by Shadowless's stubborn nature, unless there was something astronomical happening, he might as well be invisible in the sect, never showing himself. "Sect master, have you thought about this? While you're still alive, nobody will dare touch our sect, but since you're getting old and if something happens to you, can the likes of Dark Shadow, Silver Shadow and the others really carry the burden of thousands of people in the sect?" Setting aside the bad blood between Moon Shadow and Silver Shadow, the highest ranking among those 3 is just at the intermediate eternal rank. The others may not know, but it should be clear as day to you, that one battle in the past cost our sect all the highly skilled members just to ensure our sect's continued survival. From our master's generation, all the way till Moon Shadow's, that's 5 whole generations. Crane Shadow stayed silent for a bit. Veins on his forehead became visible as thinking back on this broke his heart. Back then, the sect's enemies came straight to their door and Crane Shadow and Shadowless's master was still the sect master. The enemies, who had come prepared, took the sect by surprise. In the end, they managed to barely win against their enemies, incurring heavy casualties. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Crane Shadow was on a task in another star region then, so he managed to dodge a bullet. 5 generations of disciples, hundreds of lives were lost in that horrific battle. Shadowless' left leg had also been crippled at that very battle. Shadowless had once made a mistake, so his master had ordered him to guard this place and not move an inch from his position, but because of how urgent the situation was, Shadowless chose to act. In truth, if not for Shadowless disobeying his master's order, the sect might have disappeared then and there. This was one thing that even his master did not think of. After the battle, Shadowless continued to reside in this courtyard, and it became Crane Shadow's responsibility to be the sect master. Crane Shadow knew that the only reason their sect still existed today, was due to his sect brother acting as he did that fateful day. After all, he was the sole survivor out of the hundreds who joined the battle. No matter in which aspect, Shadowless was much stronger than he was. It was him who their master had taken the most liking to among everyone in his generation, too. Just from that, it was obvious how outstanding his skills were. Therefore Crane Shadow was used to discussing everything with his recluse of a sect brother. Shadowless took a few moments before continuing. "The sect's well-being has been greatly impacted, and we need to regain our strength as soon as we can. I'm afraid it may not do if we simply follow the old ways, we need to recruit more talent." Shadowless sighed. Although he had no eyes, he had a better view of many things compared to the majority of them. Crane Shadow asked hesitantly, "Sect brother, are you saying we should recruit Xia Fei?" Shadowless did not confirm or deny. "Since he's a descendant of Blood Shadow, he can be considered one of us. Even if he doesn't join us, it doesn't hurt if he's just an envoy." Everyone in the sect was a killer and did not care about what was happening outside as they lived a secluded life, but these thousands of disciples needed to put clothes on their backs and food on their tables, so they had to constantly accept commissions from the Alliance. Therefore, outside of the disciples there were envoys in their sect. These envoys were responsible for accepting orders, receiving pay, helping the sect purchase daily necessities, etc. They were with the sect in name but actually not associated with it at all. Being an envoy of the assassin sect was by no means an easy task. Thus far, most of the envoys working for the sect had been in the business for several, even for dozens, generations as they passed the task from one generation to another. Since Xia Fei was a descendant of Blood Shadow, he had an inseparable relationship with the sect. In theory, the descendants of a felon would be felons, too, and had no rights to become an envoy of the sect, but since they have been getting weaker by day, if there was no change, they might slowly fade out of the killing scene and disappear into the annals of history. I'm guessing you haven't seen the documents Dark Shadow brought. You'll understand where I'm coming from once you take a look at it, said Shadowless plainly before going back to cleaning. Snow was falling down from the sky everywhere, and the ground that was clean a few moments ago was now covered in a thin layer of snow. Only constant cleaning could keep this courtyard spotless. Although I have no eyes, I can still hear. If this Xia Fei joins the sect, which floor will he be based on his strength? Asked Shadowless. Crane Shadow was slightly shocked. Replying in a deep voice, 6th, maybe even 7th. Is there anyone around his age that can stand a chance against him? No, said Crane Shadow, shaking his head. Shadowless let out a long sigh. Ever since that time where hundreds of our brothers died, I've always thought that maybe we have treated the brothers in the sect too shallowly. I finally realized when I saw my masters and brothers die with my eyes that, sometimes, we should treat others better. The opportunity is gone once they die. Looking at the old and lonely figure of Shadowless, Crane Shadow suddenly realized what his sect brother meant by it. He bade him farewell before leaving the courtyard and headed toward his residence. The war that had happened years ago made Shadowless quite emotional. The sect had been educating their disciples in an unharmful way. Once they became part of the sect, they could not leave, and anyone who did would be killed indiscriminately. Although this once allowed the sect to possess an incredible strength, it was also heavily criticized by everyone. These clearly inhumane rules would only make anyone in the sect afraid and would never be able to conquer their hearts truly. An organization built on threats and terror would never be sustainable in the long run, and this could be seen from the countless extinct empires in the alliance. Was the assassin sect not just like the other empires? Trampling over lives, sustaining itself through brainwashing, and draconian rules. In order for the assassin sect to be truly invincible, there not only needed to be rules but also compassion and empathy, allowing them to overcome even the biggest challenges. At this point, Crane Shadow could not help but pick up his pace with a stern look on his face. His sect brother, Shadowless, had thought of everything, but the rules of the sect were not made in a day, and it was no easy task changing any of them. He suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders got even heavier. If he wanted to change the situation, the sect must be reformed inside and out, and the burden of reformation would most certainly rest upon his shoulders. Back in his residence, Crane Shadow quickly turned on his computer and looked through the information Dark Shadow had sent. Every time anyone in the sect went out for training, the higher-ups within it would send death guards to follow the disciples in secret, to check the situation of their training and to see if anyone was being unloyal to the sect. Not only was this a display of doubt toward the loyalty of anyone in the sect, this was one of the evils of the assassin sect. How could the people of the sect trust the sect when the sect did not trust them? Information was usually sent to a server dedicated for the higher-ups of the sect. Naturally, Shadowless also had his account and password. Although he was hidden away, it did not mean that he did not care about anything that happened in the sect. It was just that Shadowless had unknowingly described Xia Fei as a genius, for reasons unknown. Crane Shadow looked through all the information provided, from Dark Shadow and Xia Fei killing the giant python together and Xia Fei realizing Dark Shadow's plan, to his refusal to head into the trap set by the team of death guards. Reading all this gave Crane Shadow quite shocked. The thunder fury Xia Fei had used to deal the killing blow onto the giant silver snake was incredibly powerful. Crane Shadow believed that there were certainly fewer than 10 in the sect who could take a hit like that. It was evident that Xia Fei's strength was not as nondescript as his looks. What was even more incredible was that, not only did Xia Fei have the speed ability, he even possessed psychokinesis. It was unbelievable to say the least. Decent strength, incredible perception and analysis, with the blood of the assassin sect. No wonder my sect brother, Shadowless, was persuading me, muttered Crane Shadow as he leaned back on his chair and stared up at the ceiling. Crane Shadow could not help but be embarrassed when the blind Shadowless had a better understanding of this situation than he did, when he was the one who was the sect master of the sect. He then stood up and paced around the room with his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Shadowless stopped in his steps and muttered, "Perhaps the reformation of the sect starts with Xia Fei." Chapter 229, Change. Xia Fei was assigned a small room on the 10th floor. There were 3 bungalows standing side by side and even a courtyard at their doorstep. In it were many carnations that had been specially bred. These flowers were highly suited to the cold weather and would fully bloom even if the entire mountain was covered in snow. After assigning Xia Fei his room, the death guards quickly retreated as though they were not afraid that Xia Fei would try to escape. Phantom had finally calmed down after the initial excitement. The sect was still the same except for him, who was no longer alive and could only observe everything from afar. He also managed to see his highly respected master one last time, but Moon Shadow never approached them again. Right now, the thing highest on his list of priorities was helping Xia Fei escape this situation. After all, going to the training grounds to find the 6-leaf rain lotus had been Phantom's idea. Although Xia Fei did not blame him, Phantom could just not live that down. Phantom also knew how strict the sect was. First of all, there was the bunch of death guards who, after being brainwashed by mental abilities, were almost like machines. They hid in the mountains and observed the movements of every single disciple, immediately reporting to Dark Shadow, who was in charge of them, if anything out of the ordinary happened. Avoiding them was the first step to escaping. Once the warship was parked in the spaceport, it would be locked in by the strong magnet. The magnet must be disabled in order for them to leave. As it was managed by the death guards, barging into the control center and destroying the system would be no easy feat. There were other defense systems as well, so it was almost impossible to leave the planet without being ordered to do so, and because of these barriers, they were okay with leaving Xia Fei on the mountain, not fearing that he might escape. Phantom told everything about the sect's defense system to Xia Fei. After analyzing the requirements, Xia Fei concluded that he had no chance of escaping alone. Therefore, he started living in the courtyard. He would train every day and would walk around in the yard if he was feeling bored, taking in the flowers and moon. It was quite relaxing to say the least. 3 days passed by just like that. During the afternoon, Manatee would be over with a cart filled with 4 dishes and a soup as well as fruits and snacks. The food in the sect was not bad at all, at least, the portions were enough to satisfy Xia Fei. As Xia Fei could not leave, he was not as active as he was before and did not need absurd quantities of food to replenish his energy, yet he still insisted on finishing all the food sent to him. After arranging the plates and dishes, Manatee stood at the side with his head lowered as he waited for Xia Fei to finish so he could bring all the dishes back while asking if the latter had any requests. Xia Fei quickly finished all the food on the table while checking the disciple out constantly. Xia Fei knew through some small talk that Manatee was not even 14, yet he was over 1.9 meters tall. He had slightly dark skin, solid muscles and scruffy beard, none of which fit his age. Because of a lack of talent, Manatee was only doing chores in the sect and had no chance of working under a master to learn martial arts. In the sect, only official disciples who had gone through an assessment were designated a name, such as Wind Shadow or Moon Shadow. Everyone else got a random code name. Apparently, manatees had incredible strength and were quite quick in the water, and that was how he got his name. Xia Fei pointed at a stool and said, "Take a seat, you can't just stand there while I eat." Manatee shook his head honestly. "The master forbid me from sitting anywhere else other than my room, I need to stay standing wherever I go." His so-called master was just a head chef responsible for cooking around here. As for a master who taught him martial arts, he had no rights to go anywhere close to one. Xia Fei poured himself a bowl of cuttlefish soup before drinking all of it. At this moment, a rumble was heard from Manatee's stomach. He scratched his head in embarrassment on his simple face. "What's up? Haven't you eaten yet?" asked Xia Fei. "I accidentally dropped something when I was delivering food to the elder master yesterday, and I'm being punished with 3 days of no food," said Manatee. Xia Fei nodded and gestured at the food on the table with one hand. "I can't finish all this food, anyway, so how about you accompany me? I'll be punished if the masters finds out." Manatee quickly refused. Xia Fei smiled. "Your master isn't here. Either way, what's wrong with me inviting you to eat?" The feeling of an empty stomach was something one would only understand through experience. Although Manatee was afraid of being punished, his empty stomach was constantly protesting. He carefully grabbed a chicken leg that Xia Fei handed over and ate a third of it in one bite. He even chewed and swallowed the bones. Evidently, he was extremely hungry. Xia Fei lit a cigarette as he watched him eat with a smile on his face. "Manatee, you got injured again today." Ever since the first day, Xia Fei realized that Manatee's face was always filled with bruises, and the injury seemed to be growing continuously, too. His left eye was bruised the day before yesterday. It was slightly better yesterday, but his right eye was swollen, instead. It was even worse today, for there were blood stains on his nose that had not even dried yet, and there was a newly stitched wound on his forehead. "It's nothing, I fell when I was fooling around with the sect brothers," said Manatee. Xia Fei was left speechless. Anyone could tell that these were wounds from a beating, definitely not something from falling. Xia Fei took a few moments to think. "It's not good to lie, who hit you?" Manatee was an honest person. His face turned bright red when Xia Fei called out his lie and he said abashedly, "They didn't mean it." Xia Fei shook his head. "You're big, why didn't you retaliate?" Manatee set down the chicken leg that was cleanly devoured as he stared at the rest of the leftovers on the table. Judging from his size, one chicken leg obviously was not enough to fill him. Xia Fei passed him the dish filled with roast chicken, which Manatee grabbed and started devouring. "I'm strong, I might hurt them if I do," Manatee said as he ate. Xia Fei fired another question at him. "Do you think they considered if they're hurting you when they were doing that to you?" The pure-hearted Manatee went silent. Xia Fei continued. "I know you're trying to play nice, but not everyone deserves your kindness. It's enough just to take care of the people you like and treat you well. As for the others that don't matter, it doesn't matter if they die." Manatee asked in a confused tone, "How will I know which ones are important and which ones aren't?" Xia Fei smiled. "Simple. The people who normally treat you well and will help you when you are in trouble, they are the important ones." Manatee nodded. He cleared the leftovers on the table like a tornado before leaving in silence. Phantom smiled. "You turned a good kid bad." Xia Fei could not care less. "Was there anything wrong with what I said? Why should you care about those who are irrelevant? Might as well treat the people who really care about you kindly rather than those who don't." There was not a right or wrong with Xia Fei's words, but Phantom felt that there was something off with the argument, and he could just not figure out what it was in such a short time. At this moment, a disciple entered the room after knocking at the door. "Sect Master and the 3 elders would like to speak to you." Xia Fei nodded, leaving through the courtyard after putting on a jacket. There was a drizzle, which felt nice when they landed on the skin. The air was humid yet fresh. They were still in that small meeting room. Crane Shadow and his 3 sect juniors had not taken a moment's rest for 3 straight days. Shadowless suggested a few changes to the sect to Crane Shadow, who felt that it made sense after some contemplation, therefore, he came forward to Dark Shadow and the others for a discussion. There was always a difficulty when making changes to an old sect like this one. Even after a long discussion, the 4 of them never managed to reach a unanimous decision. Crane Shadow and the more forward-thinking Moon Shadow both agreed to forego some of the more inhuman rules and pick up talents with no restriction. They also agreed to be more lax on their sect juniors, giving them more privacy. The stubborn Silver Shadow and Dark Shadow were strongly against this. Silver Shadow felt that the rules that had been in place for years on years should never be changed. Dark Shadow, on the other hand, felt that once the restrictions were eased, a large number of members would leave immediately. People always sought freedom, and many of their sect juniors were only staying out of fear. Once they eased the restrictions and stopped punishing deserters, it would create a huge weakness in the sect in the short term. Changes like this could not be decided in such a short time, therefore, Crane Shadow suggested to deal with Xia Fei's matter first. As he was not part of the sect, he could not stay here forever, who knew what other incidents might even happen if he stayed here for long. Crane Shadow told everyone the results of his investigation. Nobody expected that Xia Fei could very well be a descendant of Blood Shadow. The 3 of them were skeptical as this did not entirely prove the relationship between Xia Fei and Blood Shadow. When Crane Shadow produced a picture of Blood Shadow, everyone was 80% convinced. Some things just could not be explained. An assassin who had nothing to do with Xia Fei turned out to resemble him, and combining the last sighting not to be far from Earth, as well as the theory that Xia Fei's abilities were passed down by his ancestors, it made them believe that there was indeed some relationship between Xia Fei and Blood Shadow. As they were speaking, Xia Fei arrived. Crane Shadow had Xia Fei sit down and said, "Xia Fei, how long has your family been on Earth?" Xia Fei took a few moments, "I'm not too sure, probably a few thousand years." Crane Shadow nodded. Blood Shadow left the discipleship 3,000 or so years ago, matching up with Xia Fei's timing, further cementing his beliefs. "All right. According to my research, it's highly likely that you are a descendant of someone from the discipleship named Blood Shadow. He left us thousands of years ago for the Enduro Star region," Crane Shadow said in a deep voice. Xia Fei was left speechless. He said all that casually, but he did not expect for this bunch of old men to actually assign him some ancestors. Nobody would enjoy casually having new ancestors. Xia Fei would have something to say about it if he was not pretending that everything was fine. Ancestors? The assassin sect. Xia Fei muttered in his heart. All of a sudden, Xia Fei had an idea. Chapter 230, Seaview Tower. In a way, it also means that I'm part of the assassin sect, asked Xia Fei. Now that he was knee-deep, he might as well go along and try to save his life. Who was Blood Shadow? Xia Fei did not know, nor did he want to find out. Yes. Technically, you're one of us. Has your family ever mentioned anything about this to you? Asked Crane Shadow. Xia Fei shook his head and said in a pitiful voice, I lost all my kin when I was young, I've never heard any of this. Crane Shadow nodded. Xia Fei's unfortunate past had him quite emotional. It appears that the stars lined up. Since you're already here, have you ever thought of joining the discipleship? Asked Crane Shadow. Xia Fei quickly nodded and said with a serious face. I have the same idea as well. Since my techniques are highly related to the assassin sect, it makes sense for me to follow your teachings. I just wonder if the elders are willing to take me in. As Xia Fei was saying this, he would direct his gaze onto Silver Shadow from time to time. Of course, Crane Shadow knew that Xia Fei killed Silver Shadow's disciples, and he thought that the young man was afraid of Silver Shadow causing some trouble. Phantom was left speechless. Xia Fei's acting was incredible. He was just like a nomad child who finally found his home. He had all the subtleties when he was speaking, fully expressing his intentions yet not being too exaggerated about it. Silver Shadow gave an unfriendly look to Xia Fei. Silver Shadow was already quite unhappy when Crane Shadow suggested letting Xia Fei live, so of course Silver Shadow was not about to agree to Xia Fei joining the discipleship, but as long as Crane Shadow had no objections, there was no need for him to voice his opinions. Crane Shadow spent a few moments thinking. He then observed Silver Shadow's expressions and sighed. Xia Fei, although you have strong connections with our discipleship, it's not quite right accepting you, too, for you have never gone through our teachings. How about you be an envoy for us, instead? An envoy? Xia Fei was confused. Crane Shadow patiently explained the tasks of an envoy, exaggerating slightly. He thought that Xia Fei, who had finally found this place after a lot of trouble and was eager to join the discipleship but found that he could not, must be feeling quite sad. He had no idea that Xia Fei was actually getting happier the more he explained. If he was an envoy, he would not need to stay holed up in this dump. No matter how one thought about it, it was much better than joining the sect itself, but on the surface, Xia Fei made his face look sadder and sadder, so as to appear quite upset that he could not join the discipleship. When Crane Shadow finished speaking, Moon Shadow furrowed his eyebrows. Currently, we have plans to reform the discipleship. I think that we should get rid of everything that we are standing for right now. However one views it, Xia Fei fulfills all the criteria of joining the discipleship. Why don't we take this opportunity and make the first step toward reformation? Phantom was hating on the fact that Xia Fei was lying to his discipleship, but Moon Shadow's words made Phantom think that it might not be a bad thing for Xia Fei to join his assassin sect. A big part of Xia Fei's abilities was taught by him, so it would almost be equivalent to him helping his discipleship if Xia Fei could return the favor in one way or another as he cultivated a qualified assassin. However, trouble followed wherever Xia Fei went, and this made Phantom slightly worried. It was not a good thing to bring trouble back to the discipleship, after all. Silver Shadow let out a cold snort. Sect brother Moon Shadow, Xia Fei has the blood of 2 members of the discipleship on his hands. We're already being nice by not taking his life. If we let him in and be trained as an assassin, many of our disciples will surely be unhappy. Moon Shadow laughed. Hat. Sect brother, I'm afraid that you're the unhappy one, aren't you? Green Shadow and Phoenix Shadow's secret has long been known to us from a long time ago. You're being too nice by giving them pity instead of death. For me, Xia Fei isn't guilty of anything by killing those shameless, useless things. On the contrary, why can't Xia Fei, who took action against those bad people, join our discipleship? Silver Shadow gave the armrest a strong slap and demanded angrily, Third brother, are you saying that I don't know how to discipline the people under me? Moon Shadow let out a sly smile and replied plainly, you were the one who said that, I didn't say anything. Xia Fei was getting nervous. He did not actually want to join the discipleship and become an assassin. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as there were many things awaiting to be done by him. Aside from the magnificent plan of building Titan, the competition was only a few weeks away, and it was up to him to put the name of Quantum Holdings out there. Please stop your quarrel, I'll follow the sect master's order. Crane Shadow thought that Xia Fei did not want an internal fight because of him and chose to back off. This made him admire Xia Fei more, as the young man knew to think for the greater good, as well as when to advance and retreat. All right. That's decided, Crane Shadow said, feeling slightly irritated. Xia Fei will be an envoy of the discipleship from today onward. According to the rules, the assassin sect will give you a skill to protect yourself with. You can pick the one you want at Seaview Tower early tomorrow morning. Xia Fei was slightly shocked. This meant that, not only did he get away with it, unpunished, he even benefited from all this, but where was this Seaview Tower? It seems that the sect elder has taken a liking to you. It's true that envoys of the discipleship will usually get a skill book, but usually, the sect master will pick a random irrelevant one. Nobody has ever been allowed to pick as they please. You've benefited quite a bit this time. Silver Shadow was obviously angry and said to Crane Shadow, Sect Elder, I think that isn't quite by the rules. Crane Shadow retorted with a serious look on his face, it's about time that we change the rules. Although Silver Shadow hated Xia Fei to the bones, no matter what, he did not dare disobey Crane Shadow's orders. He pretended that everything was fine but kept this incident in mind. No matter what, he could not let Xia Fei be too full of himself. Xia Fei woke up early the next morning. After having breakfast, he got a chair and sat in the yard as he enjoyed the white carnations with a cigarette. What's up? Are you in a hurry to return? Asked Phantom. Xia Fei nodded. After getting the skill book from Seaview Tower, I'll find an excuse to set out. I don't want to stay here a second longer than I need to. Phantom curled the corner of his mouth. He did miss his discipleship and was quite worried when the sect master said that he wanted to reform the discipleship. Who knew what he was planning? Phantom would be even more shocked if he found out that Crane Shadow planned to reform the discipleship from top to bottom. He grew up on this mountain, after all, so he had gotten used to everything quite early on and could not even imagine anything changing. Still, where is that Seaview Tower? Xia Fei asked. Oh, Seaview Tower is one of our skill book storages. It's on the 11th floor. Although it's not the most comprehensive or the biggest collection, it's the oldest one. Rumor has it that someone once found a space-tier hidden weapon technique. Who knows if that's true, said Phantom. Skill books were separated into 5 tiers: man, earth, heaven, space, and time. Space-tier skill books were incredibly rare in the Alliance. If he was able to get one of those skill books, this would have been a worthwhile trip. The discipleship was as old as the stars and they had countless skill books in their collections. Even the people who looked after these books had no idea just how many of them there were, so what he found was completely up to luck. If he was lucky, he might get a decent find. To Xia Fei, the potential benefits were secondary, the most important thing was to leave here as soon as possible to return to Earth. After all, Quantum Holdings was presented with the biggest opportunity in its history. Whether it could grab this opportunity or not and become a notable company in the Alliance all depended on its performance in the next few months. Xia Fei did not want the slightest mistake to occur after pouring in blood, sweat and tears for this potential harvest. After waiting nervously for an hour, an old man approached Xia Fei's courtyard and led him up the mountain. There was not much land on this planet, so one could start to see the sea beyond from the 6th floor onward. It was because of this that the Seaview Tower got its name. The mountain the discipleship resided on did not have a name, just like the planet. It was as though the founder wanted to remind the disciples to forget their names in order to become killers and be used to being alone. The sun shone on the front side of the mountain. Lush greenery was at the bottom, a cliff was behind him, and the endless ocean with waves stretched before him beyond the horizon. After walking around the mountain, they arrived at an old 5-story building that had the mountain close behind it. The Loki assassin sect usually lived in square bungalows, so 5-story buildings were a rare sight. The design of Seaview Tower was quite interesting. It utilized the mountain behind it, and despite being 5 stories tall, there was not a single drop of dew on it. One could easily miss it if they did not take a close look. The old man brought Xia Fei to the front of Seaview Tower, pointed at a closed door, and left. Xia Fei was in no hurry to knock on the door. Instead, he stood on the cliff and looked downward. The ocean here was quite different. The one at the front side of the mountain was extremely calm, yet it was quite violent here. Huge waves crashed on the sheer again and again, making sounds akin to explosion. What violent water, Xia Fei muttered. He turned around and faced the door. There were 2 huge bronze rings on the wooden door, of which the paint had long faded. Boom boom boom. Xia Fei knocked on the door thrice using the hoops before taking a few steps back as he awaited someone to open the door. A few moments later, the door finally opened and a wretched-looking person poked their head out to look at Xia Fei. He had a red nose, 2 rows of crooked teeth, eyes the size of soybeans, and messy, unshaven, white facial hair. He also had a hunchback that almost touched the ground. It was even more extreme than the hunchback of Notre Dame, and his looks were even more wretched, too. The inside of Seaview Tower was quite dim. The old hunchback brought Xia Fei to the basement without a word. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "Are the skill books underground?" Phantom shook his head. "It's my first time here, how would I know?" The hunchback opened the basement, and a rotten smell filled the air, but Xia Fei continued pushing on. The old man then closed the door, leaving Xia Fei alone inside. Watching Xia Fei being delivered into the basement, Silver Shadow, who was hiding in a dark corner, finally revealed himself. He nodded at the hunchback before leaving with a satisfied smile on his face. Chapter 231, Accidental Entrance. The basement was filled with at least 100 bookshelves, and needless to say, there were even more books on them. However, for many of these books, the paper on them had already started rotting, releasing a foul smell. Even if there were a few that managed to escape the rotting, they were probably torn into shreds by rats or insects. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. He did not expect the Seaview Tower to look like this. Technically, martial art secret manuals would never be written on normal paper and should have been through a special preservation treatment. The books in the basement were in horrible states, obviously from age and negligence. The narrow corridor led deeper into the basement. It was not a big room, and it only took Xia Fei 10 minutes to explore the entire place. Xia Fei stopped in his steps and picked up a book that was in a better condition off a bookshelf. Xia Fei almost fainted when he made out the title of the book. Bedroom Techniques. Xia Fei smiled and muttered to himself, "Phantom, do you people study this in your spare time?" Phantom was left speechless. This was also his first time entering Seaview Tower. He had no idea what went on inside, and all his knowledge of the books here was purely from the word of mouth. Xia Fei grabbed another book off the shelf, and upon closer inspection, it was Secret Techniques for Growing Plants and Vegetables, such as shortening the growth period of tomatoes by half. He then tossed it and picked up something else. This time it made more sense but was completely useless. It described secret techniques never to get drunk, useful for asserting dominance at the table. Xia Fei felt helpless. Obviously, everything in the basement was useless garbage, which was why they were dumped there without care. He turned around to head out of the basement and encountered the old hunchback, who was at the door smiling with his eyes. "Elder, there isn't anything I need. Can I pick somewhere else?" Xia Fei asked politely. Although he hated the fact that he was being toyed by the old man, he did not show any of it on his face. The old hunchback shook his head. "There are rules in the Seaview Tower, anyone who enters can pick whichever floor they like. Since you've already entered the basement, you can't enter the other floors. If you want to go to other floors, you'll have to do so next time. There are rules like that." Xia Fei spoke somewhat angrily. The old man moved toward the wall on the right of the hall. The wall was covered in a thick layer of dust, which resembled a grey cloth. The old man revealed an alloy plate that was inlaid in the wall. There were a few lines of words on the plate that proved the old man was not lying. Xia Fei curled the corner of his mouth, letting out a cold snort as he was prepared to leave. The old man was clearly having a go at him as he neglected to mention the rules earlier, leading him to the basement full of garbage. "Whatever secret skill book you have, I don't care about it, hide them as you like," Xia Fei thought to himself. The old hunchback then stuck his arm out to stop Xia Fei in his tracks. "The sect master ordered us to let you grab a suitable book. You can't leave without picking one." Xia Fei let out a bitter laugh. "These books serve me no purpose, I won't pick one." The old hunchback shook his head. "That won't do. Since you're already here, you must bring one with you, or else I'll need to explain that to the sect master." The meaning of his words was incredibly obvious. No matter what, he needed to pick a skill book. Xia Fei was not the one who made the rules here. Luckily, Xia Fei was picking books, not women, although a bit pathetic, it was not too horrible. If the basement was filled with horrible-looking women and this hunchback forced Xia Fei to take one of them home, that would make the ultimate tragedy. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei returned to the basement and slammed the oily alloy door shut, swearing a bunch alone in the room. He suspected that the old thing had gone a bit mad from staying in this deserted house for a long time. He would mess with whoever came here regardless of who they were in order to satisfy his twisted mentality. Although he was back in the basement, picking out a book from all these so-called secret manuals was a problem to Xia Fei. In truth, be it the bedroom techniques or tomato cultivation, everything posed some uses for Xia Fei. There were probably benefits to be had if he learned bedroom techniques. His winsome appearance was just for looking, after all, and if a speed ability user such as him learned techniques like that, he could satisfy those wealthy ladies so well it would reinvigorate them. Xia Fei then shook his head to get all those irrelevant thoughts out of his head. He then started looking through the bookshelves in hopes of finding something that was useful in the slightest bit. Even if he could not get a use out of it, it would not be bad as a gift, treating it as a souvenir from this nameless planet. There was a mural in the room that featured an old man. It was not particularly intricate, but it gave off a fairly imposing aura. This old man was effused by killing intent as though he was about to kill a god. Xia Fei happened to be looking at the books right next to the mural, and he was stopped in his tracks to take it all in. The person depicted on this mural made no efforts to conceal the evil within his heart. His eyes were faintly glowing as though he intended to kill anything that lived. However, his eyes were at an angle. Usually, the characters would look forward or toward the sky, but this mural was weird. His angry eyes were trained on the ground beneath Xia Fei's feet. Xia Fei unconsciously followed his gaze toward the ground underneath him. All of a sudden, his incredible perception allowed him to notice that the ground beneath him was different. Everywhere was tiled using slates with a red undertone, yet this slate had trails of blood, which were barely noticeable. It was as if there really was blood seeping into the stone. Hey! Xia Fei lowered his head and wiped off the dust from the ground. The oddities of this weird piece of rock was now clear as day. Upon closer inspection, the thin lines of blood looked almost as if they were flowing. Xia Fei then rubbed his eyes using his sleeve. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Why would there be blood flowing in a rock? The truth was clear as day. Xia Fei's eyes were not playing tricks on him but were incredibly sharp, instead. Under Xia Fei's guidance, Phantom also noticed the same incredible phenomenon. The person in the mural was looking at this specific rock, and this rock was different from everything else in the room. Everything had become incredibly interesting. Xia Fei investigated the rock thoroughly using his fingers, hoping that he could find a trigger or something. Unfortunately, the slate was as smooth as a mirror, it was nothing like a trigger. Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a second. He then shut his eyes and gently placed his finger on the rock to feel for its aura. Slowly but surely, a violent killing intent was transferred from Xia Fei's fingertips to his brain. It was as though the rock was alive, trying to force Xia Fei to let go using its aura. Xia Fei smiled and used his killing intent to fight against it. It was just a piece of rock, after all, even if it obtained killing intent for one reason or another. Its weak killing intent after the passage of many years was no match for Xia Fei's. Without much effort, Xia Fei surrounded it using his killing intent. Suddenly, a clicking noise was heard nearby. Xia Fei quickly stood up and saw a gap in the wall that would fit one person. His killing intent had actually triggered something. There was nothing else coming from the slate beneath him, even the fierce character in the mural regained a normal angle of view and was now looking forward. Xia Fei and Phantom had their mouths hung wide open from their shock. They had never heard of anything so strange. Rocks with killing intents, murals with changing eyes. What was going on? Xia Fei was in no hurry to go through the gap in the wall. He curiously approached the wall to inspect the mural first. He was shocked to see that, not only did the focus of their eyes change direction, even the killing intent disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he went from a killer to an ordinary old man. Xia Fei whirled his finger around the mural. The paint felt warm, and the areas with paint were noticeably thicker and more delicate than ordinary walls. Gritting his teeth, Xia Fei decided to prod away the layer of paint to take a closer look. At this moment, the door that opened slowly started closing. It only gave Xia Fei 0.01 second to react. He stomped on the ground and dashed into the dark just before the door closed. A dense thud was heard. The door finally closed itself, and Xia Fei had entered a totally unknown space. Xia Fei then blinked a few times and spent some time getting his eyes used to the darkness here. It was a flat passageway that was narrow and damp. Who knew where it led? All his equipment on him had been taken away. He did not have a weapon, no means of communication, and even no way of illuminating his surroundings. It was probably unwise to explore this dark and long passageway alone. "What now?" asked Phantom. Xia Fei smiled. "Since we're already here, let's relax a bit. Perhaps there are some secrets hidden here. How can we rest easy if we don't go exploring this?" Phantom furrowed his eyebrows. Xia Fei was an extremely curious person, and he got himself into all sorts of trouble because of that. Nevertheless, his intuition was correct. Xia Fei surrounded himself in trouble once again. Most importantly, despite Xia Fei not knowing what trouble he might encounter, his heart was telling him to proceed. Xia Fei smelled his finger and said in a deep voice, "The paint used on the mural had human blood mixed in." Phantom was shocked. "Human blood? Are you sure?" Xia Fei nodded as he flicked the small piece of paint on his fingertips into the dark. "Yes, although the paint changed the smell, it never completely got rid of the scent that was unique to human blood." Phantom was left speechless. Although Xia Fei was still quite young, he had taken many lives. In combination with his incredible sense of perception, it was not that hard for him to tell that there was blood mixed in with the paint. Xia Fei continued along this old passageway. The air was cold and moist, and it was so quiet here that only his footsteps could be heard, truly an environment that would make anyone nervous. Chapter 232, The Lunatic Slaughter Shadow. Nobody had expected the passageway to go on for this long. Judging by how far he had walked, Xia Fei was probably deep into the mountain. The passageway was built long ago, and there were many places that had collapsed. There were also countless cracks and rocks that were about to fall everywhere. Xia Fei could not help but slow down his steps, carefully traversing through the dark. He was quite worried by the condition of the passageway, but he did not consider retreating at all. One must take risks in order to get a reward, and Xia Fei subscribed to such a belief. In addition to that, he also had a strong desire to adventure and possessed nerves of steel, which propelled him onward. Phantom had his eyebrows locked. It was not because he felt fear, he was already a spirit and could not die a second time even if he wanted to. It was just that he never liked adventuring, especially venturing where life-threatening dangers could appear any time. After a few more twists and turns, the road ahead widened. It seemed like Xia Fei was now in a huge hall, though he could not make out how big it was in the darkness. His sharp eyes noticed that there was a trigger on the wall, and Xia Fei explored the area around it using his fingers. Xia Fei clicked the button and 4 large spotlights illuminated his surroundings. These lights got their energy from high-efficiency energy storage vessels, which was why they were still working after many years. However, the lights were not all that bright, glowing a faint yellow. Xia Fei looked around to discover that he was in a circular hall. The rock walls seemed to be far sturdier than before. There were also alloy structures supporting it, thus, there was no fear that it might suddenly collapse. There was a statue in the middle of the hall, and it looked exactly like the one on the mural he found in the basement. They had the same facial features and even the same violent aura. There was nothing else in the room. Xia Fei looked at the statue in confusion. No matter how he looked at it, the statue was not easy on the eyes. His gaze looked like everyone owed him money. There was also an obvious arrogance outside of the violent killing aura. Xia Fei thought that something was wrong. The entrance to this place was incredibly secluded and led to such a long passageway. Was all that just for this weird statue of an old man? Upon closer inspection, there were texts engraved at the bottom of the statue. Because of all the dust, Xia Fei could not quite make it out. Xia Fei wiped off the dust and read what was written with interest. According to the writing, the owner of the sculpture was the 22nd sect master of the Assassin's sect, Slaughter Shadow. It was him who established the passageway and carved the sculpture of himself. From the tone of the writing, this person was wildly arrogant and murderous. The clan must have been extremely violent and bloody when he was the sect master. However, the most infuriating part was the last line, for it claimed that anyone who saw his sculpture here must worship it, or else he would appear in person and cut them down even if he was dead. Xia Fei was extremely pissed off when he read this line. He was already in a bad mood after having gone through the passageway just to find a sculpture, but this arrogant person actually wanted him to worship him. Xia Fei would not give in even if the one before him was the master of the universe, much less someone who was just the sect master of the assassin sect once. Xia Fei then lifted his foot in the air and aimed it onto Slaughter Shadow's thigh. "Who do you think you are?" Xia Fei said angrily. Phantom quickly yelled, "Don't! No matter what, he's an ex-sect master. Show some respect." Unfortunately, Phantom was a bit slow with his words. Even if Xia Fei did hear him, he would still kick the statue without hesitation. This man was so arrogant that even his words after death were disgusting. Xia Fei kicked with all his might, splitting the almost 10-meter statue in half from his thigh all the way up. The statue tilted and fell towards Xia Fei. He dodged it in the flash and witnessed the massive sculpture disintegrate as it fell onto the ground. There was already a lot of dust on the ground, and combined with the rubble from the fallen statue, a cloud of dust was whipped up in the hall, making it difficult to see. "I'm sorry, you were a bit slow with your words," Xia Fei told Phantom with a smile. He quickly apologized as he knew that Phantom obsessively followed his discipleship's teachings and would never forgive him if he did anything to damage its reputation. Phantom turned pale. The biggest mistake had been made. It was a matter of fact that it was Xia Fei who destroyed the statue, and he could not save it no matter what. In truth, Phantom actually had something to say about this slaughter shadow. The latter's words were too arrogant, after all, and totally did not match the low-key style of his discipleship, but since it was a former sect elder, he had to defend the person even if it was just a bit. A few moments later, when the dust settled, Xia Fei furrowed his eyebrows. Something was not quite right. In theory, that massive rock sculpture should be incredibly sturdy, but Xia Fei's kick disintegrated it immediately. Moreover, it was just like a tempered glass, all the pieces were of similar sizes. It was odd, incredibly odd. Unless the person who made the sculpture added some sort of chemical, it would not be like this just from a kick. What was even more intriguing was that the statue revealed another hole, resembling a well, on the base of it after it fell. It was pitch black and had a metal staircase to help people get down. Xia Fei investigated the hole with knitted eyebrows. He could only see how bottomless it was. There was also a rotten smell in the air, but it was still breathable. "What's going on?" Phantom asked with his eyes wide open. Xia Fei shook his head. "It seems that the statue existed to be destroyed, there wouldn't be a second entrance otherwise." "Why did you say that?" Phantom asked curiously. Xia Fei pointed at the rubble on the ground. "Have you seen stone shatter into such even fine pieces before?" Phantom shook his head. Xia Fei then pointed at the hole. "Have you seen a statue that hid an entrance in its base?" Phantom shook his head again. There needed not be any other questions as everything pointed to one fact: it was all planned. Xia Fei was just a butterfly, which started an effect with a gentle flap of its wings. Xia Fei waited for a few minutes to allow the rotten smell to vent out before going down the staircase. Only with his own eyes could he ascertain the truth, and Xia Fei, who was extremely curious, would not want to give up this opportunity. Xia Fei reached the bottom after descending for 100 or so meters. Just when Xia Fei touched the ground, the surroundings lit up, revealing an even bigger secret room with even more sculptures. All sorts of sculptures. All of that person called Slaughter Shadow. All sorts of positions, all sorts of looks. Some looked as if he was in combat, while some looked as if he was guiding the sect. They were all different, but there was one thing in common: the incredible arrogance. Xia Fei let out a hearty laugh. This guy is really out of his mind. As if one statue wasn't enough, he erected so many here too. He's really as arrogant as they come. Phantom sighed and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, he's still once a sect master of the discipleship, can't you give him a bit of respect?" Xia Fei curled the corner of his mouth. "But I'm not one of your sect. Either way, this guy is completely arrogant. How aren't you one of us? Didn't the sect master gloriously appoint you as an envoy?" Phantom retorted. "Glorious?" Xia Fei muttered with a smile. Just as they bickered, a projected screen suddenly turned on. There was a person on it, precisely that violent and arrogant Slaughter Shadow. Xia Fei was slightly shocked. He quickly observed his surroundings, and after ensuring that nothing out of ordinary was going on, he crossed his arms and looked at the person with a smile on his face. This guy was born with a fierce look and a pair of cold eyes. The best part was his pose. He had one foot on a rock as he gazed into the horizon like the king of the world. Suddenly, the person spoke. "I'm a fucking brute, I don't really know any great wisdom or anything, but I only know one thing: if I've got the strength, I must show it, I must be arrogant, and I must be crazy." Xia Fei and Phantom were shocked. No matter what, this person was once a sect master of the sect, but his words sounded as if they came from a total lowlife, vulgar and completely arrogant. Xia Fei could not contain his laughter, whereas Phantom was a bit embarrassed. He did not expect that the discipleship, which had always been low-key, had someone like this in its history. The fierce-looking slaughter shadow continued speaking. When I was young, my master didn't take a liking to me, so I killed that old thing and became the sect master myself. The rules can stuff themselves. I just like to kill, and what is anyone going to do about it? But I couldn't manage to cultivate an eternal life. One day, I'll go to hell and see those old bastards. But what about all the secret techniques and weapons I've collected? Don't tell me to pass them down to the others in the sect? Those idiots are all weak, they aren't fit for my stuff. Other than someone who's as arrogant as I am, nobody else can own my shit. So I thought, I have to find a way to leave my stuff to someone who can actually use it, someone who's also ruthless, arrogant and scummy, and the person must be lucky, too, not like me who's had terrible luck my entire life. Everyone in the sect knows that the thing I hate most is thinking. I thought for 5 whole years and finally came up with the ultimate plan. Xia Fei could not help repress his laughter. Judging from the person's brutish looks, his brain cells were not his strong suit. He even described it as the ultimate plan. The brutish man really did not understand the meaning of being embarrassed. I'm talking about you. Slaughter Shadow suddenly pointed to the middle of the room where Xia Fei was standing. One might even think that he came back alive only to point at Xia Fei. You're ruthless, even daring to kick my statue, and I just want to pass down my stuff to someone who isn't afraid of anything. Whoever dares to wreck me, I'll pass down my stuff to them. Pass down stuff? Xia Fei and Phantom were shocked. Turned out that this person did have something in him, managing to think of such a convoluted way to find his successor. At this moment, Slaughter Shadow looked at Xia Fei with an angry look on his face and asked loudly, "Ask yourself these, do I fear death? Am I ruthless? Am I mad?" Chapter 233, Bloodthirsty Ice God and Bloodthirsty Screech. At this moment, Slaughter Shadow looked at Xia Fei with an angry look on his face and asked loudly, "Ask yourself these, do I fear death? Am I ruthless? Am I mad?" Slaughter Shadow started scratching his chin upon after rattling all that off, muttering with knitted eyebrows, "But no matter who you are, by the time you see this video, I am probably already dead, I won't be able to hear your response. Whatever, either way, if you dare destroy my statue, it means that you've got balls. I can't use them when I'm dead, so you can have my stuff." Xia Fei and Phantom were left speechless. Obviously, Slaughter Shadow's thinking and logic were a bit basic, and his words and actions came purely from his heart. Who knew how this character came to be the sect master of the discipleship? Even though he did kill the master, he should have faced resistance from his sect brothers. Alas, there was no way for them to investigate the past. What both Xia Fei and Phantom understood was that the person was a crazed killer. Phantom pursed his lips together. If Xia Fei had not kicked that statue of Slaughter Shadow, this secret would have probably remained undiscovered forever. Slaughter Shadow's logic was not completely terrible. He wanted to find someone who was crazy enough to inherit his ultimate technique. If an ordinary disciple saw this former sect master, they would not do anything about it even if he was more arrogant. After all, it was the sect's teaching to follow rules and abide by their master's orders no matter how wrong the commands were. Xia Fei, on the other hand, in terms of arrogance, he definitely had some in him. He also had some craziness, and most importantly, he did not care 2 hoots about the sect, thus, he could kick the statue of that ex-sect master without a care in mind. It was because of that the person who could inherit Slaughter Shadow belongings was Xia Fei, not anyone else in the sect. It might seem like a pure coincidence, but it was not just that. If it was Phantom who found this mysterious place, he would probably be leaving empty-handed. Thereafter, Slaughter Shadow mysteriously started laughing, but because of how ferocious he looked, he did not appear happy when he did, looking like a real demon, instead. These items are great, but there are few who understand their value, only the violent and crazy people can manage them. I hope that you like my belongings, and I wish you good luck too. Kill all the people who you want to kill, or not kill. As he finished speaking, the recording of Slaughter Shadow disappeared, and the entire hall regained its silence. A few yellow lights started illuminating their surroundings after flickering a few times, turning the darkness into a faint yellow hue. Xia Fei walked around the perimeter of the hall. Nothing else was there outside of Slaughter Shadow's 4 statues, definitely no weapons or secret techniques. The unsatisfied Xia Fei patrolled the area twice more, inspecting every nook and cranny of the hall. He poked and prodded with his finger and even got his nose involved, but still he found nothing. Xia Fei was quite annoyed and said angrily, "This old man was lying. Where's the stuff? Boom! Xia Fei turned another statue into rubble, and when the dust settled, he was shocked to discover something hidden inside the statue. It was a combat suit, supported by a metal frame, that was inside the statue. A reinforced glass surrounded the suit, protecting it from external environments. Only after Xia Fei's kick did it get revealed. Xia Fei quickly removed the reinforced glass and grabbed the combat suit for a closer inspection. The suit was a mix of black and grey. It was a mysterious color to say the least, as though it would change between black and grey depending on the environment. What was even weirder was its shape. Normally, combat suits would be a tight fit and would not have anything protruding. Even accessories such as goggles or masks should also be made as small and as lightweight as possible and hidden somewhere inconspicuous. As for this combat suit, it had a fierce and unrestrained exterior. Ferocious would probably be the best word to describe it. The sleeves, gloves, and boots of the combat suit had barbs that were barely noticeable. They were incredibly sharp and could penetrate an enemy's defenses and slice through their skin with ease. Xia Fei was utterly shocked. No matter how one looked at it, the combat suit was nothing ordinary. Every barb and every hidden dagger had its uses, as though this suit existed to take lives, no matter how dangerous or ruthless they were. "Look," said Phantom in a deep voice as he pointed to something. Xia Fei followed where Phantom was pointing and found a small, silver metal plate from the pocket of the combat suit with some texts written on it. This combat suit is called the Bloodthirsty Ice God. It's not the highest ranking, legendary intermediate stage, but its most important use is to kill and draw blood. You can figure out the other quirks for yourself. Slaughter Shadow. Xia Fei smiled and threw the metal plate onto the ground. Only someone who was as crazed for killing as Slaughter Shadow would collect such a unique combat suit. Every simple detail of the suit was designed for ending lives, even the buttons had the taste for blood. "What a cruel combat suit, but I like this thing," Xia Fei said as his eyes glistened with excitement. He was currently wearing the combat suit Thuram had given him. It was something ordered by the Adjudicator Union, but there was nothing special about its craftsmanship. Xia Fei had always thought that, be it a ship or just a glove, things should be unique, and this bloodthirsty ice god was definitely unique in brutality and ferociousness. Xia Fei was not a member of an animal protection foundation or anything, nor did he have a habit for empathy. One must always be ruthless toward their enemy. This was words he lived by, therefore, he took a great liking to the bloodthirsty ice god. After some thought, Xia Fei changed into the suit immediately. Looks were half the battle, as they said. After Xia Fei changed into the violent combat suit, it was as if he had become a whole new, different person. Phantom shook his head from the side, for Xia Fei was presently exuding palpable killing intent. Even though he was not releasing his aura, he had gained a cold, murderous aura, completely different from the usually approachable Xia Fei. "How does it look?" Xia Fei asked with a smile. Phantom thought for a few moments. "Of course, the suit is great, but it's too explicit. Your violent aura is usually well hidden, but with the suit on there's no way you can do that. It made it worse if anything." Xia Fei smiled. "It's great then." Phantom shook his head. "You will have trouble performing any assassination with the bloodthirsty ice god on, because its killing intent easily reveals your intentions." Xia Fei nodded. "Perhaps so, but on a battlefield, this suit will provide me with even more attacking power, a rare top-tier item to say the least." Xia Fei had long realized that he should not have just one combat suit, weapon, and warship for every circumstance. Different things should be used under different circumstances, and the bloodthirsty ice god had provided Xia Fei with a whole new option. Xia Fei approached the second statue. Xia Fei clenched his right fist and released a short yet sturdy fist blade. Boom! Xia Fei blew the statue into smithereens with one punch. The incredible sound that was released shook him to his core, making it seem as if the entire hall was shaking from the foundation. A huge amount of dust slowly fell from the ceiling. In truth, Xia Fei did not use much strength at all. It was the fist blade fitted on his glove, along with the suit's aura of destruction, that sharpened his blow, making it much stronger than it would originally be. Xia Fei stared at his fist, unable to believe what had happened. Who would have thought that the bloodthirsty ice god had such attacking power? The moment he launched his punch, he could feel that the force behind it had reached new heights. Not bad. Not bad at all. Even Phantom nodded his head with approval. Although the combat suit looked incredibly violent, there was no doubting its power when launching attacks, as expected from something made to kill humans. Just like the one before, there was a reinforced glass in this sculpture, and this time, it was protecting a maroon longsword. Xia Fei held the long sword in his hand and could feel its weight. It was also incredibly cold to the touch, as if he were holding an ice cube. He proceeded to wave it around a few times. The sword let out a hum as it sliced through the air. Xia Fei was not weak by any means, but this heavy long sword was a bit much for him. Xia Fei guessed that it weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. It had a long, narrow body, just like an enlarged samurai sword. The hilt could be held with 1 or 2 hands, it also had refined deerskin wrapped around it to improve grip. Most importantly, there were barbs and a bloodletting groove on the sword. Once hit by the sword, it would probably gouge out the enemy's innards, and the long groove could draw out all of the enemy's blood in no time, possibly killing them from too much bleeding, turning them into a mummy. It was definitely a weapon made to kill. Showing off its raw violence and its formidable strength. Xia Fei looked at the long sword with glee for a few moments before setting it aside. He grabbed another silver metal plate underneath the glass cover, which had a description of the sword. This sword is known as Bloodthirsty Screech. This baby is forged from over half a ton of rainbow alloy. This weapon will feel cumbersome to anyone who doesn't know how to wield it, and the best for killing others in the hands of someone who knows how to use it. Slaughter Shadow. Xia Fei let out a hearty laugh. He was liking this Slaughter Shadow assassin more and more as everything he left behind fit his style. The sword itself was a killer weapon, and the more violent and crazier the user was, the more it could be utilized. This was something that Xia Fei and Slaughter Shadow had in common. Phantom furrowed his eyebrows. Ever since putting on the bloodthirsty ice god, he felt that Xia Fei was not quite the same person. He was getting more and more violent, and when he picked up Bloodthirsty Screech, he could not quite recognize the young man in front of him. The ultimate killer. With Bloodthirsty Ice God on him and Bloodthirsty Screech in his hand, Xia Fei had become the ultimate killer, showing off his violent and cruel nature with every move. 2 pieces of equipment, 2 surprises. Xia Fei could barely stop himself from breaking the 3rd statue as he eagerly looked forward to the next surprise. Chapter 234, Blood Crystal. The 2 statues had a combat suit and a brutish long sword respectively, and both items possessed the violent and murderous aura that Slaughter Shadow had when he was alive. There were still 2 other statues that had not yet been destroyed, and who knew what was inside each. Xia Fei destroyed the 3rd statue with a punch. This time, it contained an exquisite dagger, about his palm size with 2 blood-red gems embedded on each side. Blood Crystal. Phantom was extremely excited. Xia Fei was slightly shocked, then hastily held it in his hand. Do you recognize this dagger? Phantom nodded. The dagger is called Blood Crystal. Legend has it that it's made from a special type of metal and will only reach its maximum attacking power after absorbing sufficient fresh blood. As for how it does that, I can't say. Absorb fresh blood? This thing absorbs blood? Xia Fei asked curiously. On the surface, it looked prettier than the usual dagger, but there was not anything out of the ordinary in terms of its craftsmanship. Its edge was not even as sharp as that nameless dagger in his possession. Xia Fei tried dragging it across some rock and saw that it did not even leave behind a scratch, only realizing that the blade did not have an edge after feeling it with his finger. A blade this blunt could not even be used to kill a chicken, much less a human. What was wrong with this? Phantom said in a deep voice, the dagger will only reveal its true strength after absorbing sufficient fresh blood. Currently, it's just a useless blunt dagger. Can it be any blood? Asked Xia Fei. It must be fresh human blood. Xia Fei was shocked. Who would have thought that such a harmless-looking, elegant, little dagger needed to feed on human blood? He had not heard of anything so violent and murderous. He then took a look at the metal plate that came with it, on which Slaughter Shadow wrote, "This dagger is as evil as it gets. Blood crystal was forged by our ancestors. It lives solely to drink blood. The stronger the person the blood belongs to, the faster it will reach full strength. Unfortunately, despite all the people I killed in my time, I wasn't able to revive it. It's rumored that the day this dagger is revived, skies will dim and oceans will boil. It's one of my greatest regrets to be unable to witness that happen." Xia Fei could not help but furrow his eyebrows after reading this. Slaughter Shadow used the word revive, seemingly treating this tiny dagger as a living being. He was now quite intrigued. Why would the word revive be used on a piece of metal? Moreover, according to Slaughter Shadow, he had been unable to revive Blood Crystal with his lifelong killings. He was not skeptical about the truth of the statement, only shocked. It was not hard to tell from Slaughter Shadow's actions that he had been a ruthless person when he was still alive. Even he could not tell how many lives he had taken in his time, yet even someone as murderous as he was could not revive this blood crystal, and from this, one could infer the incredible amount of blood that the dagger needed. The term sea of blood suddenly popped into Xia Fei's mind. Could it be that the dagger required blood as plentiful as the ocean to be revived? The thought sent shivers down Xia Fei's spine. Even the usually brave him was shocked by the thought of a sea of blood. "What else do you know about it?" asked Xia Fei. Phantom shook his head regretfully. "A long time ago, when I was reading through some documents from the sect, I came across a description of the blood crystal. I think that this dagger was used by the founding sect master, which was then lost somewhere. The documents also had a picture of the dagger, which was how I recognized it. I didn't expect for it to end up in the hands of Slaughter Shadow." Xia Fei felt that Phantom was thinking of something else and said with a smile, "This dagger was given to me by one of your sect elders, don't even think about asking me to return it to the section." Phantom pouted. Xia Fei had always cared more about money than his life, and anything he found would be his. Unless someone were to forcefully take it away from him, they should not even expect him to hand it over voluntarily. Deep down, Phantom was an honest man. The thought did cross his mind, but since Slaughter Shadow had made it clear that whoever destroyed his statue would inherit his belongings, and Xia Fei just happened to be the brave person who dared destroy the statue, what he had found should belong to him. Xia Fei holstered blood crystal on his waist. This trip to the secret chamber was incredibly rewarding. Be it the combat suit, the violent longsword, or this blood crystal, each was more precious than the last. Even more amazingly, all these pieces of equipment had unique characteristics to them. Although they were excessively violent, it still had to depend on who they were used on. If it was on an enemy, Xia Fei still believed that these weapons were not arrogant enough, it would be best if they could shake his enemy to their core. There was one last statue that had not yet been broken. Xia Fei had no way of knowing what was inside, but needless to say, it should be as violent and murderous as the last three items. Because Slaughter Shadow was a murderous person, everything he liked had a brutish aesthetics. The last statue was him holding a non-existent bow in his left hand, while he pointed toward the sky with his right hand. Xia Fei gave the sculpture a good punch, turning it into smithereens. At this moment something unthinkable happened. The entire hall started shaking. The passageway outside began to collapse right after the statue fell. The sounds of rocks falling was deafening. The entire hall was shaking from its foundation as if there was an 11-magnitude earthquake, making it difficult to stand. Xia Fei quickly dodged under an alloy support. The supports here were much sturdier than anywhere else and were most likely to survive the catastrophic collapse. A few moments later, the hall became filled with dust. Xia Fei fortunately managed to survive that horrific earthquake with the help of the alloy support, but the only way out was sealed shut by rubble and he was now stuck in this chamber. Because of the passing of time, the passageway had become quite brittle. Xia Fei reckoned that he had caused a chain reaction with his incredible punch and was quite bothered by it. He regretted not being gentler. Great! You've collapsed the only way out. It seems that you have to stay in this cave that nobody knows about, Phantom jested as there was nothing else he could do in this situation. Xia Fei waved away the dust with his sleeve. Because this was right in the middle of the mountain, he had to dig through kilometers of rock to leave this place, and that was much easier said than done. Because of how much of a hurry he was in, Xia Fei was completely unprepared. Forget weapons, he did not even pack food and water. Before he could dig his way out, he would die first from dehydration. It was a dire situation to say the least. Luckily, Xia Fei was more patient than the average person. Since he was now stuck here, there was no point in sulking, and he would much rather move on from the fact. He approached the location of the last sculpture to find out what he had trapped himself in the mountain for. There was a thin book and another silver metal plate within a reinforced glass. Xia Fei took a look at the metal piece first to discover it stating, "Don't think that my stuff is easy to come by, you should suffer some for destroying my statues. You want to get out? Figure that out yourself." Xia Fei felt a chill in his heart, turns out Slaughter Shadow is still waiting here for me. Chapter 235, Origin Book. In the end, Xia Fei was fooled by Slaughter Shadow as the passageway collapsed, trapping him in the secret chamber. Xia Fei's acute sense of touch let him feel that more text could be found behind the plate, so he turned it around and took a look. "How's that? Got scared shitless by it, right? There's actually another path that leads outside, it's up to you to discover it, though." Xia Fei flung the metal plate with a flick of his wrist. It followed an arc and sank into the wall with the precision of a surgical incision. He gritted his teeth. Not only was Slaughter Shadow cruel, he was also apparently a prankster, for him to come up with something like this to torture his inheritor. There was another passageway outside, but where was it? He had checked this hall twice and discovered nothing out of the ordinary. If there really was a passageway, it should be incredibly well hidden. He then grabbed the thin book that was encased within the reinforced glass. No matter what, he had to take things step by step. Thus, Xia Fei decided to check what the last item Slaughter Shadow had left behind was. The book had fewer than 30 pages and weighed nothing in his hands. The paper was made of a special plant fiber that smelled of blood as if it had been soaked in a slaughterhouse for years. Origin. Xia Fei read the title aloud. The font was old yet elegant, and it was obviously handwritten, not printed. Normally, due to the special status and heritage of technique books, they were unlikely to be printed in large quantities. If it was, it would not be much of a secret. Therefore, most secret technique books were hand-copied by trusted people, and Origin was obviously such a case. Xia Fei quickly looked through it. He was incredibly quick at reading books and had superhuman comprehension, so it did not even take him 2 minutes to read the entire book. Xia Fei let out a gentle sigh. It was not a book on combat technique or anything like that, it was about how to take in the universe's origin power. It was said that the universe's source of power was a special energy generated when it was formed but had quickly disappeared after the universe's inception. However, a type of mysterious crystal was able to absorb a large amount of such energy and was able to store it in even now. This was the heart of spirit. The Adjudicator Union could be how it was today because it was able to provide itself with a steady supply of elite warriors, and this was because they had out how to let the human body absorb pure energy. When Xia Fei was in the Heaven Execution training camp, he understood the process well, but because there were side effects when too much was taken, he always erred on the side of caution. His body was the money maker, it would be a shame if he ruined it because of greed. The opening of the 7th brain region was the same case. Although Xia Fei's 7th brain region was completely open, it was also due to that he had lost the ability to increase his cultivation naturally. It was as if there was always a balance at work, gaining often came with losing, and the more one gained, the more they lost. This book went through how to let the human body absorb the universe's origin power, and once mastered, anyone with decent abilities would experience rapid growth with the help of the heart of spirit. Of course, there was a price for such a training method. First of all, the amount taken must be strictly managed. It was just like adding more water to a pool of water, anybody could grasp the concept of overfilling. Second, because the universe's source energy was too violent, it would put incredible strain on the body if directly absorbed and must be converted into rays that humans could absorb before being directed into the human body. No doubt that there would be huge wastage in energy during the conversion process. In order to absorb 100 units of energy, one must spend at least 1000 units, for a huge portion of it would be lost in the air during the absorption process. Considering how expensive hearts of spirit were, using them to increase one's performance rapidly was an exceedingly expensive method. Thankfully, the Adjudicator Union was not short on money at all and could provide a small number of members with such incredible techniques. There were 3 ways of converting the energy. The first was known as wave warp. It was the simplest and easiest to perform, as well as the method of choice in the training room of the Adjudicator Union. Although wave warp was cheap, it had a very low degree of conversion from the heart of spirit. If the human body absorbed too much of the waves, it might cause nausea, vomiting, and even irreparable damage. Also, this method made the people using them more volatile and prone to anger. The invisible rays were like raging fires, fierce and difficult to tame. Xia Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the side effects of wave warp was this severe? Thankfully, he did not take in much of the energy when he was in the Heaven Execution training camp, but who knew if Moon Song and Chen Dan, who had exposure to it for over 2 years, had developed any side effects? He would want to warn them if he could. If the first method was setting oneself on fire, the second method could be compared to sealing oneself in thousands of miles of ice. Although the energy was tamer after conversion, it still had incredible side effects. Outside of the damage on the body, the worst part was that it could make the user world-weary, even possessing suicidal tendencies. The people who took in energy using the second method could suddenly become withdrawn and be uninterested in anything and anyone around them, becoming quite gloomy. If they continued taking in energy, it might cause extreme mental damage, such as hallucinations. Xia Fei shook his head. The second method would not do, either. Although wave warp had strong side effects, at least it did not have mental damage. Sometimes, mental damage was worse than a bloody wound. They said ignorance was bliss, but who was willing to become mentally ill or mentally handicapped because of it? Humans were different because of their ability to think critically and learn. If they lost that ability, would they be any different from walking corpses? There were also the world weariness and suicidal tendencies. Xia Fei would seek death rather than get bored of living. Suicidal tendencies were even worse, so he did not like the second method at all. The last method, known as gentle conditioning, was much more agreeable than the other options. This method completely avoided the shortcomings of the previous two methods. It neither caused any damage to the body nor made the user hate life, but this gentle concept was not perfect, either. Contrary to its name, gentle conditioning did not make its user gentler but, instead, made them more bloodthirsty. Using this method to cultivate oneself would form a line of thinking similar to cult members and would become indifferent to life, human or otherwise. One would not even blink an eye when they randomly killed others. Xia Fei laughed. Not bad. The last gentle conditioning sounds decent. I still have a purple heart of spirit in my spatial ring. It has plenty of energy in it, we can try it sometime once we make it out of here. He did not really care about the mentioned side effect. In Xia Fei's mind, all of the pathological manifestations were because of insufficient will. If someone had the nerves of steel, they would not waver just because of some side effects. Xia Fei had always been confident in himself and cared not about something in his consciousness. As long as his body was in good condition, he was of the belief that any obstacle could be overcome by his will. He continued reading the manual and discovered that the requirements for converting the heart of spirit into gentle conditioning waves were high. Not only did it have strict requirements in terms of equipment, it also required a purple heart of spirit of the highest purity. In addition, it produced the greatest conversion losses of all the three methods. Even a tiny piece of purple heart of spirit could be in the hundreds of millions. Such expenditure and wastage was not something he could simply afford. The Adjudicator Union probably had similar information on the matter, which was why they would use Heart of Spirit to improve the strength of the members as quickly as possible, but because of how expensive it was, they had chosen to use the cheapest method. Xia Fei put the book away. The 4 items Slaughter Shadow left behind were now in his hands, all there was left to do was escape from this place. Phantom had a long face, evidently not having a better plan. The air quality was decreasing. Now that he was in a sealed space, oxygen consumption was a very real problem. No matter what Xia Fei had under his sleeves, there was nothing he could do sans oxygen. The nameless combat suit and the new bloodthirsty ice god both had a tiny air canister. Xia Fei had already used up half of the oxygen supply on the nameless combat suit, combined with the bloodthirsty ice god, both could provide about an hour of oxygen supply. Including the leftover oxygen in the chamber, Xia Fei estimated that he had at most 3 hours. In a span of 3 hours, he could get intimate with his favorite woman until exhaustion, he could stuff himself with chocolate until he exploded, he could practice all of crafty thrust, breath control and the beast spirit codex, but this was no time for such things at all when his life was on the line. Just as before, Xia Fei checked the secret chamber in detail once more, leaving no gap or speck of dust unchecked. Moreover, he tried to keep his heartbeat and blood flow in control to reduce exertion. Most disappointing was that there was nothing just as before. The walls were completely sturdy with no signs of the mentioned path. Extreme times required extreme measures. Xia Fei sat cross-legged in the secret chamber. He was working his brain out, thinking through everything that had happened ever since he walked through the passageway. From the structure of the secret chamber to Slaughter Shadow's personality, nothing was overlooked. Xia Fei tried to imagine that he was Slaughter Shadow and thought using his logic. If I were Slaughter Shadow, where would I hide the secret passage, and how would I hide it? Is it enough just to be crazy? Does Slaughter Shadow have any other hopes or requirements for the successor to his belongings? The clock ticked as Xia Fei tried to figure something out and remained calm. The more critical the moment, the calmer he had to be. The air quality was getting worse as time passed, not leaving much time for Xia Fei to ponder. Chapter 236, Guests Arriving. Just as the passage collapsed with Xia Fei trapped in the mountain, an Amarian Tyrant-class cruiser appeared in the orbit of Nameless. This warship bore the same visual characteristics that all Amarian warships possessed, a shiny golden exterior and bulky size, with this somber sensation that gave it an imposing aura. An elderly man was standing with his hands behind his back on the cruiser's bridge, staring out at the azure planet below. He had a skinny frame, and his 2 eyes shone with vigorous spirit. His white goatee hung down to his chest, his eyebrows growing to such length that its ends trailed down to his cheekbones. Dressed in pure white robes, such a human would have been called a wizened sage if he was on earth, but it was unfortunate that his hooked nose and shifty beady eyes ruined this image, instead giving off the look of someone very scheming and sinister. Beside him was a youth 17 to 18 years old. Despite his young age, he had plenty of wrinkles on his face, giving him a very aged look. This youth was thickly built, looking very much like a misshapen soccer ball, one with plenty of wrinkles. He was currently mimicking the pose of the elderly man, his two hands behind his back while gazing out at planet Nameless. However, while the elderly man's eyes withheld the vicissitudes of life, the youth's eyes were empty and meaningless, merely a superficial imitation of the elderly man. "Master, should we fire off a message to signal our arrival?" asked the youth. The elderly man shook his head slowly, replying with his sharp and clear voice, "Message them? Humph! We're going to barge directly into the assassin's sect, there's nothing needed to be said to them." The youth nodded repeatedly. "Master is right. At this rate, the number 1 hitman organization will no longer be the assassin's sect, so there's no need to be courteous against these people." Though chubby in size, this youth's head was empty, and he was best at flattering his master. The elderly man chuckled as he nodded. "Feng Yuan, the assassin's sect is well renowned at the end of the day. Though their strength isn't what it used to be, even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, you'd best not underestimate them." The young man hurriedly saluted in deference. This is why the master remains the master, able to see things so clearly in everything he does. This young one will remember this, but I won't be merciful to the enemies this time. After all, master's prestige matters more than this young one's life. The elderly man chuckled softly. Feng Yuan's words of flattery made him feel good, patting the youth's round head as he could not help but feel quite delighted. The Tyrant-class cruiser rapidly made for Nameless, circling in the air several rounds before it landed on the dedicated spaceport the assassins used as if it was showing off. The discipleship was well defended, its radar system already reporting each and every move the cruiser made. Few, if any, outsiders were given entry to Nameless, and even less would brazenly barge in like what they had just done. The ground control and the sect itself were momentarily thrown into chaos, with everyone confused over what these intruders wanted. Boom! The Tyrant-class cruiser purposely let out a huge burst of flames from its thrusters, sending the nearby smaller ships parked at the tarmac flying before it happily made landing. The assassin's sect usually kept to small missions, so a destroyer was more than enough for the use of these small teams that were sent out. This was why the sect did not care to purchase larger ships like cruisers despite having sufficient funds to do so. To an organization of hitmen, it was of course better to have a transport that kept to a low profile. A large cruiser would be too obvious a target, and it was less suitable piloting it to a mission. Instead, it was more akin to peacocking, making it hardly a smart choice. The assassins tasked with defending the spaceport were so angry that they were grinding their teeth. No one had dared to act so presumptuously in their base before, yet they withheld the emotions they were feeling, surrounding the warship with livid expressions. The automatic escalator of the warship extended out, and that old man and his fat disciple swaggered out, bringing along a troop of similarly triumphantly smiling guards. Like master, like disciple, as the saying went. The elderly man and his disciples all shared the same expression, looking around with eyes filled with contempt and ridicule. An older assassin with blonde hair made a gesture to his fellow assassins, indicating for everyone to hold their ground first. Walking toward the new arrivals, he courteously greeted the elderly man with a bow. "May I know whom I'm speaking to? Is there an explanation for your visit?" His tone was neither humble nor overbearing. It was a perfectly diplomatic request, without mention of his sect. Though the electronic signals outside the planet would notify potential trespassers that they were encroaching upon private territory, there were still some blind people who ended up straying into the territory by mistake. Such an incident would happen once every few years, and everything would be settled after they sent such people packing. There was no need to kill anyone, since the assassins were secretly residing on the mountain. Even if anyone were to come take a look, there was no way they would be able to see anything substantial. The expression on that elderly man with his white goatee changed, and his chubby disciple brusquely shoved that blonde assassin. "Stay away! Do you think you are qualified to ask anything of our master? What rank are you? Get your sect master out!" Feng Yuan gave a fairly heavy-handed shove, pushing the assassin a dozen over meters back with that one move. The other assassins around were disgruntled by this. Not only did they brazenly barge into their land like this, these people even injured a fellow assassin not long after disembarking from their warship. This was the first time they had met such barbaric men. After all, this was the assassin's sect, and everyone here was a professional killer, adept at taking lives. It was no exaggeration to say that thousands of them resided on this planet, so there was no way that they could stand such a transgression. The older, blonde assassin was in charge of this spaceport, so although he was feeling infuriated deep down, he still gave strict orders for his men to remain calm. Though it was evident that these people came prepared, they could not compromise on the rules and reputation of their discipleship just because of the intruder's arrogance. Gentlemen, since you wish to see our sect master, I wonder if you've made prior arrangements, or perhaps you'd like to tell us your name so we may report it accordingly. The chubby Feng Yuan spat on the ground and brutishly barked, "What rank are you? Think you're worthy of learning our master's name? Scram!" With that, the master and disciple led their men strutting toward the mountain. The man in charge of guarding the spaceport was of course flustered by this. He quickly sped over to intercept, standing in front of the two. "No outsiders are allowed to take a step in our discipleship grounds." His fellow assassins, who were watching this situation unfold, actually preferred for these men to barge in, uninvited, because, at this rate, the matter would no longer be in their hands. Anyone who attempted to force their way into the mountain would soon have the death guards of their assassin sect descending upon them, and these men were not about to reason with them. The death guards would most certainly give it their all to kill these intruders. The others felt that their blonde senior was being far too rigid. Evidently, the intruders were the first to act unreasonable, so there was no reason he should step in and warn them of the consequences. The chubby youth struck without saying a word. Despite his portly stature, he moved with such speed that his right fist had already flown out, sweeping right for the man's heart. To be the administrator of this spaceport, the blonde man was of course no pushover, yet all he felt was a sudden gust of cold wind as his legs flashed in an attempt to dodge the attack. Alas, the speed at which Feng Yuan had sent out his punch was simply too fast. Even some speed ability users in the crowd who prided themselves to be quite skilled in this aspect could not see this punch, let alone stop it. Several ribs of that blonde man broke when the punch landed on his chest. The man's body crooked, then he flew out like a kite without its string. A black figure suddenly appeared from the crowd. This person leaped in the air and caught the man. At the same time, they delivered a pill into his mouth for injury sustained with their left hand. The entire action happened in the span of a breath, sans a hint of hesitation, a demonstration of his adept combat qualities. When the disciples of the assassin sect saw the newcomer's features, all of them greeted the person with a fist and palm salute. This person was not some bystander, but one of the three elders, Dark Shadow. The white goatee elderly man squinted before he stood there, nonchalant. His disciples all did the same. Seeing Dark Shadow arrive at the scene, the disciples of the assassin sect were all invigorated as if they had finally found their backbones. Who would have thought that Dark Shadow would set this junior of his down and respectfully bow to that elderly man, though? "Grandmaster Tongtian, it's been years. Have you been well?" The elderly man named Tongtian burst out laughing. I'm fine. At the very least, I'm doing better than you all. Today, I've brought my disciple Feng Yuan to visit Old Man Crane Shadow, but who knew that these blind men would seek to stop us? That's why my disciple taught the man a little lesson. If there's anything inappropriate about that deed, I'll speak to Crane Shadow about it." All the disciples of the assassin sect were dumbfounded. This elderly man by the name of Tongtian had actually not cared to show face to Dark Shadow. It must be said that Dark Shadow was not only an elder of their sect but also the one in charge of training the Death Guards. Though Crane Shadow was their sect master in name, Dark Shadow's strength was nothing to be scoffed at, either. After all, anyone who held dominion over the Death Guards was akin to having a hold of a trump card. By mentioning that he would speak to Crane Shadow directly about anything inappropriate, Tongtian was plainly telling Dark Shadow that the latter was not of the same level as him, and that only Crane Shadow himself was qualified to voice any dissatisfaction with what he had done. Dark Shadow wrinkled his brows, pulling out one hand in a welcoming gesture. He proceeded to lead Tongtian as well as his more than a dozen men up the mountain. He was silently thinking to himself, why does he have to show his face here at this time? Looks like we, assassins, will inevitably be facing some turmoil this time. The disciples watching this procession walk away were of course unable to understand the difficult position Dark Shadow was in. All they knew was that their elder feared the elderly man that had just barged in, and each of them felt indignant and discontented. It was merely because of their sect's internal rules that everyone held back their words. After all, they had no idea if what they wished to blurt out could be overheard by the ever-present death guards and would cause a serious disaster. Tong Tian strolled up the mountain road while occasionally admiring the scenery around him. Feng Yuan, do you think planet Nameless, the Nameless Mountain, and Nameless Sea compare to our Snow Mountain Fortress? Tong Tian asked. Feng Yuan mulled over the answer his master would want to hear before expressing. Snow Mountain Fortress and Nameless Mountain each have their own amazing qualities, but physically weaker people will find the climate up here on this mountain warmer, while a martial artist like master will hardly care for the difference in this. Tong Tian laughed boisterously. You've really got your way with words, but how could Snow Mountain Fortress compare to the beautiful scenery on this planet? Aside from snow, all we have is ice, and I'm already tired of seeing all that snow my whole life. My protégé, why don't we move to Nameless and live out the rest of our lives here? Dark Shadow was slightly stunned to hear this. Tong Tian was adopting quite the imperious tone today, almost as if what he wanted was already well in his grasp. Could he really have something that he was relying on? There was actually someone on the mountain while Tong Tian and his disciple were climbing up it. The only difference was that he very unfortunately was trapped in a secret chamber, with his situation being anything but optimistic. Xia Fei sat down in the center of this secret chamber with crossed legs, his entire body relaxed as he took even, deep breaths. After spending several seconds to recompose himself, he abruptly opened his eyes, alive like electricity was coursing through them, and they seemed to shine with determination as if capable of penetrating through the rock wall. Chapter 237, No Way Out. The essence of the Beast Spirit Codex lay in using both ocular cognition and telepathy together, achieving the ultimate goal of controlling animals through methods like deterrence, subjugation, temptation, and domination. Of course, there were other uses for the Beast Spirit Codex beyond the control of beasts and animals, such as what Xia Fei was doing now, using his ocular cognition technique to do a thorough inspection of his surroundings. A bright glow exploded from Xia Fei's black pupils the moment he lifted his eyelids. This was already the most powerful execution of the Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition, allowing him to penetrate through the thick walls wherever he looked. After some time, Xia Fei stopped his inspection and panted hard on the ground, supporting himself with two hands. Using ocular cognition to such a degree ate up plenty of his mental energy and could easily harm his eyes, especially since he was attempting to detect any entities around him like a radar. Everything had its pros and cons, so while ocular cognition was a powerful ability, it was also an increased burden Xia Fei had to bear. However, in order for him to locate an exit, he had no choice but to ignore this. After all, the air in this secret chamber was slowly getting used up as the oxygen levels in the chamber gradually thinned. If Xia Fei was still unable to find a way out of this secret chamber as time passed, he would most likely experience chest tightness, dizziness, tinnitus, and other symptoms of hypoxia until he ran out of oxygen in totality and suffocated to death. How is it? Phantom asked anxiously. Xia Fei smiled slightly while shaking his head. Still nothing. I'm already using ocular cognition to probe through 3 meters thick of the walls around us, yet all I see are compact rocks with hardly any fissure in sight, so there's no need to mention any passageway of sort. Phantom was silent. A 3-meter depth was substantial, and if Xia Fei still found nothing within these 3 meters, then it just meant that this secret chamber had no connecting passage at all, which just highlighted how severe their present predicament was. Do we continue to increase the power another time? Phantom asked. His eyes trailed over to Xia Fei's already very bloodshot eyes. He knew that increasing the power of ocular cognition would be extremely dangerous, maybe even costing the latter his sight in the process, but being trapped in here was no solution, either. He needed to give it a shot. Xia Fei waved his hand and slightly closed his eyes. Once his breathing returned to normal, he went into another state of composure. Think. Let's not panic and carefully consider this, Xia Fei softly said. Think, your ass. Quickly use your most powerful combat technique and blast this secret chamber already, an exit will surely reveal itself. Don't you still have that bloodthirsty screech? You're sure to find an exit if you attack with that sword, Phantom urged. Xia Fei remained unmoved with his 2 eyes shut. Phantom sighed in disappointment. The calmness that Xia Fei was demonstrating at this juncture simply frightened him. Any average human being would already be vexed to the point of frustration, and few would be able to face this with relative aplomb, yet they, too, would never reach Xia Fei's degree of self-possession. Seconds and minutes passed while Xia Fei remained in deep thought, though the speed at which his brain worked gradually began to slow as less oxygen remained in the chamber. The humidity of the chamber rose, while Phantom kept pacing, becoming more and more worried as time ticked by. All of a sudden, Xia Fei opened his eyes and leaped to his feet. His face was mildly abuzz with excitement. "I think I got it," Xia Fei declared. "What did you get?" Phantom anxiously asked. Xia Fei stood in the center of the secret chamber and looked all around him. "What's the first thing you think of when you look around this secret chamber?" Phantom followed Xia Fei's finger and looked about. The secret chamber was bullet-shaped, with a hemispherical dome and barrel-like walls. "Just what are you getting at?" "I'm almost dying from my anxiety here," Phantom impatiently whined. Xia Fei smiled. "Don't you think that this secret chamber seems like an escape pod?" Phantom was abruptly shocked. There were numerous escape pods for every warship, and these airtight metal compartments could be ejected by the warship during moments of crisis, allowing the people hiding within to avoid the fate of going down with the warship. Most escape pods were bullet or spherical shaped, and this secret chamber they were in was indeed an enlarged version of one. More importantly, there were plenty of metal support beams around this chamber, making its structure one complete whole. If it was merely a room, it would be quite a bit of waste having so many metal pillars. Phantom believed that even without 2/3 of the metallic structure, this secret chamber would still be able to exist. "I think I somewhat get it as well. The structure of this secret chamber is indeed very strange, very similar to that of an escape pod, but what has that got to do with helping us escape?" Phantom asked in a deep voice. Xia Fei chuckled, his eyes suddenly turning a lot brighter. With a decisive voice, he called, "Slaughter Shadow. I've only thought you to be a crass person. I never would have thought you're actually also detail-oriented. There's absolutely no escape route from this secret chamber." Phantom was extremely disappointed hearing that. If there's no way to escape, doesn't it mean that we are bound to be trapped here until we die? Why would the ex-sect master Slaughter Shadow do this? Just why exactly would he still have you trapped to death after giving you 4 top-rate items? Xia Fei smiled confidently as he softly said, "The reason why this secret chamber has no way of escape is that there's no need for it at all. Have you forgotten what's the use of an escape pod?" "Escape?" Phantom hesitantly answered. "That's right." Xia Fei laughed out loud. "Escape is the answer. It has been designed to give us plenty of misconceptions that we need to find some passageway to escape from this place, when the fact is that the secret chamber itself is an escape pod. We need to drive this secret chamber in order to escape." Phantom was completely stunned. This was indeed a bold and crazy supposition on Xia Fei's part. Phantom had never once considered that this secret chamber itself was an escape pod. This was not to say that Xia Fei's theory was unrealistic, but that such a matter went well beyond the limits of Phantom's imagination, instead, and it was something that he simply could not have imagined. If this secret chamber itself is an escape pod, then where is the control console and where will it lead us? Phantom was puzzled. Xia Fei slowly stepped away, only to reveal an inconspicuous gap right under his feet. Xia Fei had already examined this gap when he inspected the chamber with his ocular cognition. It was approximately 20 centimeters deep, and underneath were some rocks and metal alloy brackets. "You'd better sit tightly because we're about to shoot out from here right away." Xia Fei laughed. Phantom's eyes were filled with skepticism. He did not understand just what that shallow gap could be used for. Ching! Xia Fei took out Bloodthirsty Screech and flourished it in the air for a few rounds, then with 2 hands grasping the handle tightly, he slotted the sword right into that gap. The gap was of the exact same width as Bloodthirsty Screech's blade, but it was not deep enough, only allowing the tip of the blade to bury into the gap. Taking 2 deep breaths, Xia Fei adjusted his heart rate accordingly and promptly applied strength to his 2 arms. Xia Fei used all his strength to stab that blade deeper into the ground. Almost instantly, that blade broke the rocks and the metal alloy bracket, as the 2-meter-length blade disappeared entirely into the ground. Something completely unexpected next happened to Phantom. The entire secret chamber rumbled as if there was a huge train passing by the top of the chamber. As it turned out, this secret chamber was built atop a vertical shaft that was being supported by several metal alloy beams. Xia Fei's blade just so happened to cleave the support beams holding up this secret chamber into 2. The other support beams, thus, bore greater pressure, causing some of the relatively weaker alloy brackets to break, too. Everything had been designed for such an outcome. The core support beams in the center of the secret chamber were supposed to create a chain reaction upon breaking, and the weight of the secret chamber began to go beyond the bearing limit of the support beams, turning it shaky. As a series of metal breaking sounded, the secret chamber began accelerating downward like an elevator. Due to the lack of a traction system, this descent was completely that of a free fall straight down. Crane Shadow, Silver Shadow, Dark Shadow, and Moon Shadow were presently seated in Assassin Sect's guest hall on the 10th level opposite their uninvited guests, the master-disciple pair Tongtian and Feng Yuan. The atmosphere in the hall was fairly heavy. In accordance with the Assassin Sect's etiquette for receiving distinguished guests, Tongtian was in a position only second to Crane Shadow, while his disciple and his entourage stood a distance away. The table was laden with fresh fruits, while the tea served was also the best available in the sect. It was hardly difficult for anyone to tell that Tongtian's position was unusual, judging by the hospitality the Assassin Sect was showing him. Crane Shadow, who was sitting at the head of the hall, smiled as he gazed at the disciple-master pair. His eyebrows slightly arched as he spoke. "Sect Master Tong is in high spirits today, why did you not inform this old man earlier so that I could better receive you?" Tongtian waved his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't dare. Senior Crane Shadow is the formidable sect master of the Assassin Sect, how could you so simply receive a sect master from the lowly Sky Eradicator sect?" Crane Shadow frowned inwardly. He could easily smell the gunpowder in Tongtian's words and got worried that this man might not have come with the best intentions at heart. After a simple exchange of cordiality, Crane Shadow did not beat around the bush. "Sect Master Tongtian, may I know what's the reason for coming to my nameless mountain in such fanfare this time?" Tongtian laughed uproariously. "Both the Assassin Sect and Sky Eradicator's sect are members of the Hitman Syndicate, so it is only natural for there to be back and forth between us. Men, bring the gift I've prepared for Senior Crane Shadow." With that said, that chubby disciple of his brushed his spatial ring, took out a beautifully decorated pouch, and brought it right in front of Crane Shadow. Crane Shadow smiled as he took the gift and placed it on his table, softly saying, "It's been a long time since the Assassin Sect stepped away from the Hitman Syndicate, making us all the more clueless on the internal ongoings of the said syndicate, but since our ancestral elders both originated from the same sect, it's only natural for us to forge closer ties with each other. Indeed, we ought to have more back and forth between us, and it is I who have neglected my part." Tongtian suddenly flashed a sinister smile. "Senior Crane Shadow, while it's true that the Assassin Sect did step away from the Hitman Syndicate, there's still something that you've been privately keeping. Since you're no longer part of the syndicate, don't you think you ought to return that thing?" The color on Crane Shadow's face suddenly turned very ugly. He, of course, knew what Tongtian was referring to but merely chuckled and asked, "I wonder what is this sect master referring to? If it's something that the Assassin Sect isn't fit to hold onto, it will only be natural for us to pass it back." Tongtian answered without any change in his expression, "I heard that there's a plaque on the summit of Nameless Mountain given to this sect by the Hitman Syndicate that year. There's only 6 words on the said plaque, number 1 killers in the universe." The short-tempered Moon Shadow instantly stood up, his face flushed. The Assassin Sect had been recognized as the number 1 Hitman organization by the Hitman Syndicate. With Tongtian coming here to take the plaque which symbolized the glory of their sect, this was clearly not a cordial visit but rather an outright challenge. Chapter 238, The Bet. Everyone in the hall was shocked when they heard the words that had come out of Tongtian's mouth. True, there was a plaque on the summit of Nameless Mountain that read number 1 killers in the universe. The predecessors of the Assassin Sect got that plaque with their superhuman expertise and fighting spirit, officially being recognized as the strongest entity in the Hitman Syndicate because of it. Though the sect of the present had been languishing in strength since that day, they were still one of the strongest Hitman organizations in the entire Pan-Human Alliance, and they were not about to let others blaspheme what had been left by their ancestors. Dark Shadow, Moon Shadow, and Silver Shadow all eyed Tongtian with fury. The more short-tempered Moon Shadow even directly stood up in direct defiance of his status, looking ready to throw down the gauntlet for this slight. The atmosphere in the guest hall had gotten tense. Crane Shadow waved his hand, signaling his 3 disciples not to make any rash actions. He knew very well that Tongtian had likely made ample preparations for this, for he was very bold in provoking the people of the Assassin Sect. Even though Crane Shadow was extremely displeased with how the chips had fallen, he must fight this for the sake of the sect, and he must not lose. After all, the matter of face and prestige was very important for an ancient warrior organization like the Assassin Sect. It was not just the Assassin Sect. Even a large organization like the Adjudicator Union would have to accept such challenges if someone were to do what Tongtian was currently doing, for it was an unspoken rule between the members of the syndicate. This was as good as a declaration of war, and anyone who refused to accept the challenge would end up drawing disdain from all the other people in the syndicate. In turn, it would only be a matter of time before word got out and the reputation of the sect would get ruined as a result. According to the rules, the challenged could call for a wager from the challenger. This would sometimes be someone's life or a secret manual. Meanwhile, Tong Tian's goal was somewhat malicious, since he was asking for the very face of the entire assassin sect. Crane Shadow was ruminating how they should go about dealing with this. There was no chance any of his 3 disciples would win up against an expert like Tong Tian despite the aggressiveness they showed. After all, losing 5 generations of disciples in the assassin sect had brought about grievous damage to it, which was difficult to recover immediately, and that was not something that could be easily offset, too. Crane Shadow reckoned he had about a 50% chance of being victorious, while his senior, Shadowless, would have as much as 100%. Alas, Shadowless was in solitary seclusion on the 13th level. It would not be easy to convince him to do battle on behalf of the discipleship. No matter the case was, a knocked arrow had to be fired. Everyone would think the assassin sect was really afraid of the Sky Eradicators sect if he did not accept the challenge, and that was not an outcome neither Crane Shadow nor the thousands of disciples in the entire assassin sect would be willing to accept no matter what the situation was. Having come to a decision, Crane Shadow now planned to accept the challenge first, then convinced his senior Shadowless to come out once more, and if his senior refused, he would just do it himself. He was of high cultivation, too, so even if he was not entirely confident of winning, it was not too far off the 100%. Besides, this was his home ground, and that would surely work more to Crane Shadow's favor somewhat. With this thought in mind, Crane Shadow called in a deep voice, "Sect Master Tong, if this is your wish, the assassin sect will gladly accept your challenge. Men, prepare the large sparring field. Inform all the members of the sect to halt what they're doing and head to the sparring field for observation and learning." Understood. Dark Shadow and his fellows answered in unison. They had been impatiently waiting all this while, hoping that they could have a big fight with Tong Tian. Tong Tian smiled. "How dauntless of Senior Crane Shadow, no wonder you are the sect master for the assassin sect." Changing the conversation, Tong Tian suddenly very insidiously commented, "On top of us being sect masters, we're already getting on in years, having 2 old men like us fight all bloody and gory is hardly presentable, and if word gets out, I'm sure we will become the laughingstock to the other organizations in the syndicate." Crane Shadow had not expected Tong Tian to make such a move. If neither of them was going to fight, did it mean that this would be a test of his sect's disciples? Tong Tian pointed with one hand, and Fang Yuan hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully standing in front of Tong Tian. "This is a disciple I've taken in recently, barely 20 years of age." Fang Yuan smiled as he reminded, "Master, I have yet to pass my 20th birthday." This caused Tong Tian to burst into laughter. "I'm truly getting on in my years, even my brain is starting to get all muddle, so I guess you're just 19. Senior Crane Shadow, why don't we let this young disciple here to take my place for the fight? Since he's still young, I hope Senior Crane Shadow will be merciful with his blows." Tong Tian chuckled. Only now did Crane Shadow notice the chubby Fang Yuan, who had been staying in the shadows this whole time. Before, no one would have expected that the lead role would be his. The wily, old fox Tong Tian must be very confident in his young disciple, or else given his personality, he would have not taken such a risk. Furthermore, with Tong Tian emphasizing Fang Yuan's age, it could not be made any more obvious that he was implying that the assassin sect should also send someone of a similar age, otherwise, this challenge could be seen as the strong bullying the weak. Crane Shadow swept his gaze on his 3 disciples through the corners of his eyes. All he saw was the 3 being angry, but none of them had that steeled confidence as before. There were plenty of disciples in the sect, yet they hardly had any younger than 20 who could pick up this mantle independently. It was true that wisdom came with age. Crane Shadow was able to remain relatively composed as he responded with a smile, "Het, being holed up here on Nameless Mountain has gotten my muscles and bones somewhat soft. Since Sect Master Tong Tian has come all the way here, why don't you accompany this old man and limber up together?" Tong Tian was secretly elated in his heart. Crane Shadow's unwillingness to send a young disciple out to spar with Fang Yuan clearly indicated the latter's diffidence to the former's proposition, meaning that he was right where he wanted him. "Since Senior Crane Shadow is interested, I don't mind exchanging a few pointers with you, but my intention today is to retrieve the plaque, so if there isn't a worthy wager between our fight, it will hardly be meaningful." Tong Tian guffawed. Crane Shadow replied without batting an eyelid, "Sect Master Tong, I wonder what else our Nameless Mountain has that you desire, why don't you tell us?" Tong Tian slapped his thigh and loudly answered, Senior Crane Shadow is truly straightforward, then I shan't be courteous. Why don't we bet this planet? I'll wager my snow mountain fortress on the planet, Night Chill, for your planet, nameless mountain. This time, even Crane Shadow himself could no longer remain seated. He never would have guessed that Tong Tian would have such a large appetite, daring to bet the home bases of either sect. The home base of a warrior organization was as good as a family's ancestral land. It was priceless in terms of both its symbolic significance and practical use. Imagine, would the assassin sect still be called that if they no longer had the nameless mountain to call base? This was a foundation that several generations of predecessors had poured their efforts into establishing. If they were to lose it here and now, there was no way Crane Shadow would have any face to continue living in this world. This was simply too big a wager. The reason Tong Tian was willing to set such a hefty wager was his own surety. Though he was on par with Crane Shadow in terms of cultivation, and it was hard to say who would emerge victorious between them, Tong Tian was very confident in Fang Yuan's capabilities. He believed that there was no disciple under 20 in the assassin sect who could take on Fang Yuan, and the hesitant expression of Dark Shadow and the two others after he mentioned the stipulations only cemented this belief further. As such, he was already in a foolproof position right from the start. Even if he lost at the hands of Crane Shadow, they would end up in a draw. No matter the case was, he would not be running the risk of taking any losses. Tong Tian was only afraid that Crane Shadow might not agree at this point, which was why he added, "Senior Crane Shadow, my disciple Fang Yuan has barely seen much of this universe, always wanting to exchange pointers with experts. I know that the assassin sect naturally has experts everywhere, so I hope that you'll give this unruly disciple of mine a chance and let him have 3 matches. If the assassin sect wins any of these matches, it will count as our loss." If the words he had said before were even received as somewhat courteous, this additional suggestion he just posed was essentially a naked challenge. Letting his disciple fight 3 matches at one go was simply conceited, so much so that it was hatefully arrogant. The color of Crane Shadow's face changed. Never had anyone looked down on the assassin sect so greatly since it was established. While the various hitman sects and organizations were in the same line of business, they nevertheless maintained a certain level of contact with one another. Other such organizations were either afraid of how powerful the assassin sect was or remembered the friendly ties they shared in the past, so no one was willingly to just tear off the veneer of courtesy with them and burn bridges this brazenly and to this extent. Even if some small altercations were to occur, they would mostly be resolved privately, yet Tong Tian was truly testing the assassin sect's limit of tolerance today, ruthlessly jabbing a knife into the declining sect. Actually, many within the Hitman Syndicate were aware of the assassin sect's stagnancy, and plenty were jealous that they held the title as the #1 killers in the universe, yet Tong Tian and his Sky Eradicators sect were the first to plunge this knife oh so daringly. If Crane Shadow were to roll over here, that would be like announcing to everyone that the assassin sect was no longer at the level of greatness it once was in the past, becoming an open invitation for the others to come and bully them. It was hard to get timely help, but it was easy to beat someone while they were down. This was instinctive of humans. Who knew how many more hitman sects and organizations would come out of the woodworks after this incident and strike the assassin sect while they were down, just so they could elevate their status. Crane Shadow suddenly smiled and loudly called, "Sect Master Tong Tian, since you are interested, then let us meet on the sparring field." Moon Shadow and the others could feel their heart sinking. No matter how decisive Crane Shadow sounded, he was unable to change the victory rate for their present predicament. Hearing him give such an order was essentially pushing the assassin sect to an impossible situation, one where there was no way for them to back out of any more. "Men, escort Sect Master Tong Tian to a place where he can rest," Crane Shadow ordered. With his goal attained, Tong Tian brought his men and retired at the base of the mountain, feeling satisfied. The assassin sect's large sparring field was constructed at the mountain's base, and they too had to make the necessary preparations for this fight. Following Tong Tian and his men's exit from the room, Dark Shadow, Moon Shadow, and Silver Shadow could not resist but crowd around Crane Shadow. "Grand Master, don't you think that you ought to reconsider? After all, this is a huge matter that will affect all of the assassins," Silver Shadow quickly said, the expression on his face completely flustered. "That's right. I feel that this wager is simply too much as well." Dark Shadow concurred to that as well. Crane Shadow's nostrils flared up coldly. "Do you think Tong Tian is merely representing the Sky Eradicators sect? Now that everyone can see the plight the assassin sect is in, even if Tong Tian didn't arrive today, it would not be long before other sects come knocking at our front door." Silver Shadow and the two others were silent. What their master had said made sense, yet they were all caught up in the mentality that this had all just been a fluke, so none of them was as decisive as Crane Shadow. Since there's no way for us in the assassin sect to avoid this fate, rather than subjecting ourselves to a slow death, why don't we be more forthright about it? After saying this one line, Crane Shadow strode out of the guest hall and made his way up the mountain, leaving just his 3 disciples to contemplate over what he had just said. Around this time, Nameless Mountain suddenly began rumbling and rocking. These tremors were not particularly powerful, just like a small earthquake that stopped after dozens of seconds. Earthquakes were not rare on Nameless, so no one had taken it to heart. Everyone had left, downcast, so none of them had noticed that there were some changes by the foot of the mountain. Chapter 239, The Sparring Field. Xia Fei happened to bump into a group of disciples from the assassin sect after making his way out in a twisting and turning journey through the heart of the mountain. This location at the foot of the mountain was where the disciples who were unable to join the assassin sect formally resided. The rules were strict to be part of the inner disciples, and these fringe disciples did not have the right to stay on the Nameless Mountain proper. The squat dormitory, located in the forest around the base of the mountain, was where they lived. The living conditions here were not bad. After all, the assassin sect did not lack what little funds to provide their disciples with daily necessities. What made these young men unhappy was their awkward position. While they were part of the assassin sect, they were unable to get themselves a master and learn any combat techniques. All they could do was spend their days doing chores, such as sweeping the ground, cooking food, and running messages, etc., which was no different from doing the odds and ends around the sect. It would be fine if it was just the hard work and the fact that they could not learn any combat techniques, but it just so happened that these disciples also had no access to any entertainment of sorts. As these adolescents had to juggle with their restlessness and bodies full of hormones while having no way to vent, they could only deal with what they were given to expend what energy they had. Thus, sex became the most favorite pastime among the disciples of the assassin sect. Those who were good-looking could hook up with their fellow sect sisters, while those who were lacking could give themselves a hand. The word was that most of the yearly expenditure on drugs and medicine for the assassin sect was not laxatives or painkillers but rather contraceptive pills. Therefore, it was to be expected for Xia Fei's sudden appearance to draw the attention of the nearby fringe sect disciples. Any outsider would instantly become a hot topic in the isolated assassin sect, so plenty of them were able to recognize Xia Fei. However, the Xia Fei of today looked very different from the Xia Fei from several days prior. Dressed in a grey combat suit and dragging a long sword of over 2 meters long with one hand, he was aggressively massaging his temples with his other as he staggered out of the cave that these disciples were very familiar with. Xia Fei left a deep furrow behind him as he walked past. Bloodthirsty screech seemed to be really screeching, making an ear-splitting sound as its blade cut across the gravel and rocks. Brother Xia Fei. From amidst the crowd, Manatee recognized Xia Fei and came running out as he hastily asked, "What happened to you? Why did you come out from there?" Manatee knitted his eyebrows together. All these fringe disciples in the assassin sect knew that the cave Xia Fei had just emerged was one of the locations where they would go to get busy. The not-too-clever Manatee was still ignorant to such things, but he knew a bit of what happened there, which was why he mistakenly thought Xia Fei had come out of the cave after doing the same things his fellow sect brothers would do, having secretly gone into the cave to engage in some illicit exercises. Xia Fei, who had no clue about this matter of the assassin sect and was still feeling dizzy after taking an underground roller coaster ride, did not really notice the strange expression on Manatee's face and merely softly replied, "It's nothing. I just went in for a wild ride." "Where are you guys going?" Manatee anxiously answered, "Something bad happened. Someone went to challenge the sect, and our sect master has ordered everyone to head to the sparring field to watch." Xia Fei did not really share his concern for the sect, so he was unperturbed upon learning this. Phantom was the opposite, though. The moment he heard that someone was coming to wreck his sect's good name, his expression changed. It was as if he had just been kicked in the crotch. "Quick! Ask him just what's going on and who was bold enough to challenge the assassin sect." Phantom anxiously pestered. Xia Fei pouted before proceeding to ask about what had happened from Manatee. As he was simply a fringe disciple, the latter naturally did not know too much and was unable to give a satisfactory answer. This was when a middle-aged man shouted from the crowd a distance away, "Manatee, quickly get back here. We're about to set off." "Big brother Xia Fei, I have to leave now. You should come along and watch as well." With that, Manatee jogged back to the crowd of disciples, going together with that middle-aged man to the sparring field at the foot of the mountain. "Let's go take a look as well," Phantom whined. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. I'm a little tired. Why don't we head on back and rest, instead? Phantom rolled his eyes at Xia Fei. How could you be in the mood to rest after something major transpired? No, we must go and watch this. It's an order from the sect master, and since you're already a part of the assassin sect, you must heed it, too. Phantom was being very serious as he said this. Xia Fei gave the matter some thought and felt that there was no reason for him to argue with Phantom over something so minor, so he slung the 2-meter-long bloodthirsty screech across his shoulders, then followed Manatee and his fellow disciples to their destination. The distance from the fringe disciples' dormitories to the sparring field was apparently not far as a huge structure soon appeared within the forest. This sparring field was square-shaped, built in such a way that it had no unique characteristics at all. The trees around were tall and lush, enclosing the sparring field so that if anyone was gazing at it from the sky, it would look like a white embellishment in a sea of green. Because Xia Fei had been conferred with the position of an envoy by Crane Shadow, no one sought to stop him and easily allowed him entry. The large sparring field could sit an audience of about 30,000. During its heyday, the assassin sect would have 100,000 disciples, and only people of a certain standing would be able to gain entry to the site to watch the fights. Now that the sect was but a shade of its past, even if all the disciples in the sect were to gather, there would still be seats left empty. All the official disciples were seated by the south viewing platform, while Xia Fei, as well as Manatee and the other fringe disciples, was seated by the north viewing platform, leaving the east and south sides devoid of any spectators. At the heart of the sparring field was an arena 100 meter in length and breadth. There were even 4 screens hanging above it facing all 4 sides, allowing live, slow-motion playback as the fight proceeded, making the entire setup look very professional. Sky Eradicators Sect. Phantom blurted out. What organization is it? Xia Fei curiously asked. Phantom knitted his eyebrows. The Sky Eradicators Sect is also a killer organization, one belonging to the Hitman Syndicate, just like the Assassin Sect. Hitman Syndicate? There's such a group like that in this universe. Xia Fei found it somewhat hilarious. Hitmen were killers, doing things that would hardly see the light of day. This was the first time he had heard that such people had actually managed to form a syndicate together. Yes, in the Pan-Human Alliance, the Adjudicator Union, Monastic Order and of the Ilk are powerful forces that stand in the light of day, while the Hitman Syndicate and other such organizations hold control over the seedy underworld. Neither side has been offending or interfering with the other since ages past, Phantom explained. Xia Fei nodded. It was similar to how societies on Earth worked. The light and the dark each had its role to play, and the absence of either side would result in social instability. After all, a society was a complex entity and the power of governmental bodies was not enough. This was of course the same for the vibrant intergalactic society. I once read in the archives that the founders of Sky Eradicators Sect and the Assassin Sect started off as fellow sect brothers. To think that these people would actually neglect the shared past and come challenge our sect, what a distasteful lot! Phantom yelled indignantly. Time always passed very slowly when waiting, and Phantom's incessant nagging at the other party did not cease, even as Xia Fei got somewhat bored waiting for the fighting to start. As more and more people filled the seats in the sparring field, practically every single disciple of the Assassin Sect was present for this event. Of course, those death guards were nowhere to be seen, since it was their duty to act as the security for the sect. They not only bore the responsibility for the most difficult assassination assignments but also oversaw the monitoring of the people within the sect, much like the KGB of Soviet Russia. Facing an unfamiliar face like Xia Fei's, many looked over with puzzlement. Especially the bloodthirsty screech beside him, its brutish appearance garnered plenty of attention from the people around. The news that Xia Fei had become their sect's latest envoy soon spread among the crowd, and their gazes then turned somewhat softer. While an envoy was not a fellow disciple per se, he was still considered part of the sect, and now that they shared a common enemy in the Sky Eradicators, they no longer showed as much hostility towards Xia Fei, though a measure of disdain directed at him remained. An envoy did not hold a high position in the assassin sect, and they lacked any sort of standing even though they were considered one of their own. They could not be called outsiders, either, as they were truly doing work for the sect. The relationship was similar to that between an employer and employee, so even the most unwelcome disciple would see themselves as better than Xia Fei. Fortunately, Xia Fei was not at all concerned with such things, nor was he interested in the ongoings of the assassin sect. He lit a cigarette and slowly enjoyed it, looking like any spectator waiting for a good show to begin. After about half an hour later, the chattering audience suddenly became quiet, as Crane Shadow and a hook-nosed, elderly man stepped onto the sparring field, entering to take the top seats on the east. Right behind them were not just Dark Shadow and the other two elders but also a chubby lad, his body shaking with every step he took. If not for the ground being paved with metal alloy, Xia Fei was really worried that this youth would be leaving deep footprints in his wake. As if he was deliberately being provocative, that dark-skinned chubster held his head aloft like a proud fighting cock. His eyes contained this look of scorn as he gazed at the audience gathered on the sparring field, behaving superciliously. The disciples of the assassin sect were all rubbing their fists as they threw angry glares at the proud fatty. Sadly, the person was not only thick-set, but his skin was equally thick as well, completely dismissive of the rage and anger directed at him. Xia Fei yawned as he rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to pay attention. He was quite tired after waiting so long for the matches to start, and now that the combatants finally took to the stage, Xia Fei could not help but finally show interest. At the end of the day, it was not often that he could witness experts exchanging pointers like this, and he was still quite fascinated by the various martial arts out there in this universe. The disciples around quietly passed along several old-fashioned tablets. Each of them glanced at the screen a few times before passing it along to others. From their expression, it was not hard to tell that some important information was being shown on the screen, for all who had seen it quickly had a change in expression. After some time, one of the tablets was handed over to Manatee, who was presently seated beside Xia Fei. Manatee stared at the screen for quite some time before he arched an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "Oh no! What are we going to do?" Xia Fei curiously poked his head over and looked. He saw a picture of that chubby youth on the screen, along with a few lines of information below, which was his resume. Xia Fei read what was displayed there once and wondered to himself, so that guy's called Feng Yuan, and from the information stated, he appears to be quite the peculiar opponent. Chapter 240, Demonic Gale. Special abilities had always been the greatest asset of a warrior, and a warrior with a special ability would be heavens and earth apart from the average combatant. This was especially true for high-ranking warriors who possessed unmatched powers. Some said that if a warrior was able to achieve the limits of their special ability, they would very well have the power to destroy worlds. While such a statement was quite an exaggeration, it was also the best way to describe just how strong warriors with special abilities were. To determine just how powerful a warrior was, one must look first at their special abilities type and rank. Usually, the higher the rank of a warrior, the greater their combat strength, though that was of course not an ironclad rule. Take for example Xia Fei's speed ability, though it was one of the two most common special abilities in the universe, achieving a high rank with it would provide an explosive combat strength that surpassed most opponents of an equal rank to his. Speed ability users were not exactly powerful in terms of their combat strength in initial stages. For example, if a primary starlight rank speed ability user and an equally common strength ability user of the same rank in cultivation were to fight, it was the strength ability user who would emerge victorious 90% of the time. However, if both parties had reached the Star River rank, the speed ability user would no doubt have the upper hand. Even legendary and eternal rank strength ability users would not be a match, for the speed ability would acquire a speed that was close to 10,000 m/s upon reaching Star River rank, and such high speeds would only be described as a blur even if a wind speed switch was used. Aside from a handful of special ability users that could counter a lightning-like speed, there was essentially no one else who could match up, and even if there was no way for the speed ability user to win the fight, speed ability users with high cultivation would still be able to retreat, thereby undefeatable from the start. Aside from the type of special ability, a warrior's combat techniques were also important. When both parties were of equal strength, a warrior practiced in higher-tier combat techniques would no doubt have the initiative. Xia Fei had demonstrated this in the past when he relied on sly thrust and fought the stronger Chendong to a draw. That match was the very embodiment of having an advantage in terms of combat techniques. Xia Fei finished reading Feng Yuan's information and suddenly felt this uncontrollable pulsation inside him. That previously drowsy brain of his quickly became clear as every cell in his body brimmed with energy. He began to look forward to watching Feng Yuan's performance, even having the slightest desire to go for a few rounds with the person. This could probably be chalked to a warrior's instinct. There would always be particular enemies who could draw anticipation from him, and Feng Yuan was no doubt one of them because he had the so-called terrifying ability, Demonic Gale. Xia Fei had once read about this legendary special ability. Among all the possible special abilities that could catalyze in humans, there were only a few that could compete with a speed ability user in terms of speed, and Demonic Gale was one such special ability. It would hardly be anything special if it merely gave a boost in speed. After all, there was no lack of speed ability users in this universe, and furthermore, Demonic Gale ability users were 50% slower than pure speed ability users of the same cultivation rank. However, just as the name of the special ability suggested, Demonic Gale would not merely provide a boost in speed but would also provide another characteristic beyond speed, demonic power. The term demonic often referred to a certain aspect of an ability user experiencing a comprehensive augmentation. Perhaps it could be their strength or reinforcement of their skeleton. There were plenty of possibilities, but one thing was for sure, and that was Feng Yuan would be hiding another offensive power at hand aside from a speed that matched Xia Fei's own. This was similar to someone possessing two abilities. The speed portion could be used for defense and slash or evasion, while the offensive portion could be used to kill the other party. Plus, a warrior's combat prowess would also see a corresponding increase when their speed became augmented. The Xia Fei who did not possess psychokinesis was completely different from the Xia Fei who currently did, and according to Phantom's conjecture, his combat prowess had increased by 4 times after gaining psychokinesis. This was most definitely a very surprising sum. Arithmetically speaking, dual ability users ought to only see twice an increase after obtaining an additional special ability, but it just so happened that Xia Fei's first ability was speed. The speed ability might not be as amazing as psychokinesis, but it was no doubt the best auxiliary ability in the universe. A successful team would most definitely require a speed ability user of high cultivation rank with them. After Xia Fei became a dual ability user, it was as if he possessed the combat capabilities of a small team, allowing him to do reconnaissance, assault, or even defensive operations. He was essentially the perfect complement of a small team by himself for combat purposes. What made it even more envious was the fact that these abilities were all found in just one person. A team would often need several years' time in order to cultivate a level of cohesion, familiarizing themselves with the characteristics and tactics of one another. Unless they were like the Ling triplets, possessing a sort of connection to one another, a team would need to spend many years together training alone. Meanwhile, Xia Fei completely lacked such worries. Since he was the owner of 2 different abilities, there was nothing to coordinate as he had full control of how both his hands were used. Even the Ling Trio's coordination had no way of competing with Xia Fei's, and it was even less necessary to mention any other teams out there. It was the consideration of all these factors, of his combat prowess having increased by 4 folds, that resulted in Xia Fei possessing much more poise than before. Conversely, the chubby youth by the name of Feng Yuan shared similar characteristics with Xia Fei, for he was also in possession of both speed and strength. This was not mentioning how he had probably learned quite a lot of secret combat techniques given how powerful his sect was as well. This youth was 2 stages higher than Xia Fei, reaching the intermediate Star River rank. He was someone who similarly possessed 2 types of abilities, with the only difference being how Feng Yuan had a single ability with 2 functions, while Xia Fei had 2 abilities combined as one. If Xia Fei was the only person in the universe who had 2 special abilities, that would mean Feng Yuan's Demonic Gale would be the closest existence. That was why Xia Fei had felt an uncontrollable excitement when he saw what type of special ability Feng Yuan possessed. If they were to cross swords, sparring dual abilities against dual abilities would most definitely make for a very exciting match. The cigarette wedged between Xia Fei's right hand slightly trembled as his pupils dilated rapidly. Phantom could very clearly see the signs that Xia Fei's interests had been piqued. "So do you wish to fight around with this Feng Yuan person?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei nodded, not denying the fact. Yes. After all, his special ability isn't any different from having dual abilities. If we fight, the match will definitely be much more exciting. Phantom nodded. The demonic ability line is slightly rare, and he has a higher cultivation than you, but you're a bona fide dual ability user, while he's one that evolved into one. It's really hard to tell who will win or lose if you two clash. Xia Fei did not say a word in response. Indeed, the demonic ability line that Phantom mentioned had an unreliably wild historical record, classifying Demonic Gale as the unique daemon type. It was said that the inheritors of daemon-type special abilities were from extremely unique bloodlines in ancient times when a non-human race lived together with the human species. These people looked similar to humans in every way, but they shared a different origin. They called themselves the Daemon Eye race, while humans called them demons. Later, due to humans' continuous growth as the Daemon Eye race gradually waned, a small portion of the Daemon Eye race tried to intermarry with humans, giving birth to mixed blood descendants of both the Daemon Eye and the human race. These children born of these unions looked just like humans, but they had a stark difference in terms of the special ability they acquired. It was rumored that there was a certain chance for these mixed blood offsprings to inherit the daemon ability line, while it was impossible for normal humans to do the same. Xia Fei's eyes shone with a fiery light as he looked at Feng Yuan, who was standing next to the ring. Perhaps Feng Yuan had sensed Xia Fei's fighting intent, but the chubby youth actually turned to look at Xia Fei haughtily. Xia Fei was very ordinarily looking, the sort who was largely forgettable, and was hardly as outstanding as Feng Yuan. However, that sword by Xia Fei's side was anything but and could even be called ferocious. It was taller than Xia Fei's frame, and 2 blood-red grooves ran down its blade, along with an innumerable amount of sharp curved barbs. Even a man with poor eyesight could make out just how outstanding bloodthirsty Screech was due to the overtly savage appearance. Even though Xia Fei had just placed it to his side and was not moving it, it still gave off that destructive aura. Xia Fei's combat suit and his long sword were equally barbaric and unruly, giving off a very heavy sense of oppression when put together. Adding the fact that Xia Fei had a head of salt and pepper hair, which contradicted his actual age, and his calmness which could be likened to tranquil water, Feng Yuan committed all these to memory with just that one glance, certain that Xia Fei would be an opponent worth fighting. A diabolical smile appeared on his round face. Feng Yuan thrusted out his right thumb at Xia Fei before slowly turning it down to point to the ground. Xia Fei of course understood such a universal hand gesture, and he could feel his fighting spirit swelling in his chest. He got up from his seat with a start, resting his left hand easily on the handle of his sword. Only a second passed, and Xia Fei let go of his hand from the sword somewhat unwillingly. He sat himself down anew, resuming his state as a stranger in the crowd. "What got into you?" Phantom asked. Xia Fei helplessly smiled. "I forgot in that moment of impulse that this is the assassin sex matter and has nothing to do with me, so all I can do is sit down here and watch the show. The most up-to-date novels are published on Fruit Noelo." Phantom pouted. "How could you say that? You're an envoy of the assassin sect and can be considered as someone of the section." Xia Fei stayed silent, his eyes looking right at Feng Yuan without a hint of fear, a silent spark bursting forth. There were thousands present here in the sparring field, and Xia Fei's actions were hardly out of line, so not many paid attention to it. However, Crane Shadow, who was seated by the east, had seen this scene very clearly with his 2 eyes. He stroked his beard with one hand as he pondered on something. Crane Shadow knew very clearly about the trump cards Xia Fei held. From the information that Dark Shadow had provided, Xia Fei might very well be a rare dual ability user, his cultivation close to Star River rank. Furthermore, he seemed to have used some ultimate move that even he did not fully comprehend when fighting against the silver giant python, which Crane Shadow speculated to be a sort of ocular technique. He shook his head and dismissed the ridiculous thought he had come up with. At the end of the day, Xia Fei was not a disciple of the assassin sect, and he could not possibly go seek an outsider for help to do battle on behalf of his sect. The sparring field got noisier and noisier as more people arrived. No one had noticed a pair of pure white eyes that were looking through a small window, watching everything happening in this gathering. They belonged to Crane Shadow's sect brother, Shadowless. What was strange about this was that Shadowless ought to be a sightless blind man, so what could those pupil-less white eyes even see? Chapter 241, Smoke Shadow. None of the disciples on the assassin sect was aware that this seemingly normal challenge would actually decide the fate of the entire sect. Losing meant giving up planet Nameless and Nameless Mountain, departing from this land that they called home for countless generations, displacing everyone everywhere. Not only would the assassin sect lose their base, even their reputation would suffer a heavy blow, slowly dying in the vast universe. Crane Shadow stood up, a heavy expression on his face. The large sparring field promptly became quiet as everyone waited in silence for him to announce the matches to begin. Coughing twice, Crane Shadow began by addressing that the Sky Eradicator's sect was a martial sect just like the assassin sect, and the latter was looking to deepen relations through exchanging pointers today. He went to elaborate on the rules for the matches and the heavy punishments due for anyone who would attempt to cheat before he sat back down on his seat. Although he looked as if nothing was out of the ordinary, smiling with his somewhat childlike face, he was actually extremely nervous deep down, for he knew the stakes in place behind the scenes with regard to this event. The disciples of the assassin sect had no idea about the bet involved, so all of them got up, applauded after Crane Shadow announced the start of the matches, and looked on expectantly, even cheering loudly. In their eyes, this was just another pure and simple spar between 2 sects. It was only natural for their assassin sect to respond and chase the challenger, Sky Eradicator sect, away. Shadowless was sitting on a large tree beyond the sparring field, his pair of pure white eyes dim and dull. He would shake his head from time to time, seemingly dissatisfied with everything happening inside. He gently stood on his toes and seemed about to leave, but very quickly dispelled this idea. He remained seated cross-legged on the treetop, just like an old monk in meditation. The only difference was the lack of a wooden fish block in front of him. The moment Crane Shadow announced the start of the spar, Fang Yuan strode over to the ringside and leaped onto it. He balled up his two hands into fists and slammed them together with force. There was a dull sound of bone colliding with bone, like the sound of a struck war drum. This move had once again agitated the thousands of disciples gathered. While they knew that Fang Yuan possessed a very powerful special ability, they fortunately did not need to fight him personally. That was why many did not see the need to show respect to the opponent, glaring at Fang Yuan, with even some angrily cursing at him. Fang Yuan got more delighted as the curses grew louder. It was as if the youth was a born child, treating the expletives hurled his way like music to his ears. Even his body relaxed as he cracked a wide grin. Too bad his honor, or lack thereof, meant there was not much difference in the eyes of the crowd whether he was smiling or crying. No matter the case, the challenger had already made an insufferably arrogant stance, so the assassin sect would have to respond in kind. Thus, a young man with a bitter gourd-like face broke from the crowd and leaped onto the ring. He was called a young man not because he looked actually young, in fact, it was evident that he had plenty of wrinkles on his face just like Fang Yuan. This man's face was rough and yellow, and his seemingly permanently bitter expression made it so his face was closer to that which old farmers out in the sticks had. Just give him a dry tobacco pouch, dress him in some sheepskin, and throw him to a corner to let him smoke his pipe, and Xia Fei would most definitely mistake him for someone who hailed from the northern Shaanxi province back on Earth. The screen gave a brief introduction of the combatants. The dark-skinned fatty was Fang Yuan, age 19. While that northern Shaanxi old farmer look-alike was 20, yet no matter how Xia Fei looked, both just seemed like middle-aged men with bitter hatred for each other. Manatee furtively told Xia Fei that the Shaanxi farmer look-alike was an upcoming disciple from the younger generation in the assassin sect, who went by the name of Smoke Shadow, and was skilled in concealment through his smog special ability. He was able to cover the immediate vicinity with a thick smog and ambush targets inside it silently. Xia Fei did not make any comment. The ability to create smog was very suitable for chaotic battles, yet thick smog would hardly be much of an obstacle against a warrior with a keen sense. Any martial arts practitioner would seek to train their sixth sense, and a true warrior would be completely capable of killing without skipping a beat with their eyes blindfolded. Mere smog would be hardly worth any trouble to a high-rank warrior. Xia Fei suddenly had this premonition that the middle-aged farmer like Smoke Shadow would be defeated. He could even imagine what Smoke Shadow would look once the match ended. His two eyes would be black due to the dark-skinned fatty beating him so badly he looked like a great panda as he collapsed onto the ground, never to stand upright again. As such, Smoke Shadow's name was a bit impractical. He ought to be called Shadow, instead. Just as Xia Fei was dwelling in his random thoughts, the match started, and sure enough, Smoke Shadow instantly released his smog, covering the 100-meter wide ring with thick black smoke. It smelled horrid and acrid as if they had all been accidentally transported to a certain industrial city with high levels of air pollution. Xia Fei did not manage to make out how Smoke Shadow released this smog, but the pungent smell gave him a sense of déjà vu as it was very similar to a certain flatulent gas that people would release. A dull thud could be heard from within the smog, and everyone saw as a figure came flying out from it like an arrow let loose from a bow. This body went flying straight, much like a well-trained gymnast, only it was engulfed in a sinister blue flame as if it had been accidentally possessed by a will-o-wisp. It was made apparently clear from the shape of this body flying out that it could not be Fang Yuan, for the figure was not in the least bit round and was flat like a flying disc. Even the most effective slimming pill would be unable to slim down successfully that black grizzly bear-size Fang Yuan so instantly. Smoke Shadow came careening across the air like some thrown rubbish, crashing right onto the audience stand. Several disciples of the assassin sect were immediately thrown askew from the impact, and all of them came to understand what it meant to land into unexpected trouble. One concerned disciple reached out to Smoke Shadow's nose during the panicked chaos that had ensued, only to hear him crying out. "He's not breathing? He's dead? Smoke Shadow's dead." That disciple answered his own question, while the last statement he made became that of an angry lamentation. The entire crowd was shaken by this revelation. After all, Smoke Shadow was alive and well mere seconds ago, and in that time, he ended up dead in the arms of his fellow disciples. Many found it difficult to accept this stark contrast of reality. This was especially true for those who saw Smoke Shadow as a representative of the assassin sect's glory. To be killed in a single blow by the opponent Feng Yuan, indignation and anger were not the only emotions these fellow disciples felt. Embarrassment and shame were also among such emotions. All of them habitually did not consider the potential outcome if they stepped out and fought themselves, so they were left brooding over Smoke Shadow's failure now. Up on the main viewing platform, Crane Shadow tapped his fingers on his table softly, an attempt to ease the complex emotions inside him. Any warrior's life or death would all be left to fate the moment they stepped into the ring. No one could blame Feng Yuan for his merciless blow, and the only one to blame would be the deceased for not being skilled enough. Xia Fei was unconcerned with Smoke Shadow's fate, however. He was far more interested in learning just what Feng Yuan's additional ability could be. It was fairly evident from that fiery glow on Smoke Shadow's body the moment he came flying out, Feng Yuan ought to have a fire-type attack, though he was left puzzled on why the flame was blue in color. The exhaust system of the sparring field began working and sucked away all of the smog Smoke Shadow had released. His body was also very quickly carried away by his fellow disciples, returning the scene back to normal. Feng Yuan scratched his belly nonchalantly as he stood in the ring, appearing to be somewhat bored. He threw a provocative gaze at Xia Fei, since putting all the disciples present from the assassin sect, only Xia Fei and his fearsome sword were able to draw his attention. Though Xia Fei did think of sparring with Feng Yuan, the reality was that it was not his place to act. After all, this was an internal affair of the assassin sect, so it was best if an outsider like him remained as an spectator, except he was feeling somewhat unwilling to let this opportunity pass him. It was rare for there to be people who possessed two special abilities in this universe, so there was no telling when he could next meet such an opponent again. Xia Fei suddenly thought of a question after his eyes met with Feng Yuan for a time, so he asked Manatee beside him, "Bro, help me look after this sword, make sure no one takes it. I need to use the bathroom for a second." Manatee was an honest person, so he did not have any doubts about what Xia Fei had said. He pointed him in the direction of the bathroom and hugged the 2-meter-long bloodthirsty Screech, with his one hand gripping the sword handle firmly as if there could really be people coming to snatch it away. Xia Fei smiled, went down the corridor, and headed outside. The sparring field had 4 entrances, and Smoke Shadow's body had been temporarily placed in one of such corridors, which was why Xia Fei's suspiciously necrophilic-like actions were not discovered. Covering the body with the white sheet once more, Xia Fei stood up and rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "There's something strange about this corpse, right?" Phantom said in a deep voice. "It's clearly been burned by fire, yet why is it that Smoke Shadow's innards also got ruined? Could Feng Yuan's fire-type attacks be different from the usual sort? I feel that this damage wasn't dealt by a fire-type attack," Xia Fei said. Phantom furrowed his brows. "Then, what else could it be if not a fire-type attack? You should have seen that blue flame on Smoke Shadow's body just then, no?" Xia Fei was now muttering to himself, "Why was it a blue flame? Don't you find that odd as well?" "Of course, it's very odd. It should have been a bright red flame, and I don't recall any fire-type special ability of the blue variant. Perhaps we just lack the knowledge in this area," Phantom reckoned. Xia Fei looked around, hoping to gain some inspiration to make further deductions on Feng Yuan's combat strength. The wounds on Smoke Shadow's body were very uniform, and most of his skin had already been blackened. What made it strange was that even his internal organs had been subjected to intense incineration, as if that strange blue flame was able to penetrate deeply into his body as well. It must be mentioned that Smoke Shadow was wearing a very resilient combat suit, so even an intense fire could not have so thoroughly burned him inside and out in such a short time. Furthermore, there was only that obvious wound in front of his chest, where he had been struck. The rest of his combat suit remained completely intact. Thus, it could be seen that Feng Yuan had released his flames right onto Smoke Shadow's body. If that was the case, this chubby youth would really be a very prickly opponent. Suddenly, a thought came to Xia Fei, and an idea emerged in his mind. "I think I know what Feng Yuan's attack ability is," Xia Fei said gravely. Chapter 242, an auxiliary lightning-type special ability. "I think I know what Feng Yuan's attack ability is," Xia Fei said gravely. "What is it?" Phantom anxiously asked. "He perhaps has a lightning-type special ability as an auxiliary. There's no way his attack can have such a strong penetrative power if it's just fire alone, for only lightning is able to penetrate one's body so instantly and so thoroughly. A human's body is mostly water, after all, so it can easily conduct electricity. But how will you explain that blue flaming glow that came from Smoke Shadow's body the instant he was sent flying?" Phantom asked, puzzled. Xia Fei chuckled lightly. That's because the voltage of Feng Yuan's lightning ability is huge. The moment a human body experiences a voltage beyond what it can handle, it will result in an intense burning. If it were purely a fire attack, the flames on this body ought to be red. Thus, Feng Yuan's special ability is most definitely not that simple. I postulate that there's a 90% chance of him actually possessing an auxiliary lightning ability. Phantom was silent. Out of all the nature-type special abilities, lightning was among the scariest and most explosive powers to have. Warriors with that special ability would not only be able to deal fatal injuries to their enemies at close range but also able to release electrical currents as ranged attacks. In fact, once an electric-type ability user was sufficiently strong, not only would they be resilient to enemies' attacks, they could even generate powerful electrical backlash. Besides, Feng Yuan did not simply just have a lightning special ability, he also had speed that clocked several thousand meters a second. If a psychokinetic user like Xia Fei used Celestial Moon to engage in a close-range fight, Feng Yuan would be able to dodge it so calmly. Feng Yuan's ability is simply too strong. He is like a high-voltage receptacle, be it ranged or melee, there's simply no way of taking advantage of him one bit. Phantom then proceeded to ask somewhat skeptically, "Hey, Xia Fei, do you have any way to deal with someone with both speed and lightning abilities?" Xia Fei had always been bright, so if even he could not come up with the right tactic to deal with Feng Yuan, this meant that there was a possibility of this sparring session between the Assassin sect and the Sky Eradicator sect to reach an ending that Phantom had no wish of seeing. Xia Fei shook his head and made his way back by taking long strides. "Nope, I'll have to think about this further." Seeing Xia Fei return with a gloomy expression, Manatee hurriedly handed that bloodthirsty screech to Xia Fei as if he had just completed an important mission, his attitude severely earnest. "Brother Xia Fei, you don't look so good. What happened?" Manatee asked. Xia Fei laughed. "It's nothing. Just something I have yet to make sense of. Who's up for the next match?" Upon mentioning the next match, Manatee became very lively. He loved martial arts, as well as the thrill of a fight, to the very core. He merely lacked the opportunity to practice it, and Xia Fei believed that if Manatee could receive proper guidance, he had what it took to be an outstanding warrior. At the end of the day, he had thirst in his eyes, the sort that spoke to a natural passion toward battle. If someone wanted to succeed, passion was a must. If a child enjoyed swimming right from the start, but the family, instead, forced him or her to practice the piano, it would be very unlikely for the kid to succeed in a field he or she had no interest in. After all, a resigned acceptance was completely different from a yearning to learn. "The next match will be with one of our sect sisters. I heard the sect brothers talking about how amazing that sect sister is. I heard that she got accepted as Silver Shadow's disciple when she's still very young. As for her special ability or what cultivation rank she's at, none of the fellow disciples has a clue, for she has been cultivating all by herself, never once speaking with anyone else. She's practically a mystery." Manatee excitedly gushed, a hint of envy in his words. After all, this sect sister had been able to demonstrate her talent at a young age and got accepted into the discipleship, while Manatee was already well in his teens, yet never had he received the opportunity to learn any combat techniques. All he did was the various miscellaneous tasks he had been assigned to do, and he was also often bullied by his fellow sect brothers, indeed hardly living an easy life. Sometimes, life was just that unfair. Manatee was born with the desire for combat, yet he did not even have the chance to learn it. If he was truly given the chance, who knew what would be the outcome? Sometimes, all someone needed was coincidence. Reality had already proven that when giving the seemingly mediocre humans a chance, they could very well be rewarded with the entire world. Unfortunately, it was not just everyone who would get such a chance. Xia Fei nodded. "So who is she going up against?" "Still that same fatty from before, Feng Yuan," replied Manatee through gnashed teeth. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. "Why is it that guy fighting twice in a row?" "3, Manatee corrected as he extended 3 fingers. "He wants to fight 3 rounds with the disciples of the Assassin sect. All we need to do is win once to defeat him." It was very evident that this was an unfair matching. The Assassin sect would never have accepted such a 3 versus 1 setup in the past, but the sect was no longer what it used to be. Even if the disciples felt ashamed with such an arrangement, they still had to accept this implicitly insulting competition. Phantom had a distasteful look on his face, while even the fairly slow-witted Manatee was clenching his teeth tightly. This was most definitely humiliating. Phantom could tell that sect master Crane Shadow had encountered a huge dilemma, which made him accept such arrangements. No matter how hard he tried to console himself time and again, Phantom still felt very indignant and aggrieved. He turned to look at Xia Fei, only for him to resume that look of being completely unaffected by the ongoing situation, lighting a cigarette as he quietly waited for the second round to start. In his eyes, the assassin sect hardly mattered. What truly mattered was being able to see Fang Yuan's abilities and come up with a method to deal with him. The universe was vast and filled with mysteries. Who knew when Xia Fei might come across a demonic-type ability user again? Thus, it was very important for him to figure out how he could deal with such an opponent who wielded two abilities at once. Fang Yuan stood in that ring, yawning as he propped his chin on his hand. He looked very relaxed, as if he was just taking something out of his pocket, when he beat his opponents, an effortless exercise on his part. It was dozens of minutes later when a delicate, young lady came stepping out with lithe steps, shly making her way to the ring from the lounge. She was not too pretty, a small nose along with some visible freckles on her face. Though she was no longer young, looking to be at least 18 or 19 years old, the childbearing age of girls on many other planets, she still acted like a prepubescent girl. The thousands of people spectating made her very uncomfortable, her cheeks turning beet red, looking down onto the ground as if she had done something wrong. The ring platform was 2 meters high, and this lady was only around 1.6 meters in height. Even if she reached out her hands, she would not be tall enough to get up the ring. She made several clumsy attempts to get on it, but to no avail. Ultimately, the lady had to bring a chair over from the side and use it as a footstool before she finally managed to climb onto the ring. She only made it into the ring after expending so much effort. Everyone watched as she tidied her hair, exhaling out in relief. The entire sparring field went silent. It was clear that she was not the only one who felt relieved. Everyone seemed to have been worrying for her the entire time. This frail-looking lady had not stayed at home yet, had come to this ring where she could very well die at any time. It was far too outrageous. However, Xia Fei did not make fun of this lady due to her clumsiness. The fact was that Xia Fei had never once underestimated anyone, especially the old or women, so being able to come out after Smoke Shadow meant that, in terms of her strength and capabilities, she was above that of Smoke Shadow. Chapter 243, Darkness Ability User. This delicate lady went by the name of Mary Shadow. Xia Fei had no idea why she was given such a name, but he could not find a sliver of cheerfulness on Mary Shadow's face. Her rosy cheeks made her seem somewhat abashed. Despite facing a dangerous opponent like Fang Yuan, her head was still bowing to her chest. While she was a lady who had barely experienced the world in any sense, she did have an ample chest on her, which was a contrast to her scrawny figure. Almost all men would have the instinct to protect fair maidens and would not raise a hand to women, unless they were forced to do so, much less this demure-looking lady who did not appear to be a martial arts practitioner at all. Fang Yuan had his hand on his hip, or to be precise, his roll of fat, as he let out a belly full of laughter. Is there really no one else in the assassin sect? Aren't you afraid of your fellow sects making fun of you for sending such a delicate, little lady out to fight? He did not raise his voice, but it easily filled the sparring field. At that moment, the entire stadium with thousands of disciples across all ages could feel their ears turning red. It was already unfair that they were doing a 3 versus 1 match, and having sent out a young girl, who was barely an adult, now only made for a greater loss of words. Mary Shadow was blushing hard as she answered in a small voice, "I'm a woman, but it doesn't mean that I don't know how to fight." Her voice was so soft that Fang Yuan had to cup his ear with one hand, a playful look dancing across his face as he asked, "What did you say? You're so quiet only ants can hear you." Mary Shadow held her 2 fists in front of her as she angrily shouted with all her might, "I know how to fight, too." No one had expected that such a delicate, young lady could produce such a sonorous sound, akin to a thunderbolt that streaked across the sky, sharp and clear. Fang Yuan continued to laugh heartily as he punched his 2 fists together. "Very well. I'm not about to go easy on you just because you're a girl. Get ready to die." Mary Shadow's face went ashen, while her lips trembled. If Xia Fei were in her shoes, he would most definitely have 1,000 different ways of responding. Be it with sophistry or chicanery, Xia Fei would always be able to turn his enemy dispirited. Unfortunately, the one in the ring at this moment was the cute Mary Shadow. She did not know any repartee, nor was she quick-witted enough. All she could do was stand there and dumbly stew in her anger. Xia Fei chuckled. This lady has lost her inner composure. When the fight really starts, no matter how skilled she is in her combat techniques, she'll surely lack her usual standards. She's fallen for her enemy's psychological assault, and that's a huge taboo as a martial arts practitioner. Phantom pursed his lips. All humans have their flaws. The assassin sect ought to have secretly provided plenty of psychological guidance in order for them to breed killers. How could there be someone like her still around? Xia Fei laughed. Psychological guidance may not be as effective as you say. You're from the assassin sect as well, claiming to be a poet, but it just so happens that you suck at the latter. A person often has to adjust their psychological states themselves. Instead of forcibly correcting them, it's better to let the disciples manage and adjust themselves. Phantom had no response to Xia Fei. It was true that he had no right to speak when it came to psychology, for he was hardly even a qualified killer himself. The electronic gong sounded and the second match was officially underway. Silver Shadow was squeezing his thighs hard as he watched on. Mary Shadow was his direct disciple, so he was extra concerned with the outcome of this fight. After all, not only did this matter concern the face of the assassin sect, his face was on the line as well. In the ring, Feng Yuan was eyeing Mary Shadow with contempt, yet he did not make the first move. Anyone could tell from his gaze that the youth had a dismissive attitude about this, while Mary Shadow politely gestured for him to make the first move. The lady was clearly well educated in terms of etiquette in her demonstration of a measure of propriety even inside the ring. After waiting for several seconds, Mary Shadow could tell that Feng Yuan had no intention of taking the initiative. Believing that this was him underestimating her, she could not help but flare up inwardly again. Arching her brow, her eyes emitted a cold glare as if she had already gotten somewhat flustered. It was impermissible to let anger have free rein when fighting, though that did not mean a warrior was incapable of demonstrating their strength if they were piqued. Some people were able to explode forth 200% of their offensive power when furious, displaying their strength fully. Meanwhile, some would let the rage get to them and turn blind, even going as far as to lose their sense of reason. Because Xia Fei would not lose his keen perception of combat opportunities when angered, not to mention forget to analyze his opponent's every move and action as a result of the rage, Xia Fei had a feeling that Mary Shadow was neither an intuitive nor an analytical warrior, so the fury she was feeling was not about to be of any help to her. With a twist of her wrist, Mary Shadow could no longer stand it and made the first move. A black space suddenly appeared, enveloping both Feng Yuan and her in it. A darkness-type ability user. Phantom exclaimed. Mary Shadow is a darkness ability user, so she may be able to defeat Feng Yuan this time around. Xia Fei was stunned. No one would have guessed that the quiet Mary Shadow would actually be a legendary darkness ability user, possessing the capability to control darkness. The darkness ability actually referred to the dark matter type, and as the name suggested, it was an ability to manipulate darkness. It was as if darkness was her plaything, able to change and form it as how she arbitrarily wished. The sun was still shining several seconds ago, but as long as this darkness ability user waved her hand, the sky would no longer have even a sliver of light. Even if someone had a portable light device in hand, there would be no way of escaping the darkness. In that endless darkness, a warrior could only act according to their instinct, and that was her trump card. Every move that the opponent made would be well in her grasp. If it was simply an ability that could deprive the enemy of their vision, the darkness ability would not be considered as one of the legendary grade special abilities out there. What made it even more bizarre was the fact that darkness ability users could integrate themselves into the darkness and attack. This was to say that the darkness Xia Fei saw in front of him was no different from Mary Shadow herself. Furthermore, darkness ability users had an even more terrifying attack in their arsenal, corrosion. As long as it reached a certain rank, that mass of darkness would act like a pool of sulfuric acid, slowly seeping into the enemy's skin and bones, destroying their very body and flaying their nerves. The darkness would be like an omniscient fiend, or like 1,000,000 ants, unhurriedly consuming the enemy until not even scum remained. No wonder not even the people of the assassin sect know what Mary Shadow's ability is. Turns out she's a legendary darkness ability user, Xia Fei mumbled to himself in surprise. Mary Shadow's darkness ability was similar to Feng Yuan's demonic type ability. It could even be considered as an extremely rare ability. That was why the assassin sect had kept her hidden with much secrecy. After enough time passed for Mary Shadow's abilities to reach a certain standard, she would most definitely become a warrior with superb offensive prowess. As a hitman organization, the assassin sect would often collect some of the children with very special abilities and bring them onto the mountain to train. The abilities both Smoke Shadow and Mary Shadow demonstrated were very suitable for assassination, though the latter's ability was more powerful than the former. All of a sudden, Xia Fei could not help but be reminded of Xiaoyu. Could some unknown sect have kidnapped her because she had the Amethyst Guard's special ability and was taken in as a disciple somewhere? Could it be a hitman organization just like the assassin sect? Xiaoyu was a pain that Xia Fei forever harbored in his heart. Just thinking about her would make him feel some measure of sadness, and his expression would turn grim along with it. In the distance, Silver Shadow revealed a delighted smile. The darkness ability was something that came by chance. It was fortunate of him to have been able to take Mary Shadow as his disciple. Now that the sect is in trouble, it is still me and my followers who are truly dependable. The corner of his eyes furtively glanced over at Dark Shadow and Moon Shadow. Dark Shadow was always prudent, wielding his greatest trump card in the sect, the Death Guards. That was why Silver Shadow had always seen him as the greatest threat, but it was a good thing that Dark Shadow did not have any ambition whatsoever, and he was even less capable when it came to cultivating disciples of his own. What budding talent he had were all thrown into the Death Guards, unlike Silver Shadow who had kept the truly talented for himself. No matter how good a disciple was, they would all turn into muted killing machines once they joined the Death Guards, incapable of independent thought beyond heeding orders. No amount of such machines would be able to help Dark Shadow come up with schemes or plots. This was like having a computer and a cunning friend. The former was very useful but was ultimately just a tool. When it came time to a fight for power, the computer would be unable to come up with any ideas by itself, and all it could do was execute one's plans. Conversely, a disciple would be completely different. A Death Guard was guardian to the entire assassin sect. They would be fair and impartial, so even if Dark Shadow had the right to control these Death Guards, it would not be his for life. As long as Karn Shadow gave the word, the Death Guards could very easily change hands. A disciple would be subordinate to their master. Though they all belonged to the same sect, emotions and connections always mattered to humans. A disciple would of course always be more partial to the master who took them in, and this was a fact that had remained unchanged since ancient times. As for the always noble and strange Moon Shadow, Dark Shadow hardly even gave him a second thought. Out of the three elders, Moon Shadow was the most wise and resourceful. He was also the most knowledgeable. From combat techniques to pharmacology and arts to culinary skills, Moon Shadow had learned everything he could learn and was adept at them all. Being knowledgeable was naturally commendable, but the key was that Moon Shadow had devoted too much of his time and effort in his hobbies that he failed to attend to matters in the sect and cultivate his influence. Not only did he have few disciples, all of them personally dabbled in the literary arts like their master. Even the disciple he was most fond of, Phantom, had long met his end. In terms of the path to dominate the assassin sect, Moon Shadow was truly weak and insignificant. Actually, even if Phantom was still alive, Silver Shadow had never viewed him positively. In that man's eyes, everything beyond combat techniques and martial arts was worthless. The reason why Phantom was Moon Shadow's favorite was that he shared the worthless pursuits his master had. It had to be mentioned that Silver Shadow had truly gone crazy, obsessing over authority and profit. His disciple Mary Shadow was presently putting her life on the line in the ring, yet he was privately ruminating over his standing and order here on Nameless Mountain. He ought to consider that if the assassin sect lost these matches, the discipleship itself would hardly even survive. Standing? Perhaps the only one left standing in the sect would just be he himself. The wily old Crane Shadow had very clearly seen Silver Shadow's ambition from miles away, which was why he had passed the Death Guards to the unambitious yet capable Dark Shadow to manage, intentionally forging a balance in the mountain. As for the knowledgeable Moon Shadow, Crane Shadow had never once considered him as part of the equation. This was when a series of thunderous crackles erupted from that mass of darkness on the ring, rocking the entire sparring field vigorously. Some of the disciples who were unprepared for this all blocked their ears, a look of horror on each and every one of their faces. For some reason, neither Mary Shadow or Fang Yuan were in a hurry to make their move. Several full seconds passed while they were engulfed in darkness, and it was only at this moment that the fighting had truly begun. Nothing happened when they did not exchange blows, yet the moment they did, it was too thunderous and earth-shaking. Chapter 244, Another Loss. The situation had turned somewhat unfathomable. The sound of fighting could be heard from within the darkness, but no one knew how Fang Yuan and Mary Shadow were fighting, who had the upper hand, and who was at a disadvantage. All of them craned their necks toward the center of the ring in hopes of getting a better look, with those who were worried even standing up from their seats. Xia Fei pouted as he complained in his heart, "Everything's all black. Forget standing, it's all for naught even if one's flying." The disciples of the assassin sect were of course not going to listen to Xia Fei's wise words. In their anxiety over the battle underway in the arena, they had all forgotten common sense. If the array that a darkness ability user set up could be spied on so easily, it would no longer be called darkness ability but ought to be called clarity ability, instead. Xia Fei could not help but think back on an experience he had had many years ago. He was secretly peeping through another household's window to watch TV, and while he could not remember what show was being broadcasted, he did remember it to be two skinny and tall figures in a shoddy indoor studio fighting back and forth. They moved very slowly, but the sound effects were superb, so much so that even people walking along the alley could hear it and inadvertently imagine that an unseen master was in the middle of a fight atop the Forbidden City. Just as the two men's fight reached the climax, that 18-inch Chinese TV set suddenly went black, with the picture gone, though the grunts of the martial arts experts still continued. The owner of this TV set frantically went over and slapped the body of the electronic appliance so loudly and with such force that Xia Fei was afraid that the old TV would explode due to some chemical reactions that the owner's hit caused. It was only years later that Xia Fei learned that the old movie was made by a company, which went by the name of Xia, in Hong Kong. It was said to be the quintessence of Hong Kong films, and of course, Xia had also filmed quite a lot of artistically graphic movies that were very commendable. It was just that, if he closed his eyes and carefully listened, the grunts heard in those films sounded very close to the grunts made by these present combatants. The scene here was very similar to that time from before. Feng Yuan and Mary Shadow were fighting in that inky darkness, while everyone outside could not even see anything happening inside. They were tipping their toes, stretching their necks out, and doing everything they could, just like that middle-aged man years past when he tried to wrestle against the TV set for a miracle. Xia Fei lit his cigarette and slowly puffed on it. His eyes would occasionally stray over to that darkness, while Manatee sat beside him with clenched fists, the veins on the latter's forehead visible and his muscles twitching incessantly, seemingly very anxious to learn what was happening inside. Phantom as well. If not for him being unable to stray too far from Xia Fei's more stone, he would most definitely dive into that darkness in hopes of learning just what was happening right now. All of a sudden, a blue electric glow flashed in the darkness. The powerful electric current was released like numerous blue dragons, then penetrated through the darkness and smashed a set of compound lights onto the sparring field, causing plenty of sparks to burst forth brilliantly. After all, this zone of darkness that Mary Shadow had created was at least 20 high and over 100 meters in breadth and length. Only a fairly intense electric strike could penetrate through such a huge area covered. Furthermore, the electric current was not just a single arc but several dozens, which were condensed into one attack, making it impossible to avoid. Even the viewing platforms around the sparring field were affected by a bit. Fortunately, an arena this size would always have energy shields installed to protect the audience. Thus, when the blue electric currents zapped loudly upon contact with the shields, each and every one of them was handily dissipated. Bang bang! Another series of ear-splitting crackles and zaps were heard, scaring the more timid disciples among the crowd, their faces draining of color. Xia Fei, you've guessed correctly, lightning. Feng Yuan has an additional electric-type special ability. Phantom leaped to his feet as he yelled. Xia Fei was not at all surprised. He already knew what to expect insofar from Feng Yuan's special ability, so there was nothing surprising about it. It was only that seeing how this fight had gone, it was very likely that Mary Shadow might soon be defeated. From the strength of that electric attack Feng Yuan had released just then, it might be because Feng Yuan was unable to hold the upper hand, which was why he had no choice but to unleash his killer move. There was a saying, fire and flood show no mercy, yet electricity was even more merciless than both and far more violent in comparison. If Mary Shadow had been struck by that series of powerful blows Feng Yuan had unleashed moments ago, the outcome would be unimaginable. On the main viewing platform, Crane Shadow was firmly grasping onto an armrest when a crisp sound of splintered wood rang about. An inconspicuous crack appeared on that sturdy rosewood chair, though he still looked as stony-faced as ever. Crane Shadow's momentary loss of composure was not lost onto Tong Tian. He cracked a slight smile, knowing that victory was well within his grasp. He had even begun wondering just how he would manage this planet Nameless and the Nameless Mountain in his mind. He did not wish to see anything related to the assassin sect remain. A complete overhaul and reconstruction would cost an astronomical sum, though he still thought that it was well worth it. Even the old and crafty Crane Shadow had lost his composure, so obviously Dark Shadow and the other two elders were all the more unable to hold back their anger. Silver Shadow's mouth was already open wide, nearly ready to yell at the top of his lungs. Several seconds later, the mass of darkness suddenly dissipated, revealing two figures in the ring. Feng Yuan was standing, his 2 arms folded across his chest. His face bore no trace that a fighting had just occurred. His complexion was not red, nor was his breathing uneven. There was only the addition of some black imprint along his neck, similar to the pattern found on a python. Xia Fei knew that those black imprints were the result of Mary Shadow's plan to engulf Feng Yuan with her corrosive darkness, and now that she had rescinded her array, all that was left were just the black patches on Feng Yuan's body that were slowly recovering. On the other side of the ring, the little lady Mary Shadow was lying collapsed onto the ground, with one hand clutching her mouth as she spat fresh blood. That pretty blue combat suit that she was wearing looked to have suffered untold damage from Feng Yuan's ferocious electric attacks. Parts of the suit were even revealing the goods within, and the skin underneath was somewhat charred as a result of the electric blast. Her head of hair was like a bird's nest and her face was ghastly, seemingly having just escaped from a calamitous disaster, no longer as cute and delicate as before. There was a sigh of relief from the viewing platforms, though there were more curses and anger being expressed. Several disciples of the assassin sect quickly went to the ring and carried the heavily injured Mary Shadow away for treatment, while the entire sparring field seethed with dark emotions, a mixture of both sadness and hatred. 2 matches and 2 losses. 1 dead, 1 injured. If the assassin sect failed to get a victory in the next match, then everyone in this sect might probably lose any bit of face they had, which could never be recovered. Sitting on the first seat, Crane Shadow suddenly stood up with a forced smile, excused himself from Tongtian, and turned to leave the sparring field. Tongtian watched him leave with squinted eyes. They were in the assassin sect's turf, so it was as the saying went, you can run, but you can't hide. Tongtian was not at all concerned that he would leave and not return. Crane Shadow suddenly sped up to the forest not too far away after he stepped out of the sparring field. He saw his sect brother Shadowless standing under the tree looking at him with a solemn face. His tall and straight-backed posture could not help but give Crane Shadow a misconception that his brother Sect's crippled leg had healed back to normal. Sect brother, did you secretly signal me over to talk? Crane Shadow respectfully asked. Chapter 245, An Unacknowledged Disciple. There was a unique communication method among high-level sect elders in the assassin sect for them to send out information without anyone else knowing. It was a bit like the voice transmission skill, which would be often featured in kung fu novels. It was just that this communication was relatively simple, so if there was anything complex that needed to be conveyed, it would still require them to meet in person. Crane Shadow deeply furrowed his brows. Sect brother, you ought to know that even if we do quietly kill Tongtian and his men, other sects will come knocking at our front door not too long later, and that won't resolve the crux of the problem we're currently facing. He had not thought that Shadowless would actually call him out to discuss annihilating the intruders upon confirming that Tongtian was no match for his sect brother. Making the decision to massacre the enemies once the situation got out of hand might be precisely why Shadowless was the default choice of the previous sect master to inherit that position years back and not him. Shadowless raised his head and stared at the sky as if he really had eyes. It was midday, and the sky was cloudless. However, the temperature was neither scorching hot nor bitingly cold. The forest was teeming with the sounds of insects and birds, while the air had a measure of humidity. It was the culmination of everything that gave a very comfortable sensation. I've lived my whole life here on Nameless Mountain. I remember every inch of the woodlands here, and they're the closest I've got to relatives. I've never hoped for my ashes to be scattered on the Nameless Mountain peak like the ancestors after I die. Even if I were to be tossed into the sea to be fish feed, I'd be satisfied as long as I could remain here. Aside from this planet Nameless, I'm uninterested in anywhere else, even the heavenly beauty of a Garden of Eden, Shadowless said lightly. Crane Shadow was deeply moved. Actually, he felt the same. The people of the assassin sect were all orphans, and this world was their home. A person without a place to call home would be akin to a body with no soul. They would become a tetherless ghost even when they died, wrestling with depression until the end of days. Sect brother, perhaps there's still a way for us to resolve this. Crane Shadow spoke softly. I know. Shadowless lowered his head and sighed. You wish to get me and Tongtian into a fight. Precisely. Given Sect brother's cultivation rank, Tongtian may not even last 10 rounds with you. If you're willing to step up to this, we'll surely manage to come to a draw with this wager against the Sky Eradicators sect. Crane Shadow was stealing glances at Shadowless as he made this proposition, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shadowless shook his head. I went against Master's orders back then, so this would be the second time if I were to do this. Besides, I had no choice at that time, the assassin sect was forced into a dead end, which was why I did what I did, but this incident today, you do have a way to deal with it. Shadowless's solution was to eliminate Tongtian and his men silently by using the strength of the Death Guards. While this was most definitely doable, Crane Shadow had plenty of reservations toward this end. The assassin sect was not what they used to be, and if they were to take care of Tongtian, there was still Baoshan, Zhangtian. There was no way they could use such a method to deal with everyone each and every time. Since it was a crisis, it was better to face it head-on. If they were going to die, they might as well die a worthy death. With this thought in mind, Crane Shadow shook his head. Sect brother, I do still wish that you'll take what I said in mind and make a comeback. The assassin sect needs you now, after all. Shadowless remained resolute. I originally didn't wish to say this, but since you're still obsessed over those so-called rules, unwilling to be realistic, there's something I must tell you. Crane Shadow was slightly taken aback and pricked his ears to listen carefully. I don't have long to live, Shadowless said in a soft voice. The expression on Crane Shadow's face instantly turned pale. A martial arts practitioner could indeed tell when they were going to die once they reached a certain cultivation, and sect brother Shadowless must have had a premonition, which was why he had uncharacteristically made a trip down the mountain this time and very seriously told him the assassin sect's much need for innovation. It turned out that he knew about his upcoming departure and wanted to do his final bit for the discipleship. It was precisely this that Shadowless did not wish to step out from the shadows and fight for the sect, hoping that Crane Shadow would be a little more decisive and kill the enemies without any reservations. After all, there was no way for the sect to rely on the shade of this big tree for much longer. How much longer? Crane Shadow asked, his voice hoarse. He felt as if a million daggers were stabbing right into his heart. He had always thought that his sect brother, Shadowless, was his biggest trump card. Every time he came upon difficulty, Crane Shadow would console himself with, "It's fine. Sect brother Shadowless has superb martial arts skills. Even if the worst transpires, my sect brother will surely be able to take us through it." Now that he could no longer boldly make that claim since Shadowless had already sensed his impending death, and with him and his sect brother being the only ones left from his master and the past generations of disciples, if the other really passed on, Crane Shadow would certainly be racked by grief. Could the heavens really want to retire the assassin sect into the annals of history? All of them are gone, and now that even my last sect brother is on his way out. Oh, heavens! This is too unfair. Crane Shadow momentarily felt his heart go numb, though Shadowless very peacefully answered, "It'll be soon. Could be tomorrow. Perhaps next week." Crane Shadow nodded his head. "Sect brother, remember to send my regards to our master and fellow sect brothers." Shadowless nodded. "Don't worry. Though I have not taken a step out from my spot these last few years, I know very well everything that you've done, and you did good." Crane Shadow was momentarily speechless. It took him quite some time before he choked and said, "Sect brother, I already know what you are trying to tell me. From today onward, we of the assassin sect can only rely on ourselves, and you won't be able to watch over us anymore. I'll go get Dark Shadow to make preparations for the plan. If the situation goes awry, we won't let even a soul depart from this nameless planet." With that, Crane Shadow held back his tears as he turned to leave. Shadowless did not have the heart to call him to stay. "Hold it." Eventually, Shadowless sighed. "Fine. I'll do my last bit for the discipleship since I'm now at death's doors. Crane Shadow, would you mind handing me the role of sect master for 3 minutes? Crane Shadow was elated. He thought Shadowless was about to fight on behalf of the discipleship. In order to save the assassin sect after the tragic crisis, he had no choice but to pick up the mantle of sect master all those years back. Now that Shadowless had made the choice to ask for the sect's leadership, Crane Shadow was of course more than willing to show his full support. No matter how he saw it, his sect brother had both the better strength and qualifications to be in charge. "Sect brother, from here onward, you are the sect master of the assassin sect. I'll immediately make the announcement to all disciples later," Crane Shadow said excitedly. Shadowless waved his hand. "Just give me 3 minutes, that'll do." Crane Shadow was surprised. He could not guess what his sect brother was up to. That was when Shadowless uttered the few words, "Help me fetch Xia Fei, bring him over to me." Xia Fei made his way to the forest, confused. He looked at Crane Shadow as he stood there next to a blind elderly man, puzzled over all of this. The disciple who had brought Xia Fei over bowed respectfully before he very quickly turned to depart, leaving Xia Fei with the 2 old men. Who's the blind guy? Xia Fei asked Phantom subconsciously. Phantom shook his head. No clue. I've never seen this person before during my discipleship. Shadowless had lived in seclusion on Nameless Mountain for a long time, so it was only natural for Phantom not to have any recollection of seeing him. Shadowless was dressed in a common cotton long robe, which was not the uniform people in the assassin sect would wear. Phantom was even unsure if he might be someone outside of the discipleship. Xia Fei greeted Crane Shadow and Shadowless with courtesy, his eyes trained on Shadowless the entire time because his keen sense had picked up on an indescribable aura the blind man was giving off. He seemed to be very powerful, beyond that of his or even Crane Shadow's strength. Crane Shadow did the introductions. This is my sect brother, Shadowless. Presently, the oldest elder here in the assassin sect. Xia Fei once more did a polite bow. He was filled with doubt and shock. Crane Shadow's sect brother? Why have I never heard you mentioned him before? Xia Fei asked. Phantom was even more alarmed than Xia Fei. In fact, this was the first time he had learned that the assassin sect had a Grand Master, something that he would not have believed if he had not personally heard Crane Shadow say so. With a light nod, Shadowless asked, Xia Fei, are you willing to be my unacknowledged disciple? Xia Fei was stunned, thinking to himself, and just where did this come from? Why is he taking me in as his disciple the moment we met? Crane Shadow was also very startled by this. It turned out that Shadowless's idea was to take Xia Fei in as his disciple, making everything that much simpler. If Xia Fei were to accept his role as Shadowless's unacknowledged disciple, that would give him the qualifications to represent the assassin sect and fight Feng Yuan. It was obvious to all that Xia Fei's capabilities were top-notch among all the assassin sect's disciples under 20. More importantly, Xia Fei had an abnormal decisiveness beyond his decent martial arts prowess, and this was not something any young disciple in the entire sect could compete. After all, his decisiveness was formed in part due to his innate acumen and judgment, then partially molded through his constant battles. The young disciples in the assassin sect were never sent out on any mission, barely having the chance to be tempered by experience. By contrast, Xia Fei had already come close to meeting the Grim Reaper plenty of times, so he was well ahead in this aspect. Even more amazing thing was that Shadowless would only be taking in Xia Fei as an unacknowledged disciple, which meant that, though Xia Fei would be Shadowless's disciple, it would not be recorded as such. The key to this was that the assassin sect would not admit him as a disciple after Shadowless's death. Since Shadowless was a step away from death, Xia Fei would no longer be entangled with the assassin sect after this, allowing him to continue being an envoy, not having to be restricted by the many rules of the sect. This was a good thing to Xia Fei. Looking at this from another perspective, Xia Fei was not the sort who was satisfied with the status quo. He was fairly ambitious, and a place as rule-bound as the assassin sect would hardly be able to contain his free spirit and undisciplined nature, so the sect did not have to worry about his continued involvement afterward. Crane Shadow was quite surprised, deep down. Shadowless's simple few words had plenty of deep connotations to them, and his shrewdness was far beyond his measure of admiration for his sect brother only growing further with this. After learning what it meant to be an unacknowledged disciple, Xia Fei instantly understood what Shadowless was trying to do, and how he planned to use him as a last-minute bulwark, representing the assassin sect to fight in order to protect the discipleship's reputation. Actually, Xia Fei was very interested in Feng Yuan, and he was more than happy to fight with him. After all, meeting someone who possessed two special abilities was pure chance, but Xia Fei was less willing to be used by others or for others to benefit from his effort. He raised his head to look at Shadowless, only to see the corners of the old man's mouth carrying a strange trace of a smile. Xia Fei suddenly understood that the old man must be intentionally picking him. Xia Fei could not help but raise his eyebrow in interest. It was evident that this Grand Elder Shadowless was a very smart man. He knew his needs very clearly, as well as Xia Fei's needs. Xia Fei loved talking to smart people because this would avoid plenty of unnecessary trouble. Everyone knew of this deep down, so as long as it did not exceed their bottom lines, they could surely come to an accord. Xia Fei thought this whole thing through once before answering, this young one is of course more than happy to accept Grand Elder Shadowless as my master, though I do have a condition of my own, which I hope the Grand Elder can fulfill. Chapter 246, Xia Fei's turn to fight. Crane Shadow suddenly felt amused when Xia Fei blatantly revealed his intention to list some conditions. This was the first time a junior dared to negotiate with the sect master of the assassin sect, considering how strict the assassin sect was with its rules. It had never happened before to the assassin sect even though it had been around for a long time. Crane Shadow frowned. How bold of you! What do you take this place for? How dare you question Master Shadowless's authority? Do you seriously think you have the right to negotiate with us? Xia Fei twitched his lips and replied, it's normal for the buyer to offer a down-to-earth offer when the seller is selling at a sky-high price. I'm no Master Shadowless's disciple yet. Even if I do agree to become his disciple, we are still two separate entities, making us equal. Why can't I list my conditions? Crane Shadow was enraged. His mind was full of the traditional views on how he should be a great role model as a senior. He believed that it was very crucial for a disciple to revere their master and their master's teachings. He did agree that many rules of the assassin sect needed reforms, but he would not allow anyone to modify the seniority between a master and a disciple. It was part of his principles. Crane Shadow found Xia Fei's claim that a master was equal to his disciple even more ridiculous. The traditional teachings he received were the reason why he was being extremely respectful to his senior brother even though he was already the sect master of the assassin sect. How dare you utter such nonsense? A person's master is more important than their father. How could you say a master and a disciple are equal? This is absurd, Crane Shadow grunted. Xia Fei smiled. I don't have a father, but I believe my father should be a human just like me. If so, why can't two humans be equal? Since we are equal, why can't we negotiate with each other? Besides, it's really just some insignificant particulars. Crane Shadow wanted to say something, but Shadowless stopped him by waving his hand. Xia Fei, feel free to state your conditions, Shadowless said. Xia Fei said after a brief pondering, Master Shadowless, my conditions are very simple. First, I'm glad to become an envoy for the assassin sect, but I still have many ordinary affairs to deal with at other places, so I'm hoping that you'll send me back to where I belong to as soon as possible. Shadowless nodded. That won't be a problem. The assassin sect isn't going to force you to stay. You can make the final decision on that. Let's talk about the second condition, then. Master Crane Shadow offered me a chance to obtain the secret manuals in the Seaview Tower. I'm utterly grateful for that, but I'm afraid that I've claimed quite a few things with the opportunity. It'll be great if you two are willing to let me keep them all, Xia Fei said. What did you claim? The huge long sword beside you? Crane Shadow asked. Xia Fei nodded. He explained the details on how he managed to secure Slaughter Shadow's precious collection. He might have tweaked and embellished his story slightly, but he was more or less telling the truth. After all, a collapsed tunnel was not enough to stop the assassin sect if they insisted on investigating the matter. His lies would easily be exposed, hence, there was no point in trying to cover it up. Crane Shadow and Shadowless were dumbfounded. The series of events that Xia Fei went through were full of plot twists just like in an American film. They could not help but exclaim why they had never discovered the secret after so many years. Shadowless had access to the archives of the assassin sect, thus, he had a vague impression of that person called Slaughter Shadow. Xia Fei's description of the person was exactly the same as the records, so he was convinced that Xia Fei was telling the truth. Shadowless smiled. If that's the case, Sect Master Slaughter Shadow basically gave them to you. It isn't appropriate for us to take back what's already been gifted, so they are yours to keep. We will give back the rest of your possessions, too, if you choose to leave. Crane Shadow twisted his lips. He was strongly against the idea, but there was nothing he could say. Xia Fei, aren't you worried that I'll regret it and murder you later? Shadowless suddenly asked. Xia Fei smiled. Master, if you are considering it, you'd better do it now. Otherwise, it won't be easy to kill me once I leave the ring. The situation was obvious. Xia Fei was going to represent the assassin sect, and nothing else could be done if he lost. Dying to the opponent only meant that he was not good enough. However, if he won the duel, he would be the assassin sect's hero. His name would spread in the circle, hence, Shadowless would have to reconsider if he wanted to do any harm to him. Xia Fei bowed and said, You two have been generous to me. I, Xia Fei, am indebted to your kindness. My master, please accept my gesture as your disciple. Now that he had achieved his goals, he decisively gave Shadowless 3 kowtows in a sincere manner. Shadowless helped Xia Fei up with a smile and said some motivating words to him. Since Xia Fei had accepted Shadowless as his master, he must be granted a name. Shadowless said after giving it some thought, Since you are related to Blood Shadow, why don't you use the name Blood Shadow, too? Your ancestor will be proud of you. Xia Fei could not care less about it, though he did silently curse Blood Shadow whom he had never met before. It was difficult to tell who was taking advantage of whom. If it was not for the coincidence, Xia Fei might not even be alive today. That being said, he still felt uncomfortable after finding out that he had acquired an ancestor out of nowhere. Xia Fei turned and left. Shadowless let out a sigh and said, "He's extremely smart. He knows when to advance or retreat and knows to compromise when necessary. He has a bright future, but it's a pity that he grew up in the fancy outside world. I doubt if he can get used to the boring life of a disciple in the assassin sect." "What a pity!" Shadowless exclaimed how much of a pity it was a few more times. In his opinion, the fact that Xia Fei dared to negotiate with him meant he knew when to advance or retreat after sizing up the situation. Besides, he only asked for the things that already belonged to him instead of throwing out some ridiculous requests, indicating that he knew how to give and to take appropriately. The benefits that a person managed to secure did not necessarily reflect their wisdom but how they were able to secure the benefits within their capabilities. It would be idiotic for a person to lose their life due to being overly greedy. After Shadowless finished his tasks, he bowed to Crane Shadow behind him and said, "Sect Master, pardon me for making the decision without your permission today." Crane Shadow blurted out, "Senior brother, there's no need to apologize. I believe you must have a reason for it, I don't mind at all." Shadowless nodded. He vanished into thin air following a whoosh. He was as quick as lightning, leaving Crane Shadow with a blank face behind. "Senior brother, so you've been lying to me all this time. Your legs weren't crippled, nor were your eyes blind," Crane Shadow murmured with wide eyes. Fang Yuan, who was standing in the ring, was already panicking a little. Crane Shadow had been gone for more than half an hour. They could not start the last match if he did not return. Fang Yuan was planning to make worthy contributions when he decided to come with Tong Qian. After all, he had been cultivating diligently for more than 10 years. It was his first time representing his sect in a duel. A person's first step was extremely important, and the same applied to a warrior's first battle. Whether he could make a name for himself in this world of hitmen depended on the outcome today. He had already won 2 matches in a row prior to this to gather some attention. However, he believed it was nowhere enough still. He must give his first battle a perfect ending. Not only was he going to make everyone in the assassin sect know that there was a person called Fang Yuan in this world, he also wanted the whole universe to know that his time had come. Fang Yuan glanced into the corner where Xia Fei was standing previously. He was constantly keeping an eye on Xia Fei after noticing the intimidating bloodthirsty screech. He kept looking into the corner subconsciously as if he had a feeling that the ordinary-looking young man was going to be a threat to him. Fang Yuan shook his head and grinned. A rival? No one in this world was worthy to become his rival still. He sneaked a peek at his master, Tong Qian, and saw the man looking back at him with a pleased look in his eyes. He gave Tong Qian a fawning smile before turning his head and murmuring under his breath, "Old prick, one day, I'll trample you under my feet, too." Xia Fei happened to return from the outside at this point. He was observant enough to notice the menacing look in Fang Yuan's eyes. He smiled and nodded at Fang Yuan in a collected manner. He lit a cigarette and slowly went up the stairs with his eyes fixed on Fang Yuan. The look in his eyes was making Fang Yuan feel uncomfortable. Normally, a person could feel the pressure from the furious look in a person's eyes, but how was Xia Fei able to apply pressure onto him too even though he seemed extremely calm? While Fang Yuan struggled to understand, Phantom already saw through Xia Fei's trick. "Xia Fei, you're really badass, you're already targeting his weakness." Xia Fei remained smiling without saying a single word. He took the bloodthirsty screech from Manatee and carried it on his shoulder. The weapon was more than 2 meters long, and its razor-sharp edge was intimidating to look at. Xia Fei's aura shifted as soon as he carried the long sword on his shoulder. He scanned his surroundings like the statue of an ancient god of battle with an unmatchable aura. The ring was significantly shorter, after all, hence Fang Yuan had to lift his gaze to look at Xia Fei. The aura he had accumulated from winning 2 matches in a row dissipated under the pressure that Xia Fei was applying onto him. Even his confidence began to waver a little. A sacrificial warrior of the assassin sect gave Xia Fei his celestial moon and spatial ring back. He was now fully equipped with the ghastly-looking bloodthirsty screech and the strange, Y-shaped celestial moon. Fang Yuan had been observing Xia Fei as he suited up. The preparations were meant to be done in the locker room, but Xia Fei had done the very opposite. He insisted on exposing himself to Fang Yuan. There was nothing too deceitful in a battle. Even though Xia Fei had yet to figure out a way to win the duel, he was able to notice Feng Yuan's weakness, the lack of a brink of death's experience. Regardless of how strong a warrior was, they would never become a true expert without going through battles while constantly struggling to survive. Did every true expert not only become one after crawling out of a mountain of dead bodies? Both Smoke Shadow and Mary Shadow were inexperienced just like Feng Yuan, hence, their auras were incomparable to Xia Fei's. On top of that, they were a lot weaker than Feng Yuan in terms of strength, so Feng Yuan was able to secure the upper hand during the duels right at the beginning. However, his opponent was now Xia Fei, who had fought countless battles. It went without saying that Xia Fei would use his strength to abuse his opponent's shortcoming. Feng Yuan was feeling very confident after winning 2 matches in a row, but Xia Fei's actions were simply telling him, "Open your eyes and see how far you are still from becoming a true warrior." One man's loss was another man's gain. Xia Fei simply crushed Feng Yuan's aura, which he had accumulated, while Xia Fei's aura was growing stronger rapidly at the same time. After all, the clash of auras was like a battle without fumes. Chapter 247, Cat and Mouse. The place fell silent as Xia Fei and Feng Yuan faced each other. The disciples of the assassin sect were bewildered. Many of them knew that Xia Fei was an envoy, but now, he had suddenly become an unacknowledged disciple of the assassin sect with the name Blood Shadow, and he would be representing their sect in the extremely important third match. Tong Tian frowned. Even those with bad vision could easily tell that Feng Yuan's aura was already in a disadvantageous position. Feng Yuan's build might be taller and bigger than Xia Fei, and the two were seemingly not even in the same weight class, yet the ordinary-looking Xia Fei was able to remain calm in front of a strong opponent. It felt as if he was only taking a casual stroll and completely self-confident. The only weakness that Feng Yuan had was his lack of experience. Tong Tian was well aware of that. Feng Yuan was under strict training for many years, but he had never left his faction. This was his first time participating in duels of life and death. It was normal to fight duels in his faction, too, but they were only friendly spars between the disciples. It was unlikely that they would fight one another to death. For a warrior, fighting with their lives at stake was a lot more meaningful than just a drill. Feng Yuan had never experienced the things that Xia Fei had been through, hence, it was reasonable for his aura to be losing ground. Tong Tian suddenly laughed. He believed that he had worried too much. Feng Yuan's abilities were unmatched. He would have no trouble winning the duel despite his lack of experience. He would soon turn the battle around once the fight began. Xia Fei rotated his wrist as warm-up while standing in the ring. He grabbed the bloodthirsty Screech, which was bigger than him, and stared at Feng Yuan on the other side of the ring with a calm look. The stare made Feng Yuan feel extremely uncomfortable. He would have preferred if Xia Fei was a hot-tempered or arrogant person, but Xia Fei did not behave like what he had expected. The look in Xia Fei's eyes was the same as what a traveler would give a rock by the road. The rock was nothing worth mentioning since the traveler would soon walk past it with a huge step. "You are Blood Shadow?" Feng Yuan asked nervously. Xia Fei nodded with a smile and did not speak. The truth was that he would rather keep his name. The name Blood Shadow did not sound pleasing to him. "I'm glad that you're my opponent. I hope you won't let me down. Show me what you've got." Feng Yuan barked loudly as if he was trying to use his voice to overwhelm his opponent. Xia Fei nodded once again without saying a single word. His expression remained the same. Feng Yuan was depressed. He realized that having a loud voice did not necessarily guarantee the upper hand to the situation. He was still being suppressed by Xia Fei's aura as if he was struggling to breathe properly while enduring the huge boulder pressing on his shoulders. The pressure did not come from the hideous longsword Xia Fei was holding but the man himself. Even the deadliest weapon was only useful in the hands of someone who knew how to use it. A fruit knife was only a toy in a kid's hands, but it could be the deadliest weapon in a real assassin's hands. Xia Fei was not at a disadvantage even if he came empty-handed, seemingly born with the overwhelming aura. The best option is to start the fight as early as possible. It's obvious that I can no longer secure the upper hand by staring at him. I can only turn the tables during the fight, Feng Yuan thought. Following this thought, Feng Yuan took a step forward and rubbed his fingers together, emitting wisps of blue starlight. "Look out, he might use a lightning attack," Phantom said. Xia Fei nodded slightly. He fixed his eyes onto Feng Yuan while every cell in his body moved rapidly. He was ready to launch his counterattack at any time. As a matter of fact, Xia Fei could abuse his speed to attack first, but he did not choose to do so. Knowing oneself and the enemy was the key to become unbeatable. It was unwise to use his trump card before familiarizing himself with his opponent's capabilities, thus, he had decided to take some risk and let the opponent attack first while preserving his trump card until the final moment. Feng Yuan suddenly moved. He stomped the ground fiercely and lunged forward. He held his hand like a sword while a blue lightning flickered, encapsulating his hand like a glove as it crackled continuously. Feng Yuan was being extremely cautious, too. He did not use his full strength right at the beginning. He only unleashed a portion of his lightning ability. Similar to Xia Fei, he was planning to probe his opponent first. Xia Fei smiled. He stepped on a few strange spots and instantly relocated himself behind Feng Yuan. He was as quick as a fleeting ray of light. A speed ability user. Feng Yuan thought. Xia Fei's speed was obviously a lot quicker than his, but he was not scared by it. In fact, he was hoping that Xia Fei would attack him first. As soon as Xia Fei's fists were close enough to him, the wild lightning would immediately bounce his fists right away, leaving the other with serious injuries even if it did not kill him. Xia Fei had no intention of attacking carelessly. He was like a cunning loach, dodging one attack after another of Feng Yuan with ease by utilizing his crafty thrust technique and his outstanding speed. Not only did Feng Yuan fail to deal any damage to Xia Fei after executing more than 10 moves, he also gave Xia Fei the chance to get used to his fighting style, making it easier for the latter to dodge his attacks. It was not honorable for a warrior to keep dodging in a battle, but it was never Xia Fei's concern. He had continuously avoided Chen Dong for days without taking any rest during the duel between them. This duel was nothing in comparison. Besides, dodging was just a strategy to Xia Fei. He would not hesitate to counterattack once he found an opening. Feng Yuan might be quick, but Xia Fei was even quicker. The spectators surrounding the ring could only see two shadows moving around rapidly within. One had a strong build, while the other was a little skinny. Tong Tian's eyes glittered. Even though Feng Yuan was constantly chasing Xia Fei around, he had already lost the initiative. Xia Fei was completely leading him by the nose. Such a cunning strategy, Tong Tian murmured. Xia Fei was already executing his plan from the moment he unleashed his overwhelming aura. He was trying to intimidate Feng Yuan so he would not dare to go all out in the fight. If Feng Yuan used everything he had from the very beginning and attacked recklessly, Xia Fei might not be able to secure the upper hand. However, Feng Yuan had already lost this chance. The longer the fight remained in a deadlock, the more frustrated Feng Yuan got. He had decided to use his strongest move after he was overwhelmed by the urge to murder Xia Fei. It was exactly what Xia Fei wanted. He did not want to drag the intense duel for too long. After all, Feng Yuan's speed and his lightning ability were unpredictable and deadly. A prolonged fight was not necessarily in his favor. He was planning to boil the frog in warm water. He would wear off Feng Yuan's confidence first. Once the frog noticed something was not right, it would do everything it could to break out of the pot. It was the opportunity that Xia Fei was waiting for his reaction and speed were quicker than Feng Yuan. His plan was quite risky, too. If Feng Yuan's attack exceeded Xia Fei's limit, it would be difficult to predict the outcome of the fight. Time gradually passed. Feng Yuan was slowly losing his patience, especially since he could not even touch Xia Fei when the latter was only remaining a close distance from him with a smile. Xia Fei had managed to nullify all of his attacks. He began to lose confidence as the pressure he was under gradually grew stronger. After all, Xia Fei's aura significantly surpassed Feng Yuan's. Xia Fei was clearly a very experienced opponent. He was a lot trickier to deal with than Smoke Shadow and Mary Shadow. Should I keep probing, or should I use my strongest move now? Feng Yuan asked himself. He was struggling to make up his mind. Being patient was an essential trait of a warrior, too. The difference between Feng Yuan and Xia Fei's patience was like the difference between a small stream and an ocean. The two were not on the same level at all. A dozen minutes later, Xia Fei remained in control of the fight. He was actually more relaxed than he was at the beginning of it. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was wearing a gloomy look. Flames of fury were steadily accumulating in his heart, yet he was struggling to find a way to vent them. Xia Fei had a feeling that Feng Yuan's patience had already reached its limit. The man was most likely about to go all out. It would be an opportunity for Xia Fei to counterattack by picking on Feng Yuan's weak point. It was a test for him, too. If Xia Fei failed to dodge the incoming storm, he would find himself in a greater danger. Either way, he must stick with the strategy he had decided on until the final moment. He would not want to change his approach. Both Smoke Shadow and Mary Shadow had lost to Feng Yuan, but since their abilities involved concealing themselves, Xia Fei was unable to see Fang Yuan's true strength. His plan was to take Fang Yuan's strongest attack head-on, find his weak point, and used his strongest move to end the fight. When two opponents with equal strength were unfamiliar with each other's strength, the first person to expose their trump card would not necessarily guarantee the victory of the battle, but it might expose the person's weakness, instead. Xia Fei had long calculated everything, hence why he had been waiting patiently. He must defeat his opponent with a single move with his saber. Otherwise, he would rather continue waiting for the perfect timing to strike. Everyone's patience was limited, but Xia Fei was definitely not the first to lose his patience. The fingers of the blue lightning brushed past Xia Fei's nose, barely a few centimeters away. Xia Fei leaned backward while he took a few agile, cunning steps. He looked to be in a miserable spot after managing to dodge that attack, as if he was having trouble moving now that the fatigue was getting to him. Just a little more. Fang Yuan exclaimed in his heart. Little did he know that Xia Fei had purposely shown his flaw to press on his assault on getting on Fang Yuan's nerves, forcing him to use his strongest move. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped around 20 meters away from Xia Fei. He was staring at Xia Fei while his hands shook vigorously. He obviously had enough of this cat-and-mouse game. Xia Fei came to a stop. He took out a Hung Taschen cigarette from the spatial ring and took a drag before blowing a puff of white smoke toward Fang Yuan. It was a blatant provocation. The mist slowly floated like a white snake. Fang Yu had never seen a cigarette before. He assumed that it was one of the strongest artifacts Xia Fei had. The smoke might be poisonous, too. Xia Fei would be amused if he could read Fang Yuan's thoughts. Cigarettes might be poisonous for certain people, but other people would feel energetic. They would rather not eat than not being able to smoke. Fang Yuan suddenly moved. He crossed his arms in front of his chest with a hideous look. Brilliant blue flickers rose from his body and emitted a blinding light to the dojo. It's here, it's finally happening. Xia Fei thought. Chapter 248, Deadly Mistake. It was like a scene out of a fantasy. Xia Fei never thought the light emitted by someone with lightning ability would be so mesmerizing. The flicker, which occasionally switched between blue and green, suddenly erupted from Fang Yuan's figure like a strange full moon above the ring. The people nearby covered their eyes. Staring directly at electric welding was harmful to eyes, but the light that Fang Yuan was emitting was even stronger than the light produced by electric welding. The sound of electric current crackling was heard as if someone had ignited a firecracker. The loud noise was soon followed by a burn scent. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Xia Fei's sharp senses were transmitting an unpleasant signal to him. His instinct was telling him to back away, but his mind was telling him that it was even more dangerous to move around aimlessly before realizing when the enemy would attack. He must first observe where the enemy would try to attack so that he could dodge it at the right angle and speed. Xia Fei's forehead was already covered in sweat before he realized it. He bent forward slightly. His muscles, concealed by his outfit, were tensed like steel, so he could move at his maximum speed in the shortest time possible to dodge the attack once he made the call. His wide eyes were staring at Fang Yuan like lasers. It felt like Fang Yuan needed some time to accumulate his electricity. He stood on his toes while lifting his thick arms above his head as if he was holding the sun. His body was fully engulfed in lightning, but the light between his hands was the strongest. If anyone was taking a closer look, they would notice that he was not holding his hands together. There was a 10-centimeter gap between his hands, where the bright light was originating from. Fang Yuan suddenly pulled his arms apart. His movement resembled a chef that was making ramen, but instead of dough, he was pulling a deadly surge of electricity. He rapidly extended his arms apart as he stood in the shape of a cross. He started pulling his wrists in as if he was hugging something. The brilliant electricity between his hands suddenly exploded. It was 10 times brighter and stronger than it originally was. The surge of electricity before Fang Yuan suddenly split into dozens of lightning arrows. They scattered in a line before lunging towards Xia Fei's position. The electricity expanded rapidly the moment it left Fang Yuan's vicinity, turning from strands of noodles to ferocious giant snakes. The strong electricity surged forth from different directions, sealing off every possible escape route Xia Fei had. To everyone's surprise, Xia Fei did not back away from the deadly surge of electricity. Instead, he charged forward right after Fang Yuan executed the attack. Xia Fei realized through his sharp observation and quick reaction that his efforts would be in vain regardless of the direction he fled to. Fang Yuan's lightning had a slight arc, too, meaning that the lightning could easily alter its form and direction after it was released. He was unable to predict its movement. The safest option was to weave through the electricity from the middle the moment it was discharged. At such proximity and such an outstanding speed, Xia Fei had to be more agile than the lightning. Xia Fei suddenly jumped into the air as his body formed into a straight line, weaving through the lightning arcs. He landed less than 5 meters away from Feng Yuan, who did not have any time to react after executing his strongest attack. His body was stiff while his face was blank. It was the chance that Xia Fei had been waiting for, the perfect opportunity for his counterattack. Xia Fei raised the bloodthirsty screech. The long sword over 2 meters was emitting a faint glow when it slashed right at Feng Yuan's head from above. Feng Yuan grinned while crossing his arms above his head to block Xia Fei's attack. "Let's see if your sword or my lightning is quicker," Feng Yuan murmured. His body was densely covered in countless lightning arcs. As soon as the bloodthirsty screech made contact with his lightning, the sword would conduct the electricity and transmit it to Xia Fei. It was unlikely for anyone to survive the deadly electricity regardless of how sturdy their flesh was. The lightning was going to strike Xia Fei first before the sword landed on him. Feng Yuan had gathered the electricity on his arm at that particular instant. He was planning to use the highest voltage to defeat Xia Fei once and for all. To his surprise, Xia Fei suddenly let go of the bloodthirsty screech when the electricity was just about to reach it. Feng Yuan was dumbfounded. Since Xia Fei had let go of the bloodthirsty screech, he could no longer use it to conduct electricity. It would never reach Xia Fei no matter how strong it was. However, Xia Fei had also lost his weapon. A warrior without his weapon was like an ordinary person losing his arm. It was something a warrior should prevent at all cost. Feng Yuan grinned. He could already taste victory. He had been wary of the bloodthirsty screech even before the fight took place, perhaps the sword was just too eye-catching. It was rare to see people using a weapon of that caliber, especially when a speed ability user was carrying a long sword that was taller than himself. Feng Yuan was feeling uneasy because of how out of ordinary it was. However, he assumed the strange-looking celestial moon to be only a normal circular knife for defensive purposes. It was not Feng Yuan's fault for thinking like this, though. Celestial moon was indeed not as imposing as the intimidating bloodthirsty screech, especially when it was attached to Xia Fei's right arm like a little, round shield. Celestial moon was an extremely rare weapon for those with the psychokinetic ability, thus, people that did not attend schools with lessons on different weapons or lacked experience were unlikely to recognize the weapon at first glance. The long sword which Slaughter Shadow left for Xia Fei successfully distracted Feng Yuan. With it managing to keep Feng Yuan's attention most of the time, the rest was very simple. Xia Fei had a clear picture of what Feng Yuan's abilities were, yet he had yet to show any of his abilities even at this moment. While Feng Yuan was accumulating his lightning to defend himself from Xia Fei's powerful slash and take Xia Fei's life, Xia Fei had already let go of his weapon. Feng Yuan was unable to react in time when Xia Fei drew Celestial Moon out of its sheath on his right arm. "Demon Axe," Xia Fei said softly as if mumbling to himself. 18 circular disc blades sprang forth, all aiming at Feng Yuan's weak points. Xia Fei nimbly took a few speedy steps and circled round to Feng Yuan's back. "Withdraw," Xia Fei murmured. Celestial Moon returned to Xia Fei's right arm. Everything was perfectly still as if nothing had even happened. A few meters away, Feng Yuan's feet were nailed to the floor like a wooden log, his eyes filled with disbelief. "That's impossible," Feng Yuan wanted to yell the words at the top of his lungs, yet he could no longer make any sound, for his throat had already been sliced in half. Even when he breathed his last, he still did not understand how the strange-looking shield on Xia Fei's right arm had turned into 18 deadly disc blades and penetrated his body at a ridiculous speed. Death felt so strange to him. He was not overwhelmed by pain as he imagined. He only felt a strong dissatisfaction in his heart and his mind going blank. Xia Fei walked up to Feng Yuan and stood beside his body. He spoke in a soft voice that only Feng Yuan could hear. "It's very unwise and deadly for a warrior to show his trump card too early in a fight." Chapter 249. Nether Bell. Xia Fei walked up to Feng Yuan and stood beside his body. He spoke in a soft voice that only Feng Yuan could hear. "It's very unwise and deadly for a warrior to show his trump card too early in a fight." Following this, Xia Fei gave Feng Yuan a soft nudge on his back. The muscular body fell and bounced twice on the ground before lying still. A large amount of blood sprayed across the floor rapidly. Xia Fei's movement was so quick that most spectators did not even see how he killed Feng Yuan. All they saw was Feng Yuan falling onto the ground with blood pouring out of his body. The entire sparring field fell silent. Xia Fei left the ring and walked away as if it was nothing. A few disciples finally collected their thoughts after a few seconds. They chanted Xia Fei's name and almost broke out in tears due to overwhelming excitement. The disciples of the assassin sect desperately needed a victory to boost their morale after Smoke Shadow and Mary Shadow were defeated, and Xia Fei had given them just that. However, Xia Fei's kill was too clean. The fight was not as intense as they had imagined, nor did he stand in the ring with his arms lifted into the air to declare his victory. He acted as if he was merely fulfilling his responsibilities. From provoking the opponent before the fight and handling every situation calmly in the ring to launching the deadly counterattack when the opportunity surfaced, Xia Fei had done everything calmly. He entered and left the ring quietly as if he was just an insignificant interloper. He was only adding another body count to his journey. The whole sparring field was in an uproar. Some of the young disciples were hugging one another tightly. Even though they were arguing who was stronger among them just a day ago, they were excited about their sect's victory. They had tossed everything else beyond the topmost clouds. Crane Shadow rose to his feet excitedly. His slightly childish face was blushing with excitement. He was stirred emotionally by Xia Fei's victory and was utterly impressed by his senior brother Shadowless's decision. The fact that Shadowless was able to stake everything by choosing an outsider who was unrelated to the assassin sect to represent them clearly indicated that Shadowless's foresight was a lot better than his. Tongtian's expression was a lot worse than Crane Shadow's. Feng Yuan's death was not much of a concern to him. Most importantly, he had bet the Sky Eradicator sect's fate on the duel. Now that the assassin sect had scored a point, it would only be a draw if he won against Crane Shadow, but if he lost the duel, everyone in the Sky Eradicator sect would become homeless. How could he possibly explain himself to the disciples of his sect? Xia Fei had already left the arena. He went into the woods and lit a cigarette without caring about the loud cheers from behind him. He propped the bloodthirsty screech up against a tree, sat on the grass, and proceeded to smoke his hung tashin contentedly while staring at the huge sun in the sky. Well done! Phantom exclaimed. After all, he was very close to the assassin sect, so he was overjoyed when Xia Fei won the duel. Xia Fei grinned while looking at Phantom. I just realized one thing. What is it? What should you call me now that Shadowless has taken me in as his secret disciple? Phantom's forehead was soon covered in black lines as his face darkened. As a matter of fact, the second match between Crane Shadow and Tongtian did not take place on the same day. Crane Shadow might be astute, but he was less imperious than Shadowless. He was taking a little pity on the enemy. He did not have the intention to eradicate them all at once. As the saying went, it was better to keep certain bridges intact. Crane Shadow's idea was fine, but the only problem was he had just spared an enemy's life. Being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Xia Fei knew it clearly, and so did Crane Shadow, but what was different was that Xia Fei would insist on cleaning up every loose end, while Crane Shadow naively thought that he could always convert enemies into allies. Being an enemy for a day was enough to make someone an enemy for a lifetime. Humans had always been a jealous and cunning species. Treating humans like animals was only going to bring them more trouble. Many incidents already proved that humans were less trustworthy than animals. Tongtian gladly agreed to Crane Shadow's suggestion. He could not wait to leave the place. Embarrassing himself was one thing, but at least he managed to keep his sect intact. He spoke kind words to Crane Shadow and promised to put the past behind them and help the two sects turn hostility into friendship. Crane Shadow did not believe it, but he had long decided not to fall out further with the Sky Eradicator's sect. It did not take long for him to release Tongtian and his men. Many disciples were displeased by the outcome. Early the next day, Xia Fei packed his stuff and had breakfast with Manatee. He was planning to say goodbye to Crane Shadow and Shadowless before taking his leave, for he had a lot of matters to attend to still. It was not really a good habit to just disappear without telling anyone. He wondered if the company was doing well and if Avril was crying because of his sudden disappearance. Manatee was very impressed by Xia Fei's performance the day before. Xia Fei took hold of the opportunity to give Manatee a motivational speech, hoping that he would not give up on his ambition. He should keep persevering if he seriously loved martial arts. He should treat every difficulty he encountered as a trial. After all, a person who gave up easily would never have any great achievements. After breakfast, Xia Fei followed the mountain path to the 13th level of the Nameless Mountain. He was now an unacknowledged disciple of Shadowless. According to the seniority in the sect, even Phantom's master, Moon Shadow had to call him a sect senior. Therefore, the rule that forbade the disciples of the sect from entering the 13th level was no longer applicable to him. Words could not express how troubled Phantom was when it came to seniority. He and Xia Fei might not be master and disciple, but he was more or less Xia Fei's first mentor, yet he had somehow become his student's junior. Phantom just could not accept it, and to make things worse, Xia Fei kept using it to tease him. Crane Shadow already knew that Xia Fei was leaving. He appeared as soon as Xia Fei set his feet on the 13th level and brought him to Shadowless's place. They went past an arched door and saw Shadowless struggling to sweep the courtyard. Xia Fei immediately went forward to lend him a hand, but the man insisted on doing it himself, claiming that cleaning the courtyard was part of his duty. He would not allow anyone to do it in his place. Xia Fei had no choice but to wait quietly at the side. There was a tall cedar tree in the courtyard that had been around for a long time. Under it were a square table and 4 chairs made of stones. Shadowless waved his hand, signaling Xia Fei and Crane Shadow to take seats as he went to brew a pot of tea. The snow was heavy on the mountain. Luckily, there was not much wind. It was not too cold, thus, it was quite relaxing to enjoy some tea amid the heavy snow. "Master, I must leave tonight if there isn't anything else. I will pay you a visit again after I've done settling the matters in the mundane world," Xia Fei said respectfully. Xia Fei did not harbor any malicious intent against the old man. Either way, they were now master and disciple, and the old man was quite easy to get along with. He seemed quite harmless, too. Shadowless nodded and said, "I wonder when we are going to meet again after today. You've done the sect a huge favor, and you're my new disciple, too. I should express my gratitude. Why don't you tell me what you want?" Crane Shadow was suddenly overwhelmed with grief. Only Shadowless himself and he knew Shadowless was soon reaching the end of his life. Xia Fei would only see Shadowless's memorial tablet the next time he came. Crane Shadow was emotionally stirred as he thought about his old brothers who had passed away one after another. Even though Xia Fei claimed he was too embarrassed to ask anything from Shadowless, he briefly mentioned the Nether Bell. He clearly remembered how Dark Shadow had used the Nether Bell to summon troops of Death Guards in the dark. Now that they were at the crucial stage of inventing the super radar, the little communication device that could overcome the environmental disturbance might come in handy. It would be the best if he could acquire another copy of it, too, since it would greatly help with the invention of the super radar. However, Xia Fei could not explain it in detail, for it was Dark Shadow who told him about the Nether Bell. Xia Fei would struggle to explain himself if Shadowless asked where he had learned the existence of the Nether Bell. Therefore, Xia Fei slowly led the conversation to the topic on the Nether Bell. Shadowless nodded and said, "The thing you described is called the Nether Bell. It's a tool for disciples of the same faction to communicate with one another." Shadowless rolled his sleeves up to reveal a little bell on his left arm. "It's only given to the disciples who are qualified. Since you're my disciple now, it won't hurt to give you one. You can also use it to contact the others, who happen to be nearby, if necessary. Most surveillance systems won't be able to pick its signal up." Shadowless turned to Crane Shadow after he was done talking. Crane Shadow knew he was asking for the sect master's permission as a way of respecting him. Nevertheless, Crane Shadow was extremely impressed by Shadowless after what happened yesterday. He agreed to gifting Xia Fei a complete set of nether bells without any hesitation. It would also help them to stay in contact. Xia Fei was overjoyed. He briefly asked a few more questions about the origin of the nether bells. According to Shadowless, they had acquired these special communication devices from the ruins of some alien civilization. They only found around 300 sets of them, but ever since the assassin sect was established, they had yet to break even a single set of the nether bells, which clearly indicated how well built these devices were. However, there was only a limited number of these communication devices left. Every set lost was gone forever as it was impossible to replenish them. The disciples had to return the bells after they were dead, so the rest of the disciples could use them, too. Xia Fei came to a realization. It turned out that these bells were not a product of the Pan-Human Alliance, which explained why their quality was so impressive. A moment later, a pair of oddly shaped bells flew into Xia Fei's hands. Nether Bell was only its name. It was actually a communication device set that resembled a pair of bells. One was black, while the other was silver. The black bell was called the Source Bell. It could transmit messages to every silver bell nearby. It was like a megaphone to all channels, while the silver bell could only be used for direct messaging. It could not deliver a message to everyone at a time. The range of these bells was not fixed since it also depended on the strength of the signal disturbance from the environments. However, after years of testing by the assassin sect, they know that the nether bell could still transmit a message over 1,000,000 kilometers away. If the signal disturbance was not too strong, the transmission distance could reach a few light years. The thought of a pair of tiny bells being able to communicate over a distance of a few light years without relying on any external networks was astounding, a testimony to how ridiculously advanced this device was. Even though they were still incomparable to the super radar system on Titan, they were still a lot stronger than the communication devices the Pan-Human Alliance was currently using. Xia Fei put the bells away with a smile. Shadowless let out a sigh and suddenly mentioned something that took Xia Fei by surprise. Chapter 250, The Crux of the Issue. Xia Fei, what do you think about the assassin sect after being around for 2 days? Shadowless suddenly asked. Xia Fei was surprised. He did not expect Shadowless to ask a question like that. He immediately smiled. Master, the assassin sect definitely lives up to its reputation as the #1 organization of killers. Not only are the disciples talented, even this nameless mountain on this nameless planet is absolutely dazzling. If I wasn't preoccupied with worldly matters, I might consider settling down and living here forever. Xia Fei was being extremely cautious. He praised the assassin sect, including the smallest details from the food provided by the kitchen to Crane Shadow's traits as a leader, as if it was a delicate flower. He kept going for half an hour until Shadowless and Crane Shadow were too ashamed to listen to his praises any longer. Xia Fei was exaggerating too much. Anyone clueless about the situation might be convinced that the assassin sect was the master of the entire universe instead of just a small faction. Xia Fei felt a little thirsty after he was done with his speech. He quickly took a sip of the tea from the cup but retained his stern expression as if everything he had just said was the truth. It was definitely a whole new level to be able to lie with such a straight face, and Xia Fei had long mastered it. His expression did not shift, and his heart did not beat faster, too. Shadowless burst out laughing. Xia Fei, where did you even learn to be so unctuous and such a smooth talker? I think you shouldn't bother learning martial arts, you should focus on your communication skills, instead. You don't have to lie to us. We will be the first to know if the assassin sect has any problems. We just want to know if you have any suggestion on our sect's reformation. Shadowless frowned. Crane Shadow was extremely shocked. Even though Xia Fei was now Shadowless's disciple, his position in the assassin sect was only second to him and his senior brother, but everyone knew it was only a coincidence that Shadowless had recruited Xia Fei. If the Sky Eradicators sect did not push so far, forcing Shadowless to bet everything on it, Xia Fei would never be able to acquire his current status. A few days ago, they were discussing whether they should murder Xia Fei or not, but now, he had successfully performed a triple jump in a short time. He had become the assassin sect's envoy as well as Shadowless's disciple. He was now one of the highest authorities in the assassin sect. The change was simply remarkable. While Crane Shadow did agree to spare Xia Fei's life, it did not necessarily mean he trusted this young man. Therefore, it greatly surprised him that Shadowless was interested in hearing Xia Fei's suggestion. There was also the saying that the words of a man on his deathbed always came from the heart. Crane Shadow wondered if his senior brother was behaving differently because he knew that his end was approaching. Crane Shadow greatly admired Shadowless, thus, he decided to obey his senior brother's intention. Either way, Shadowless did not have many days left. He did not mind letting him do as he pleased for the rest of his days. Crane Shadow only had one senior brother left. He would soon be left alone. Crane Shadow was feeling a little down upon having the thought. Tears began to roll in his eyes. Xia Fei gave the question a serious thought. There were indeed many things he was unused to about the assassin sect, but he also knew that a loose tongue may lead to a lot of trouble. Therefore, he claimed that he was devoid of sense. He could not think of any suggestions for the time being. You're devoid of sense? Do you really think I wasn't aware that you were planning to set Fang Yuan up from the very beginning? Everything you did had its purpose. How could you be devoid of sense if you were so cunning and good at analyzing your opponent, unless you are unwilling to share your thoughts now? Shadowless said. Shadowless clearly knew how Xia Fei was setting Fang Yuan up during the duel. The seemingly ordinary moves were actually preparations for his final blow. He first lowered the opponent's morale and placed him under great pressure before showing his weakness on purpose just to lure the opponent into taking the bait. It was only possible if the person had an outstanding ability to analyze his opponent. On top of it, Shadowless knew his time was running short, so he could not care less about the traditional rules. He strongly believed that Xia Fei's opinions as an outsider could help the assassin sect in certain ways, thus, he was blatantly asking for the young man's opinions now. Xia Fei was overthinking, too. Shadowless did not mean any harm. He simply had a strong urge to do as much as he could for his sect while there was time left still. Xia Fei noticed Shadowless was a bit displeased by his response. He knew he had to say something to get by. He thought about it and organized his thoughts before he spoke. Since Master Shadowless insists on listening to my suggestions, I shall list out every detail that I find unreasonable. Please forgive me if I say something wrong, I'm still learning, too. Shadowless and Crane Shadow nodded. Just speak. I'll share something I've seen so far then. The young man that delivers food to me every day is called Manatee. Even though he's only responsible for the manual tasks in the sect, he's extremely passionate about learning martial arts, but he's never had the chance to do so. I suppose the sect should give every disciple a fair chance, letting those who are interested in martial arts to train under a master. Xia Fei was observing Shadowless and Crane Shadow's expressions while he talked. He only continued when he did not notice any change in their expressions. Crane Shadow smiled faintly. Xia Fei, you have only joined us recently, so you may not know about the details. Our sect's martial arts have very strict requirements on a person's talents. Those who aren't talented enough will never be able to learn them, so we only take in the talented recruits as disciples. We also make proper arrangements for the others who aren't selected. Xia Fei said, Sect Master, you're right, a person's talent does matter, but perhaps you've forgotten one thing, too. If a disciple is extremely talented, yet they're more interested in cooking and cleaning dishes instead of learning martial arts, do you think that disciple will stand out in the future when they're forced to learn something they're uninterested in? Besides, the lack of talent doesn't necessarily mean they will never improve. After all, it's impossible to know the outcome of many things without giving it a try. As for the proper arrangements you mentioned, I don't think that's the case. After all, not every person enjoys doing manual labor. If you go and ask, I believe the majority of the apprentices are only staying because they want to survive. They're left with no choice, but that doesn't mean they're willing. Xia Fei proceeded to spill the beans as he did not notice any strange reaction from Shadowless and Crane Shadow. Crane Shadow frowned. I did consider what you said, but we've already proven that the martial arts of our sect aren't suitable for those recruits who lack talents. And I'm not making it up. Shadowless nodded. He's right. The martial arts of our sect are mostly assassination techniques. The users must be very observant of the surroundings and have great decision-making skills. Those without certain talents will struggle to become brilliant assassins. Xia Fei smiled. Master, your words reminded me when I was still in school. The teachers kept telling us that studying is the only thing we should do in the world. Back then, the kids who excelled in their studies were loved by the teachers, and those who did bad like me were not welcomed as if we're a head shorter than the others. I could not help but wonder, why only those kids who excelled in their studies were considered good kids? Why couldn't someone who's good at soccer be a good kid, too? Shouldn't being good at cycling and playing video games be treated as a kind of talent, too? Why must we separate talents into different levels? Xia Fei purposely paused his speech. Shadowless asked curiously, are you saying that the assassin sect is being too strict with our standards when recruiting new disciples? Exactly, even though the assassin sect is the best killer organization in the Pan-Human Alliance, it's also an important warrior organization. If some disciples aren't suitable for learning moves like crafty thrust and breath control, why can't they learn other skills? Their inability to become assassins doesn't preclude them from becoming brilliant warriors. The assassin sect needs other talents, too. Shadowless and Crane Shadow were deeply moved by Xia Fei's speech. They had been trying to figure out the root of the assassin sect's problems, but they always failed miserably. However, Xia Fei's words had helped them see the truth. The biggest shortcoming of the assassin sect was how they kept seeing themselves as an organization of killers instead of a guild of warriors. For many years, the assassin sect had been on the brink of collapse, yet somehow they managed to come back to life a few times. Only those who were involved knew how difficult the journey was, and the main reason was that the structure of their sect was too simple. They lacked compatibility, they refused to acknowledge new ideas, and they were too conservative and stuck in their old ways. The assassin sect was established during the time when the Pan-Human Alliance was still fledgling. The long-forgotten occupation of a warrior saw a resurgence and thrust it into the limelight during the golden age of the Alliance. Organizations like the Adjudicator Union and the Monastic Order were slowly closing the gap between them and the Alliance in terms of strength over time, yet the assassin sect remained a small organization of killers, guarding the nameless mountain that was left by their ancestors. As the civilization and technology continued to advance, the path of the killer was only going to become narrower. Changing the rules and giving disciples more freedom were only treating the symptoms instead of the root cause. They were nowhere enough to resolve the predicament that the assassin sect was facing. Xia Fei's words had hit the mark. He had pointed out the root of their problems. Crane Shadow had to admit that everything Xia Fei had said was reasonable even though he was very reluctant to do so. He could not help but ask, "How can we solve the problem?" Crane Shadow immediately felt like something was not right as soon as he uttered the words. He sounded as if he was humbly asking for guidance. Xia Fei replied, "I do have a thought, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to say it." Shadowless said, "Feel free to say it. There's no outsider here, anyway. Just treat it like a casual conversation between us." "The solution is actually very simple," said Xia Fei. "I know most disciples of the assassin sect were orphans who were brought in at a very young age. The sect raised them into adults and assigned them their roles, yet the sect has never asked them what they truly desire. If the assassin sect can treat every disciple like its own kid and provide all with enough freedom to decide their path, it will easily solve the problem."